The important war message you have been expecting will be broadcast immediately after the Fibber McGee and Molly program. Keep tuned to this station. And here's the Johnson Wax program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Last week, I was glancing over one of the country's leading newspapers, and I noticed an article called Keeping Your House in Tune with the Times. You know, it made me feel right at home, for this is what I read. Preserving and protecting the surfaces around your house was once the sensible thing for a good housewife to do. Now it's a case of preserve or do without. The situation isn't as bad as it sounds if you take advantage of wax in any of its forms. Wax is not only a great preservative, but it's also a great time saver. For wax surfaces are more easily dusted because the dirt and dust remain on top and don't penetrate the layer of wax. Well, now, doesn't that sound just like H. Wilcox talking about Johnson's Wax? I must remember to write them a letter. They've really got the right idea. There comes a tide in the affairs of men when they think they can write a book. Well, the tide is in at 79 Wistful Vista. And here, busily filling page after page of scratch paper, we find that persistent proponent of pithy prose, that peerless perpetrator of punchy paragraph, Mr. McGee of Fibber McGee and Molly.
So, grasping her in his strong arms, he kissed her tenderly on the forehead as she run her slender fingers through his dark curly hair, which she had first took his hat off so she could. Then, as a knock came at the door...
McGee, I never heard such drivel in my life. What are you reading?
I ain't reading, I'm writing.
You're what?
I'm writing a book.
So that's what you've been doing the last few days.
That's it.
And I thought you were going over the household accounts.
Household accounts, my clavicle. Don't you worry about them, Molly. When the dough starts rolling in from this book, we'll have so much money the government won't know what to do with it. Now, let's see. Where was I? Oh, yes. I was just getting to the place where my heroine, Maisie Laprine, has just met Lieutenant Fragwell.
Just met him?
Yeah.
Last I heard, he was taking her into his strong, curly arms and was kissing her.
Well, it was love at first sight. You see, he was coming down the street on roller skates while she was cleaning the front steps, and she swept him off his feet.
Oh.
I got some cute dialogue there.
Oh, I'll bet you have.
But the plot really gets toward a little later on. This is a love story that'll have every woman in America dripping mascara.
Oh, my.
Where's my fountain? Oh, here it is. Running her fingers through his dark curly hair, which she had first took his hat off so she could. Then as a knock come at the door... Boy, is this realistic. Then as a knock come at the door...
Look, Arthur, I hate to disillusion you, but that was a knock at the door.
Well, it's plagiarism, that's what it is. Come in.
For goodness sakes, Abigail Uppington.
How do you do, my dear? I'm Mr. McGee.
My dear Mrs. Uppington, what a charming surprise. Do come in. I say, Francois, chill another bottle of sparkling root beer for Madame. Oh, I say, this is jolly, isn't it? When was it we met last? On the French Riviera, was it not? Ah, remember that romantic evening over the gaming tables at Monte Carlo? The night Fifi de Goumenac shot the Duke? Ah, how gay. I remember how the stars shone down like a million jewels on the velvet canopy of night.
Let's start over, Mr. McGee. I wasn't here when the game started.
Listen, don't mind him, Abigail. He's writing a book and he thinks he's E. Follop Ippenheim or somebody.
Ah, yes. Fine chap, Ippenheim. I remember one afternoon we were sitting in a gay little cafe in the Latin Quarter. I remember it because I didn't know any Latin and Ippy didn't have a quarter. It's great how those little experiences...
Come off your high horse, dearie, before it throws you.
Oh, I find this very interesting, Mrs. McGee.
Didn't think I could write a book, eh?
I didn't think you could write, period.
Oh, he's been working like a little beaver, Abigail.
You betcha.
Chew a tree down and build a dam for the lady, little beaver.
Okay, deride. Laugh, if you will, my fine feathered friends. But the time will come when you'll point to my picture in magazines and say, I know that man. That's Earl Stanley McGee, the author.
Who?
Earl Stanley McGee. That's my nom de prune.
I think you mean nom de plume, Mr. McGee.
I mean nom de prune. I'm going to show the writing business some new wrinkles.
Say, when you get the manuscript finished, dearie, let me give it to Uncle Dennis.
Oh, is he acquainted with some publishers, my dear?
Well, I think he is. I've often heard him say he knows every bookmaker in the country.
You know, I suppose, that you should have a literary agent, Mr. McGee.
A literary what?
A literary agent. Someone to act as middleman for you, to make good arrangements with some publishing house, to protect your rights. You artistic people are so unbusinesslike, you know.
Oh, yes, I suppose we are. We authors live in a world of dreams, Abigail. We're shy, impractical creatures. We should be shielded from the cruder, the harsher aspects of life.
Oh, my. Could you face the crude fact that your fountain pen is dripping on your pants leg, dear?
Huh? Oh. Hey, Uppy, I thought you joined up with the wax. When do you go?
Oh, I don't go, Mr. McGee. I was declined with thanks.
Oh, that's too bad, Abigail. I'm so sorry.
Now, that's a shame, kid. They should not have turned down a big, sensible girl like you. What was wrong?
Mr. McGee, there was a time when I would have approached the answer to that question with some trepidation.
Yes?
I would have evaded a direct reply with all the delicate finesse at my command.
Yes?
But the cold, brutal fact remains that I'm too darned old. Oh, goodbye.
Coming along, Earl.
Who?
Earl. I thought that was your nom de prune. Earl Stanley McGee.
Oh, yes. Oh, I say, I think I'm coming along rather well, you know. Top hole and all that. Working on a jolly situation at the moment. This lieutenant lad, Fragwell, you know. Frightfully decent chap, Oxford and all that.
Oh, listen, stop it. First thing I know, you'll start wearing a manacle.
If you mean eyeglass, my dear girl, the word is barnacle.
It's no such a thing. A barnacle is a seashell that sticks to the bottom of a boat.
I thought that was a binnacle.
A binnacle is a collarbone.
That's my clavicle.
Well, then a binnacle is where they keep a ship's compass.
You're thinking of a monocle.
Well, then what are manacles?
Handcuffs.
That's what I said. You want to be arrested for murder?
What do you mean?
Well, you're killing me with that English accent.
You answer the phone, will you, Molly? I got Lieutenant Fragwell at the bottom of a 40-foot cistern, and I got to figure a way to get him out.
Well, let his girlfriend hold a big sirloin steak over the edge. I'd jump 40 feet for that myself.
Well, in this case, Bally nuisance the telephone. Hello, Fibber McGee speaking. Who? Oh, yes. This is Earl Stanley McGee, the novelist. How do you do, Miss Cheltenham?
Miss who?
Oh, that would be jolly, of course, of course. I should be happy to discuss the matter. Oh, rather. Yes, I shall carry on till you get here. Pip, pip.
You keep carrying on like that, and I'll get the pip myself. Who's Miss Cheltenham?
She's an agent, a literary agent. She's going to sell my book. Ain't that wonderful?
How'd she ever hear about you? Through a Ouija board?
Oh, the word gets about these things. Hey, I got to get busy. Now, don't let anybody bother me. Lock the door. This may mean millions.
Yeah, but how are you getting Lieutenant Fragwell out of the cistern?
Easy. I just start the next chapter by saying, once safely out of the cistern, Fragwell made his way to the nearest Barumba.
What's a barumba?
That's an Abyssinian word meaning railroad.
Do the Abyssinians know that?
They will when they read the book. Now, remember, Molly, I got to work fast. I ain't home to anybody. If the doorway bell rings, don't tell them.
I'm afraid Lieutenant Barumba will have to wait in the Fragwell for a minute, dearie. Come in.
Hello there, kids. What you doing?
I'm trying to write a book if I can get some peace and quiet around here.
Well, you go right ahead, Johnny. Me and daughter won't let anybody bother you.
Fine.
Wanted to be a storybook writer once myself, but the grammar got me.
Oh.
Teacher says I didn't know a subject from a pelican.
You mean a predicate?
I do? Ain't a predicate one of them little salty crackers that you get with a glass of beer?
That's a pretzel.
Well, they're dangerous things. Grandpa had one go off right in his face once. Didn't know it was loaded. It was an old horse pretzel that he had...
Now, wait a minute. Don't you mean horse pistol?
I sure do, daughter. Grandpa was in the horse pistol for 3 weeks. The day nurse and night nurse...
That's a hospital.
Yes, sir. Most hospital folks Grandpa ever lived with.
I think you mean they were hospitable.
No, they took his chewing tobacco away from him when he went in. Grandpa always said...
Look, old-timer, look. Can't you stop changing the subject?
No, I can't, Johnny. Teacher always told me I couldn't tell a subject from a pelican.
Listen, but you don't mean pelican.
Why don't I?
Because a pelican is a big bird.
You're telling me, Johnny. Teacher gave me a bird so big it blew me out of school and I never went back. Well, I won't bother you, Johnny. So long, daughter.
All right, Earl Stanley McStuff. You go to work on your masterpiece, and I'll stand here and guard the door like Voracious at the bridge.
You mean Horatius. Voracious means having a big appetite.
Well, this whole thing is strictly from hunger.
Oh.
So you get busy, and I'll...
Hello, folks. Am I intruding?
Oh, frankly, old chap, yes, you are. I say, old fellow, would you mind frightfully old radish if I asked you to stop by another time? That's a good fellow.
What's the matter with him, Molly? Did he fall asleep in a Ronald Colman movie?
He's writing a book, Mr. Wilcox. He thinks that phony Piccadilly accent gives him a certain air.
It does. Why don't you open a window?
Oh, now I say, old broom.
Stop it, Mickey. You sound like some dentist that just fitted you with a London Bridge.
Molly, what's this about him writing a book?
Well, let me tell you about it, Junior. You see, my hero, Lieutenant Fragwell of the Navy...
The Navy?
Yeah.
Hey, could you say something about battleship linoleum and then sneak in a few words about Johnson's glow coat?
This is a novel, Wilcox, not an advertising folder. Anyway, he falls in love with a girl named Maisie Laprine because she reminded him of his mother.
And you remind me of my mother.
Oh. McGee reminds you of your mother, Mr. Wilcox?
Yes, when he's happy and excited like this, he acts just like my mother used to when she was telling somebody about glow coat. How easy it was to use, now it shines as it dries.
Are you going to let me tell about my book?
Oh, excuse me, go ahead.
Well, just as Fragwell and Maisie are on their way to the house to get married, up comes a messenger in a cloud of dust.
So what's a little dust? With Johnson's glow coat, dirt and dust wipe right up with a damp cloth. And anyway, glow coat protects
you better let him go on, Mr. Wilcox. He's turning green.
Oh, pardon me. Well, then what, Fibber?
It's a message for Lieutenant Fragwell to report for duty. The marriage is off. He's been called back into the service.
Well, the surface is an important thing. Is If you protect the surface of your linoleum against dirt and wear, it'll almost last forever because Glow Coat is the
I didn't
finest...
say surface. I says service. C-E-R-V-I-S-E. Service. You see, Fragwell is a West Pointer.
Now, hold on. Wait a minute, McGee. If Lieutenant Fragwell was in the Navy, why did he go to West Point?
Ah, wouldn't Hitler like to know that? Military secrets. Hey, where are you going, Junior?
Don't you want to hear the finish, Mr. Wilcox?
No, I don't think I do, Molly. You see, I'm so used to sparkling, gleaming, immaculate wax coating that Johnson's Glow Coat gives, it spoiled me for inferior finishes.
Oh.
Well, I'll see you again.
Of all the unappreciative, inferior finishes, my clavicle. I tell you, the ending of my book has got a wallop that'll tear your heart out.
Well, what is it?
I don't dare tell. But get this, Molly. After the book ends, I'm inserting 3 pages of crossword puzzles.
Oh.
Just to give the readers a chance to calm down. This book has got such a smash climax that I don't want to be responsible for people going hayseed.
You mean Haywire?
I thought Haywire was a movie actor.
That's Hayworth.
What is Hayworth?
Buy the bail?
I'll buy the bail if it's cheap
Oh,
enough.
stop
What
it,
are we
you
talking?
Come in, thank goodness.
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry, sis. Whatever it is, we don't want any. We got all the linens we need. And if it's magazines, you're wasting your time because
Are you Mr. McGee?
Yes, I am, sis, and let me tell you again.
I am Virginia Cheltenham, the literary agent.
Oh, gee, if I don't even... Oh, my gosh.
Got caught with your accent down, didn't you, dearie? Come in, Miss Virginia Ham.
Cheltenham. Virginia Cheltenham. I suppose you're a mighty proud girl to have a father who could write a book.
She ain't my father. I'm her mother. Oh, excuse me. Miss Cheltenham, my wife, Molly.
How do you do, I'm sure.
Your wife? Oh, how splendid. Let me tell you something about myself, Mr. McGee. I am a literary agent of long standing.
Have a chair, Chel?
I beg your pardon? Oh, yes, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. McGee, are you familiar with serial rights, motion picture rights, dramatic rights, foreign translations, and the other 100 things regarding which a busy author must protect himself?
Heavenly days. And I thought an author just wrote a book and took his money and boom, that was that.
No, I never knew there was so much to it, Miss, sis.
Well, they are all very important. I was having tea one afternoon with, now let me see, there was Red and Jack and Elle and Ernie.
Who are they?
Red, that's Red Lewis, of course. Sinclair Lewis, you know.
Oh, yes, I read his book, Aerosmith. Yeah. Disappointed, though. No Indians in it. Who are them other guys?
Elle, that's Ellery Queen. Ernie Hemingway and Jack Steinbeck.
Oh. Did you ever do any business with Charlie and Vic?
Who, Mrs. McGee?
Charlie and Vic? You know, Charlie Dickens and Vic Hugo. Well, I'll be going out and make a pot of tea.
Okay. Well, Miss Cheltenham, now here's about my book. This Lieutenant Fragwell...
I shall want to read the manuscript myself, Mr. McGee.
Well, it
May
ain't
I?
finished. Pardon me, but I got 3 chapters to go.
Well, I'll take it as is. A manuscript needn't necessarily be complete to make a sale, you know.
Oh, swell. Well, this Lieutenant Fragwell...
Now, my usual business procedure is this, Mr. McGee.
Did you say Miss Cheltenham took the manuscript with her?
Yeah, and you know what? First, she's going to sell it to maybe a magazine like the Red Book or maybe Time Magazine.
Time Magazine doesn't run novels.
Well, she says they will when they see this one. It's going to make history, she says. And then she says she'll sell it to maybe Random House as a book. You know them. They printed that book, I Lost My Garters.
Oh.
And she's...
I Lost My Garters. I don't remember that book.
Oh, well, maybe that wasn't exactly... Oh, no, it was the last time I saw Paris. Then she'll have it dramatized into a Broadway play and then sell it to the movies. Why, gee whiz, we might... Hey, maybe that's a messenger with a check from some publisher. Maybe $1,000.
Now, don't start counting your chickens just because you've laid an egg, dearie. Come in. Well, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Wimple, old man. How's everything? Have a cigar. Take 2. I'm getting some better ones anyway.
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. McGee. My wife doesn't permit me to smoke.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Wimple?
Not at all, Mrs. McGee. She thinks, anyway. But I fool her sometimes.
You do, eh?
Yes. Maybe when you have corn on the cob next summer, you'll save me the corn silk.
You smoke corn silk?
Yes, but don't look so shocked, Mrs. McGee. I don't inhale. But why are you wearing that green eye shade, Mr. McGee?
I've been writing a book, Wimp. Going to make me a fortune, too. I'll send you an autographed copy. I do the light-hearted, gay, sophisticated stuff, like Somersault Maugham.
Somerset McGee.
Yeah, I know. Some are a little set, but I ain't. I can write like Somersault Maugham or anybody else.
Oh, that's the sort of thing I always wanted to write before I turned to free verse.
Incidentally, Mr. Wimple, why do they call it free verse?
Did you ever try to sell any of it?
Well, no, I never have.
You ever do any serious writing, Wimp? You know, I might be able to give you a few pointers. Plot, motivation, and all stuff like that there.
Oh, I did do one short story, Mr. McGee, when I was single.
Mm-hmm.
I called it The Dreamer.
Oh, it's nice.
Then I wrote a sequel to it after Sweetie Face and I were married.
Oh. What was the title of that?
The Awakening.
You know, Mr. Wimple, you don't look very well. Have you been ill?
Oh, no, Mrs. McGee, I'm really quite... Oh, I guess you didn't hear about my terrible experience.
What was that, Wallace?
You know that horrible rainstorm we had last week?
Yeah.
Well, I was nearly drowned. I must have swallowed 5 gallons of water.
Well, don't you know enough to come in out of the rain, Wimp?
Oh, I was in, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
I didn't stir one little tippy-toe outdoors all evening.
Well, then how did you swallow all that water?
Oh, our ceiling started to leak like everything, and Sweetie Face said, "Oh, Wallace, what'll I do?" And I said, "Put a pan under it, silly." And she did. Mine.
Why, that was a dirty trick, Wimp. One of these days, that woman is going to go too far.
Yes, and I hope she stays there.
Hey, Molly, you know what I'm going to do with the first $50,000 I make off my book? I'm going to buy...
Tell me later, dearie. I've got to take these tea things out.
You wait, Molly. One of these days you'll look back and wonder how we could live in a dump like this. Ah, there's a little woman that's going to have a dozen pairs of silk stockings if I have to stand over those silkworms with a horsewhip. Yes, sir. If she don't... Oh, come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. Did you hear about my book? I said, did you hear about my book?
You got a book?
What do you mean, have I got a book? I just wrote one. I'm an author.
You're another what?
Not another anything. I says I'm an author. I wrote a book about a young naval lieutenant named Tragwell who falls in love with a girl.
Well, gee, what'd you think he'd fall in love with a horse?
Don't be so fresh, kid. Remember, a hairbrush ain't exactly obsolete as part of a child's education.
I don't get it.
One more smart crack and you will.
Oh.
Now, look, haven't you got any place to go but here?
Sure. I gotta go down to the Bontown department store and return these tiddlywinks.
What's the matter with him?
Too much tiddly and not enough wings.
Well, look, let me tell you more about my book. You see this Lieutenant Tragwell?
Draw me a picture, mister, please, will you, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, sis. I used up all the paper writing my book. I can't go.
Here, well, draw it on the back of this piece of paper, mister.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, first I'll draw up...
Yeah.
Hey, where'd you get this piece of paper? This is part of my book.
I found it.
What?
It was in that green box down by the corner, you know, the one that says, "Help keep our city clean." Gee, it's just full of papers like this, mister.
It's full of papers? You mean my book is stuffed into a trash can? Oh, no. You're kidding, ain't you, sis? Tell me you're kidding.
Yeah, and get that hairbrush?
No, this is terrible. Hey, Molly.
I heard the whole thing, McGee.
Oh, this is all a mistake. Where's that agent's phone number? I'll call her.
I already called it, and there isn't any such number. You better go home, little girl.
Yeah, beat it, sis. I'll see you later.
Okay, mister.
Oh, boy.
I knew that woman was no good.
Who, me?
No. Not you, sis.
Oh, goody. Goodbye.
Oh. All that work for nothing. My career...
How much money did she take you for, McGee?
Well, gee whiz, she sounded legitimate.
How much did she get?
Well, she asked me for $500 to promote the book, advertising and stuff.
How much did you give her?
Then she come down to $250, and I said...
How much did she get?
All I had. $27.75. Oh, what a fool I've been.
Well, it was a pretty cheap lesson at that.
Huh?
Now forget it and tell me what you want for supper.
Oh, am I ever the chumperoo?
Yes, dearie, I know. But what do you want for supper?
Put some oats in a pail.
What?
Yeah. As long as I made a jackass out of myself, I might as well eat like one.
Have you noticed an increase in neighborliness in recent months? With less driving around, there's more visiting back and forth. I'm sure that in many homes tonight, friends and neighbors are sitting around listening to this program together. The makers of Johnson's Wax are glad they can bring Fibber and Molly into your home. And they want me to thank you again for your continued loyalty to all Johnson's Wax products. All of us on the show are happy to be working for a company whose products are so helpful in these times. The regular use of Johnson's Wax protects your floors, furniture, and woodwork at a time when conservation is so vital. It saves you many hours of work when manpower and woman power are so important. And besides, it makes your home more beautiful and more sanitary, because a waxed home is a clean home.
I say, old girl, this has been quite a day, eh, what? Jolly old novel gone up the spout and all that.
Oh, stop it.
Huh?
You sound like a bundle from Britain delivered by mistake.
Oh, I don't get it, old girl.
You keep calling me old girl and you'll get it, all right.
Hey, oh, tally-ho.
Good night, Hall.
The characters of the old-timer and Wallace Wimple heard on this program were played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
It's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. For deep down laughs and listening enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for deep down coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House, with extra flavor in the blend because of choice Latin American coffees skillfully combined. Extra flavor in the cup because Radiant Roast develops the full flavor of every coffee bean. And the result is that today more people buy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. It's afternoon as we look in at the Burns house, and George and Gracie have just returned from giving a benefit performance at the Home for Down and Out Actors.
Oh, George, you've been awfully quiet ever since we got home.
Well, that visit to the old actors' home kind of worried me. Seeing all those fellows who used to be such successful actors, and there they are, down and out. Could happen to me, you know.
Oh, George, it could never happen to a person with your talent. I may wind up in the old actors' home, but never you.
Oh, don't be silly. You've got the talent in this family, not me.
Oh, that's ridiculous. You're far more talented than I am.
I am not. You're the talented one.
Oh, no, dear. You've got 10 times the talent I have.
Well...
Oh, yeah, you take that back.
Well, talent doesn't matter. An actor's life is never secure. Unless he's got a little business on the side. That's what I had in mind for us.
Say, that's a wonderful idea. Lots of movie stars have businesses. Now, Bonita Granville has a beauty shop.
That's right.
And Fred McMurray has an apartment house. And Errol Flynn has a law office. And Bing Crosby...
Errol Flynn has a law office?
Well, he must have. I've heard several lawyers say that Errol paid their rent.
I see. Well, what sort of a business could we start, Gracie?
Oh, how about a bank?
A bank?
Oh, they're very nice. Money all over the place. Every day at 3 o'clock, I could run the vacuum around, take the bag, and then go shopping.
Gracie, a bank just doesn't spend the depositors' money. Take our account, for instance. You know how much our balance is, and so does the bank.
Well, we don't exactly agree to the penny. Now, according to my figures, we have $27,000 in our checking account.
And how much does the bank say we've got?
$2.14.
When you straighten it out.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, we'll have to draw out some of our savings before we invest in any business.
George, I know just the business for us to go into.
What?
A hat shop. Just think, I could have a new hat free every day.
Free?
Uh-huh.
Gracie, hats don't grow on bushes.
Apparently, you haven't seen the new spring models.
Forget the hat shop.
How about a dress shop?
No, same objection. You know what might be a good thought?
What?
A baby shop.
Oh, wonderful. Babies are always in demand.
Gracie, we sell baby clothes, not babies. In a men's shop, you don't sell men. You sell men's clothes.
Well, they'd be a lot smarter if they sold men. More money in it. Now, if you could buy men for what they're worth and sell them for what they think they're worth...
Forget it. Now, let's concentrate on what business we're going to invest in. Cigar store would be nice. Or a place where you can buy pickles. I like pickles.
Well, hi, Burnses.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Bill.
Hey, Gracie, where were you this afternoon? I came by.
Oh, I made a trip out to the old actor's home, Bill.
Why, you gonna exchange, George?
Look, Jack Kirkwood. Gracie and I went to the old actor's home to play a benefit.
Yes, and it made us stop and think how uncertain the future is.
That's right. Fella can't be in show business forever.
No, but you darn near made it, George.
2 lines and 2 screens.
Oh, Bill, be serious. George and I are trying to decide on a little business to buy. And it'd pay you to get interested in some business, too, and stop chasing girls for a while.
Oh, I suppose you think chasing girls is my only interest.
Isn't it?
Well, no. It's much more interesting after I catch 'em.
Run along, funny man. We're busy.
Okay. I know you and Gracie will make a success of whatever business you go into. All it takes is money and brains.
Well, thanks, Bill.
And maybe you can contribute something, too, George.
Goodbye, comedian.
Goodbye, tycoon. Goodbye.
Well, we still haven't decided what business we're going into.
How about a hardware store? Or a pickle store where they sell pickles?
Oh, George. There's one of those in every corner. Let's get into something where there's not so much competition.
For example?
Let's open a post office.
A post office? Gracie,
I know what you're going to say. The hours are too long.
Yeah, that's it.
But it's not an overcrowded field. Not many people are running post offices. Even Henry Kaiser hasn't gone into that business yet.
Well, it won't be long.
Well,
Look.
we'll run the other post offices ragged. If they sell a stamp for 3 cents, we'll sell it for 2. And we'll put chocolate glue on the back.
Chocolate glue.
Yeah, oh, that gives me a wonderful idea for a slogan. You can't beat our money orders, but you can lick our stamps. Good?
Somebody will steal that from you. Gracie, I've got a TL for you. The government doesn't like for anyone to make money with the postal department.
Oh, well, this happens to be a free country. You ought to sit down sometime and read the Constitution.
If we fool with the mail, I'll have plenty of time. Now forget it. We'll get ourselves a little store like a drugstore.
Good afternoon, all.
Oh, hello, Meredith.
Oh, hello, all. Say, maybe you can help us make a decision, Meredith.
I'd only be too happy to assist in any way I can, George.
Swell. Now, here's what
Nothing gives me greater pleasure than helping someone.
Good. Now,
You must never hesitate to call on me because I love to help.
Fine. You see,
No matter what time of the day or night it is. Just call me.
I will, Meredith. Now, here's what
I'm like a doctor of trouble. Think of me as a DT.
I'm beginning to. Now, we'd like
I love to help people.
Meredith, keep quiet until I tell you how you can help.
Oh, okay, George.
Now, we've decided...
That's a beautiful philosophy you have.
Well, thank you, Gracie.
I give up.
You know, it's hard for George to express himself, so I'll tell you what we want your advice about. We think actors' lives are more or less uncertain, so we want to invest in something for future security.
Yeah, we're trying to decide what sort of a business to go into.
Well, if I were you, George, I'd buy a farm.
A farm?
Yes, sir. A farm has lots of advantages, George, especially if you're ever going to have children. I was raised on a farm, and look how I grew up.
Okay, now let's hear some of the advantages.
Well, all right. Take happiness. Every evening, I'd go to the pasture and milk the cow.
And that made you happy?
You bet. There wasn't a happier kid than me anywhere as I trudged back to the house with a song on my lips and my hair full of milk.
Your hair full of milk.
Yes, you see, it was a tall cow, and I used a low stool.
Well, if we buy a farm and have a cow, we'll hire you as the extra hand.
Oh, George, we wouldn't need an extra hand. You have 2 hands, and I have 2 hands, and the cow only has 4 faucets.
Well, you're fired, Meredith. Forget it. So you really think I ought to buy a farm, huh, Meredith?
Well, I sure do, George. I only wish you were back in my home state of Iowa where we really have farms. My uncle has a place just outside of Mesa City. Raises wonderful corn.
I'd like to visit his farm.
You'd enjoy it. My uncle has ears as big as shoeboxes.
Really?
Yep, the funniest looking fellow you ever saw.
Well, that's fine. You know, Gracie, the idea of a farm kind of interests me.
Well, farmers keep pretty early hours, George. You get a couple of hours less sleep every morning than you do now.
Really? What time do farmers get up?
Oh, it's very early, maybe even 9 o'clock.
Holy smoke. What's there to do at that hour?
Oh, wake the chickens up and give them their eggs.
I guess you got to get up early.
By George, there's a coincidence. You mentioning chickens. In the afternoon paper, there's a chicken ranch advertised for sale that might be just what you're looking for.
Oh, George, I'd love to have a chicken ranch.
Might be pretty expensive. You have to buy the ranch, you have to buy the chickens.
Just buy the ranch. I can get you all the chickens you want for 40 cents.
40 cents?
That's the price of a dozen eggs. The dozen eggs turn into a dozen chickens, and then the dozen chickens...
Hold it. Just a minute. Eggs have to be hatched.
Well, you sit around the house all day.
You mean...
Sure. Sit on the eggs. Use your brain.
Glad to help.
Oh, I'll answer the door. You get the car out so we can go look at that chicken ranch.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Postman. You're a little late today.
Yes, I know. As I was coming through the park, I couldn't resist a pixie impulse.
Oh, what did you do?
I wanted to feel the grass under my feet, so I took off my shoes and socks and stood there for an hour.
A whole hour?
It takes quite a while for a postman's feet to feel anything.
Oh, I suppose they do get sort of numb.
Yes.
If you're so crazy about nature, you'll have to visit us when we buy our chicken ranch.
A chicken ranch?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that brings back memories of my youth. I grew up on a farm.
Oh, really?
Yes. It was working on the farm that made me the clear-eyed, deep-chested, lean-hip picture of superb health that I am
today. Oh, I guess farm life does develop muscle.
Oh, yes. I grew to such muscular manhood that my father wouldn't allow me in the barnyard.
Oh, why not, Mr. Mr. Postman?
The sight of my body gave our bull an inferiority complex.
Oh, dear. You must have been happy on the farm.
Oh, yes, I love the land, the good earth. All day long I labored in it, dug in it, planted in it, plowed in it. And when evening came, I fell flat on my face in it. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
High above Cayuga's waters, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Say, Meredith, I wish I had $1 for every time that song's been sung when good friends get together.
Well, you'd be rich, Bill. Just about everybody loves that Cornell song. And personally, I'm not only fond of the song for itself, but the way it conjures up for me that wonderful country around Lake Cayuga in northern New York.
Oh, yes.
Fern-deep woodlands, craggy mountainsides, the cascades of rock and granite. To me, it's a very beautiful and dramatic part of our American scene.
I know a lot of people feel that way, too, Meredith. Most of us like to enjoy again and again the things we remember with pleasure. And that's just how Maxwell House coffee has become so much a part of the American scene. More and more people, you see, have discovered its rich, mellow flavor. Until today, Maxwell House is enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee in America. And it's no wonder, for premium Latin American coffees are skillfully selected, each for its own contribution to that unmatched Maxwell House blend. There are Manizales for mellowness, Medellins for richness, other choice Latin American coffees for vigor, and Bucaramangas for full body. The result is a truly superb blend of coffee. And that's why, like a popular melody you want to hear again and again, so many millions of coffee lovers ask again and again for Maxwell House. Coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Well, Gracie, here's the chicken ranch.
Oh, it looks beautiful. Let's rush right in and buy it.
I want to look it over first. And another thing. If the owner thinks we're city people, he might try to gyp us. I'll make him believe we're from the country.
And I'll help you. I'll put a haystack in my mouth and say, by cracky side, this here all fired. Tarnation farm ain't worth...
No. That's out.
But I want to sound like I'm from the country.
I don't want you to say a word.
Oh. All right. Now and then I'll just moo.
Never mind. You just stay in the car and leave everything to me. I'll go look the place over and be right back.
So he thinks I can't act like a farm girl, huh? Well, I'll show him. Go right in the house and talk to the owner.
Yes, sir?
Be you the dad-busted fellow that's got this here now all get out chicken ranch for a gosh darn sale?
I guess so.
Well, I got an all-fired hankering to buy it.
Well, I'm pleased to meet you.
Oh, and a howdy-doody to you, too. It's always a pleasure to meet another hick.
Well, thank you.
And now, don't think you can overcharge me. I was born and raised on a farm, as any yokel can plainly hear.
Well, where at was your farm?
Whereat is the biggest one's at?
Well, I tell you, there's some pretty big ones in Kansas. Was your farm in Kansas?
Not exactly. Kansas was in our farm.
Well, that's quite a patch of ground. It had all modern equipment, I suppose.
Oh, yes. Pa drove the tractor and Ma drove the threshing machine. And we had 5 silos.
5 silos, huh?
Well, we kids had to get around in something.
Well, you sure had a humdinger of a farm, all right. What did you raise mostly? Corn and rye?
Mostly. Of course, we had a few acres of scotch.
Oh, yeah. No place like Kansas for scotch. Of course, you had cows on this farm.
Oh, millions of them. Mm-hmm. Oh, you should see the milk and cream and butter we used to get.
Who took care of them cows?
Well, we split it up. Pa milked them, Ma creamed them, and I buttered them.
That's the doggonest system I ever heard of.
Oh, but enough about my farm. Now tell me about this chicken ranch of yours that I'm going to buy.
Oh, what can I tell a farmer like you? Naturally, you know all about chickens.
Oh, naturally.
Well, they're right out there. Look them over.
Mm-hmm. Not bad. Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
You can't sell me the chickens in that corner pen.
Why not?
They got flat feet.
Oh, yeah. Not only that, they're ducks.
At least you're frank about it. Those in the second pen look nice.
Oh, yes, those are Plymouth Rocks.
Not very tender, huh?
I can't fool you on poultry, can I?
Oh, you bet you can. Now, how much do you want for the place, just as it is?
Well, I'm asking $8,000.
I'm giving $7,000.
Well, there is a mortgage on the house.
When was it put on?
About 3 years ago.
I'll give you $500 for it.
You'll give me $500 for the mortgage?
Not a cent more. That's plenty for a second-hand mortgage.
But
I'll give you $7,500 for the chicken ranch. Take it or leave it.
Well, this property does have a dry well.
I'll give you $500 for that.
You're buying that, too?
I'm not going to let you take it away with you.
Well, it's a pleasure to do business with you, lady.
Oh, thank you. Well, here we are, back to your price of $8,000. I guess it's a deal.
Oh, wait a minute. As long as you're buying all the extras, there's one more I forgot.
Oh, what is it?
I got a whole barn full of termites.
How many?
About 1,000.
50 cents apiece.
Well, they're getting 60 in the city.
Oh, now look, I'm being very generous. If I want to go around to the wholesale places, I could probably get all the termites I want for $45.
You drive a hard bargain, but okay.
Well, I bought the mortgage, the dry well, and the termites. I guess I have everything.
Lock, stock, and barrel.
Oh, all right. $500 for the lock and stock. You'll have to throw in the barrel.
What a licking I'm taking. Well, let's see. That brings the price to $9,000.
Sold. I mean bought.
Yeah, just sign right here, ma'am.
All right. There you are.
Well, Gracie, I looked the place over and, oh, hello.
Howdy.
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 Pretty late for this kid to be out, isn't it? Gracie, I looked the place over and it's in terrible shape. The fences are down, the barn is sagging, the chicken pens are falling apart. It's horrible.
George Burns, that's no way to talk about our chicken ranch.
Our chicken ranch?
I just bought it. The man wanted $8,000 for it, but I got him down to $9,000.
Down to $9,000?
That's with the extras.
$9,000 for this place? Why, it has a dry well. The barn is full of termites.
I know.
And behind the barn is a tremendous washout.
Got that for nothing.
$9,000 for this broken-down chicken ranch. Just money thrown away.
Oh, now, George, calm down. With the improvements I have in mind, we'll be making a profit in no time.
What improvements?
Well, first, I'm going to get rid of the chickens who don't contribute anything. Now, I've been watching, and there's one who hasn't laid a single egg.
Which one?
That great big tall chicken with the long tail feathers.
Gracie, that's the rooster.
Yeah, I don't care what its name is. Let it work or get out.
You don't understand. The rooster is a male. A man.
Yeah. Oh, how silly I am. And I expected him to work.
I knew you'd catch on.
Of course, the most important thing is to get lots of eggs, so I speeded up production.
You did, huh?
Yes. You see, if a hen is too comfortable, she just sits around and takes her time.
How did you solve that?
I put ice cubes in the nest.
We'll have the only hens in town that lay cold storage eggs.
Sure. And I figured out a way to get more money for our chickens, too.
How?
Well, it's simple. We just keep the chickens in the shade all day.
That way we get more money for them?
No sunburn. White meat all over. Clever, huh?
Brilliant.
Yeah. You were wondering if we'd ever get your money out of this place.
I've stopped wondering.
Hey, kids.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Hello, George. Listen, I drove out as fast as I could. Meredith told me you have thousands of chicks out here. Where are they? Let's see them.
Oh, there they are, Bill. See?
Ah, with feathers on them.
Yes, not one with bobby socks on the whole roost.
Oh, Bill, we've just got to get some business. I put a sign out front, but no customers have stopped yet.
Well, looks to me like you need advertising.
Say, you're right. And our Thursday night radio program is just the place to advertise.
Huh?
Well, from now on, our program will feature George Burns' eggs.
Gracie, it always has.
Well, look, Gracie, our radio program advertises only Maxwell House coffee, and that's the way it's going to be.
Oh, but, George, everyone knows how good Maxwell House coffee is. We don't have to tell them that. Everyone knows that Maxwell House is appetizing, rich, full-bodied, and mellow.
That's right, Gracie. Coffee at its full-flavored best. Good to the last drop.
Oh, you see, even Bill knows it.
Yeah, maybe he listens to the program. Now, look, Gracie, we're on the air for a swell product. Why, more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. And you want to talk about this broken-down chicken ranch instead?
Oh, well, I didn't mean we'd stop talking about Maxwell House altogether, just for 2 or 3 years.
Just long enough to get well established in the old actor's home. Is that what you mean? Well, answer me.
I
Yes?
don't know.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought of
Now,
that.
forget it. There'll be no chicken ranch advertising on our program.
Bill, isn't there some way we could combine the Maxwell House advertising with my egg advertising?
Well, let's see, Gracie. Do your hens lay good eggs the first time they try?
Oh, sure.
Well, then we'll say, good from the first drop.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's
Forget
just
it.
what I...
Both of you.
Look, a customer. Oh, you see, George, and you were worried. If he buys $9,000 worth of eggs, we're even.
Try to sell him $10,000 worth. I want to make a profit.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, sir. Can I wait on you, sir?
Well, I saw you sign fresh eggs for sale. How much are they?
Well, now it depends on the condition they're in. Perfect eggs are 60 cents a dozen, slightly cracked 50 cents, cracked a little more 40 cents.
Well, haven't you got anything cheaper?
Yeah, but you'll need a mop.
Well, just give me a dozen eggs and see that they're fresh.
All right. Anything else, sir?
Well, I might take a chicken home with me if you have a nice young tender one.
Oh, we've got just what you want.
Got to pull it?
No, it can ride in the car with you.
Yes.
Yeah. You wait right here. I'll go get your eggs and chicken. George, our first day's business is over, and I've got all the figures right here.
How'd we do?
Only sensational. Now listen to this. Paid out, fence repairs, $57. Chicken wire, $13.50. Feed, $112. Total paid out, $182.50.
I see.
Now, taken in. One chicken, $1.50. 1 dozen eggs, 50 cents. That's $2.
Yes.
Now we subtract the $2 from $182.50, and that leaves us $180.50.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. And we can do that 7 days a week.
Gracie, your arithmetic is fine, but we didn't make 180. We lost it.
Oh.
And if we do that 7 days a week, we will lose over $1,200.
Oh. I've got an idea.
What?
We'll close Sunday.
And lose all that money?
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin.
Until next Thursday, then, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 brand of coffee, always good to the last drop.
Good night, everybody.
Stay tuned to this station because Bird's Eye Open House starring Dinah Shore is coming on in just a second. Dinah's special guest tonight is Eddie Cantor.
Oh, goody, goody Jello pudding tonight. It tastes like Grandma's, only more so.
You ain't kidding, that's right.
And just as Jello's 6 delicious locked-in flavors can't be beaten, so the proof of Jello pudding's in the eating.
The Jello twins are hard to find, but keep on looking in your store. When sugar shortages are over, there'll be more.
Just a taste of Jello pudding or of Jello and you know it's the one and only Jello.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening, everyone. You are now listening to WLS, the voice of Prairie Farmer, America's oldest farm paper, Chicago. The Johnson Wax Program. Good evening, everyone. The makers of Johnson's Wax stack the cards against dullness and deal you a gleaming Grand Slam hand with Rico Marcelli's orchestra, Emery Dorsey and Kay Donna, Hugh Studebaker, and Marion and Jim as Fibber McGee and Molly. If you want to have beautiful polished floors with only 10 minutes work, use Johnson's Glow Coat, the remarkable liquid floor polish that shines as it dries without rubbing or buffing. The cultural level of Wistful Vista is going up. Molly McGee has decided to take a few lessons in bridge, and the instructor is expected momentarily as Fibber and Silly Watson get things ready.
Fibber McGee, what good are you doing sitting there on your easy chair? Now get that card table set up. And you, Silly.
Yeah.
Get 2 chairs out of the dining room. Hurry now.
Yes, well, I was just going to do that, Miss McGee.
Who are you going to have to play, Molly, besides the teacher?
Well, there's me and you.
Me?
Yes, you. Me and the teacher
Oh,
and you.
shucks, Molly. I ain't going to sit here like a dead-ratted pink tea-hound and play bridge with a bunch of women. I got me a date to play some pool with more toots.
Oh, you're not going to play bridge.
Nope, I ain't.
Oh, you're not.
Oh, wait a minute. Put the piano stool down, Molly. I'll play.
Well, now that's better, McGee.
Where does y'all want this here chair, Miss McGee?
Set it down any place, Silly. But I told you to bring in 2 of them.
Yes, and I heard you. I thought I'd better bring one at a time so I'd be sure to bring the right one, ma'am.
The right one?
Yes.
The dining room chairs are all alike.
Yes, and that's why it's so hard to pick out the right one, ma'am.
That's fast thinking, Sil. First feller's never had much schooling. I'll bet you never went beyond the 5th grade, did you, Sil?
5th grade?
Yeah.
That's college, ain't it?
McGee, put up the table.
Okay, Molly. But you didn't say who was going to be the 4th hand.
Oh, I couldn't get a 4th hand, McGee. Mrs. Toops disappointed me. Miss Witherspoon couldn't get away from the library this evening, and Mrs. Thomas is visiting her sisters.
Well, if y'all ain't got enough people to play this here bridge stuff, why don't y'all roll them dice?
What say, Sil?
I say, why don't y'all roll them little old bones?
Why, shucks, Sil. That'd be gambling.
Oh. Well, when y'all play bridge, y'all play for nothing?
Sometimes, or maybe 1/10 of a cent or something easy.
Well, how much y'all have to bet before you call it gambling, boss?
Oh, that ain't the point, Sil. It's whether you lose or not. If you lose, it's gambling. If you win, it's just good, clean fun. You see through it?
Oh.
Say, haven't you 2 got that bridge table up yet?
Nope, I ain't quite decided just where. Doorbell, Molly.
Heavenly days, I hope it isn't the instructor already. McGee, you go and see who it is. Hurry up now.
Oh, okay. You be putting up the table, Sil.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hello there, Geraldine. Come on in.
Oh, no, I couldn't really, Mr. McGee.
Oh, come on in. We were just thinking about you. You see, Molly has...
Oh, were you really thinking of me?
You betcha.
Well, I must have got the message. Telepathy, you know.
Telepathy?
Gerald says the human mind is just like a radio station.
Oh.
They send and receive, but most of them haven't any sponsors. Oh, Gerald says the cutest things. I mean, he really does.
Yeah, I know, but Molly was going to ask you to play bridge for a while.
Bridge? Oh, for goodness sake.
Yeah.
If there's anything I adore, it's bridge. I really do. Gerald says it's probably because my uncle was shot for having an ace-king queen up his sleeve. Oh, Gerald says they buried him with simple honors.
Yes, but Molly...
Oh, I really do love bridge, but Gerald doesn't.
Oh.
Gerald says the only kick he gets out of it is under the table. Can you imagine?
Yeah, I know, but what shall I tell Molly?
Oh, well, tell her I'm terribly sorry. I mean, I really am, really. I only stopped by to thank Mrs. McGee for loaning me her waffle iron.
Oh.
Gerald just worships waffles. I mean, he really does.
Well, Molly, gee.
Gerald says if he had just 3 wishes in this world, he'd ask for 2 carloads of waffles and just a simple marble headstone. Isn't that preposterous? I mean, isn't it really?
Well, just...
Would you tell Miss McGee I'm sorry I can't play?
Well,
some other time, I hope. Little.
Hey, Geraldine. Oh, shucks. Can you beat that? Poor Molly had her heart all set on. Hey, Molly. That was Geraldine. She says she can't
Never
wait.
mind, McGee. I heard every word of it.
Every word? Well, Sil, did you get that card table up yet?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's the first thing accomplished today.
Yes, sir, but Miss McGee, please, ma'am, that little old table seemed kind of wobbly, ma'am.
Go on with you, Sil. Why, shucks, that there table's as solid as... Let's see it.
Yes, sir. That is, boss. She done a shake like everything, boss.
It does look a bit weak, McGee. Silly's right.
Yes.
Go on with you. Weak? Why, shucks. That there table's built to stand a weight of more than 500 pounds. A man could jump up and down onto it. Hey, Sil, how much you weigh?
What?
How much do you weigh?
I weigh. How much you say that little old table stand up under, boss?
500 pounds. How much do you weigh?
502, exactly, boss.
Oh, for heaven's sake, McGee, what difference?
Come on,
does it-
Sil. Get up onto the table there and show Molly how solid it is.
Heavenly days, McGee.
Boss, did I have to?
Up with you, Sil.
Yes, sir. Yeah, yes, boss.
Shucks, boy, stand up straight. That's it. There. You see, Molly? Why, that table is built like a battleship.
Yes, sir, now you sunk.
Heavenly days. Now look what you've done. You've made Sylvia's bust right down through the top of the table.
Well, shucks, Molly,
I thought you said that table would hold 500 pounds.
Well, I meant the legs, not that cardboard top onto it, Molly.
Get that table off your hips, Sylvia.
Yes, but how? I can't move, ma'am. I'm stuck.
Say, Molly, I got an idea.
Oh, you have? Well, listen to me, Fibber
Look,
McGee.
let's leave Sil just where he is in that hole in the table, see? He can stand there, and with 4 people sitting at the table, he can be referee. Come on, Molly.
Hey, don't leave me here in the middle, please, ma'am. Ain't nobody going to help me out in there on table.
Kay Donna sings a number from the show Jubilee. Why shouldn't I?
I'll bet you that Kay Donna's kind of cute, you know it? I always says if I ever met a gal like that, Molly,
McGee.
I'd tell her just how much I think you, Molly. I'd say, shucks, baby, I'd say, if you was only like my Molly.
Oh, McGee, go on with your blarney. Ah, but I'd love it.
Oh, sure, Molly.
Now, you just sit there comfortable, dear, and I'll bring your slippers. Sure, you'll be glad you stayed home.
My slippers are in the closet there, Molly, on the floor.
Yes, I found them.
Oh, what's the matter, Molly?
There's somebody's feet in these slippers.
Yes, but think of the feet that scuff and track snow and mud across your floors and linoleum.
Harpo, what are you doing in our closet?
Well, Fibber, believe it or not, I was just waiting to tell you why it's so easy to keep your linoleum clean and shining once you've protected it with Johnson's Glow Coat. It's because Glow Coat gives your floors a tough, wear-resisting polish that sheds dust and dirt. Glow Coat makes the colors in the linoleum look brighter and fresher, and the floor won't get worn and dingy around the doorways or in front of the stove. The Glow Coat polish will keep it looking like new. And remember, you don't have to do one bit of rubbing or buffing when you use this remarkable liquid polish that dries in 20 minutes and shines as it dries. Ask your dealer for Johnson's Glow Coat, made by the makers of Johnson's Wax.
Give me my boots and saddle.
That was Emery Dorsey singing Take Me Back to My Boots and Saddle. And now, back to Wistful Vista, where Fibber and Molly are awaiting the arrival of the bridge teacher.
Oh, that must be Miss Corbin, McGee. Go to the door, Sylvia.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Miss Corbin.
Yes, ma'am. Miss McGee and Miss McGee, they right in here, ma'am.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee?
My, I'm real glad you come, Miss Corbin. It's real anxious I am to get started. This is me husband, Miss Corbin.
Oh, how do you do?
Hi, Miss Carbarn.
Miss Corbin.
That's what I said. So, you're the bridge tender.
I beg your pardon?
Be quiet, McGee. Dear Silly, take Miss Corbin's things.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I've been looking forward to giving you your first lesson, Mrs. McGee. Have you played much bridge?
Well, now I wouldn't say so. Come right in here, please. I've just played a little auction now and then, but no contract.
Oh, but contract is the game. No one plays auction now.
Oh, no, I don't know, ma'am. Some of the boys down at the pool parlor ring up a pretty hot game auction. You see the way
Have
they...
you played auction?
Well,
Mr. McGee?
I'll tell you, I ain't so hot onto bridge, but In my day, there wasn't a faro dealer west of Gimper's Gulch that could beat me to ace.
Oh.
Well, I was known as Two-Draw McGee in them days. Two-Draw McGee, the trump-taking terror of the Teton Trail.
Two-draw? In what game, may I ask, does the player draw twice?
Poker, in them days, ma'am. You drew 3 cards with the left and a 6-shooter with the right. Why, mind the time old Horseface Hennigan tried
McGee.
to... sit down, Miss Carbon.
Corbin.
Oh, yeah. You smoke?
Thank you, no.
You chew?
McGee.
Miss McGee, ma'am.
Yes, silly.
Miss McGee, I done put up that other table like you say, but y'all better go easy on it.
Oh, yes. Oh, thank you, Sylvius. You see, Miss Corbin, our good card table, we had a slight accident a while ago, and this is an old one we had in the attic. And,
You see, ma'am, our butler, Silly there, he stuck his feet through it.
Yes, sir, but...
And shucks, the first thing we know, there he was, standing hip deep in the card table.
Yes, sir, but...
Quiet, Sil. That's the way with butlers, ma'am. Always buttoned.
This table seems quite adequate, I'm sure, but may I ask who's to play 4th hand?
Oh, dear, that's what I wanted to tell you, Miss Corbin. The lady who was to come over couldn't be here, and everyone I called was either out or busy.
I see. Well, it's really much better to instruct with 4 players, any 4 players, but with Mr. McGee here, we can play dummy bridge for today.
You betcha. Oh, is that so? With me here, you can play dummy bridge, huh? I catch on to things. Well, shucks, if that's the case, I'll just pick up my marbles and go on down to the pool room.
McGee, be quiet. Miss Corbin only meant one hand would be faced up on the table.
Oh, yeah, that's what I thought. Where are we set, ma'am?
Well, now let me see. You across from me, Mrs. McGee, and you to my left, Mr. McGee. Your partner will be the dummy.
And vice versa.
What's the joke? I don't get it. Oh, I see. I'm to play the both of you. I didn't get it at first. You got quite a sense of humor, ma'am. Nobody'd have suspected it, another. Okay, sis, deal 'em out. How about Deuce's Wild start?
McGee, they don't play deuces wild in bridge.
It'd be a better game if they did. Well, suppose we play 4 hands around dealer's choice. Which do you like best, ma'am? Stud, draw, 7-card Pete, or spit in the ocean?
Are you sure we can't find a 4th hand, Mrs. McGee, or preferably a 3rd and 4th hand?
Oh, ganging up on me, huh?
No, I'm afraid not, Miss Corbin. I'm real sorry, too. Heavenly days, I've called everyone I could think of.
Well, it really doesn't matter, although 4 hands make the instructions so much better. Then we have a choice of dummies.
Hey, Sil. Yeah, you play cards, Sil?
What? For heaven's sakes, McGee, pay attention.
How's your bridge work, Sil?
Pretty good, boss, except for my wisdom teeth.
No, I mean, do you know cards, Sil?
Yes,
Playing
sir,
cards?
boss. Sure do. Starting at the bottom, there is the deucey, the tray, little Joe, 5 spots, 60 days, lucky 7, 8 ball, bad luck, 10 spot, the nib, typewriter gal, big shot, middle old age.
Well, for heaven's sake.
Gracious.
Sylvius, you'd better go out in the kitchen and sit down.
Does I have to sit down, please, ma'am?
Why not?
Well, ma'am, when I come busting down to that little old table, ma'am, I kind of got bruised, kind of, ma'am.
Well, maybe you just better go out and fix the sandwiches and things, Sylvius.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you order the ice cream?
What?
Did you order the ice cream, Sil?
Yes, they say the boy be right over.
Fine. All right now, Miss Corbin. Let's get started.
Very well. Perhaps I'd better explain some of the principles of contract bridge as opposed to auction.
I'm opposed to both of them myself.
What's that, McGee?
I says, yes, I'm supposed to know both of them.
You see, in contract... Oh, do you play Culbertson or Sims?
Oh, we just play catch as catch can, sis. As Culbertson says, that covers a multitude of Sims. Ain't funny, McGee.
In contract, you only score what you bid. Score is marked up below the line, the surplus with honors being written down above the line. Do you understand?
Oh, sure.
Where's the windshield on our car? If we had a windshield.
The purpose in contract is to gather the idea of partners and opponents' strengths and hand values by the bidding. You understand about quick tricks?
You betcha. Here's a quick trick. I take the deck like this here, without looking at it. Now, you take a card. Take any card, Corby, and I'll tell you which card you draw.
Be quiet.
Okay, but I don't know what you're so finicky about, Molly. That trick panicked him at the pool room.
Perhaps I should deal one hand before going into further details. Cut, please, Mr. McGee.
You betcha, sis. There you are, sis. The McGee cut with the gypsy's curse.
And now, Mrs. McGee, if you have a biddable suit, show it.
All right.
What kind of a suit, ma'am?
A biddable suit.
Oh, yes, a biddable suit. I thought you says a suitable bid. But if you mean you ain't got a suitable bid in a biddable suit that suits the bidder, then the bidder better bite his bid till he gets a better bid in a biddable suit for a suitable bid.
Fibber, dear, will you please keep quiet?
Ow! Ooh, ow. Who kicked me? Did you kick me, Corby?
Certainly not. Pick up your cards, please.
Shucks. I ain't even got a face card.
Then you have a Yarborough, Mr. McGee.
Yarborough? Just plain burl. This hand would make a jackass out of anybody.
It's your bid, Mr. McGee?
Well, shucks, give me time, sis. See what I got here. See. Oh, I had a dog, a little brown beagle, had eye like a bat and a nose like an eagle. The night of the wedding of Larry McGraw. I'll open for a dime.
One pass. You, Mrs. McGee.
Well, now, let me see. Oh, dear, I don't believe I have a single thing that I can...
Hey, Corby, did you ever lay a card onto your thumb like this, put a nickel onto it, and flip the card out from under it? Look, shucks, it took me years to
Miss
learn.
McGee, ma'am, excuse me, please, ma'am.
Well, what is it, Sylvia?
Everything is ready, ma'am, except that ice cream ain't showed up yet.
Oh, it'll be here pretty soon. Now, let me see. Look at this hand, Miss Corbin. Tell me what I have.
Very well. You have very bad distribution. 1.5 on a trick.
Hey, Corby, take a peek at my hand, too, and tell me what I got.
Certainly. Oh.
Well, what have I got?
A very bad habit of biting your nails.
Oh, my gracious. What's the matter here?
What you mean, sis?
What, these cards, they...
Oh, that'll be the man with the ice cream, silly. Go get it and then put some nice, quiet music on the phonograph.
Yes, I put some ice cream on the phonograph and tell the man to be quiet.
Now then, Miss Corbin, what were you saying about the cards?
You don't think I've been stacking the cards, do you, sis? Oh, I never do that. Not that I can't, though. There's one trick I do where you pull any card into the deck and I shake it out of the pack into a wine glass. You got a wine glass on you any place, Corby?
McGee! What was you saying, Miss Corbin?
I was just observing...
Miss McGee, that man, he didn't bring no ice cream. He brung something else, ma'am.
What did he bring?
Well, I brought you some Johnson's Glow Coat, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, Harpo, you here again?
Yes, I brought you your order of Johnson's Glow Coat.
Shucks, we ordered ice cream.
Ice cream?
Yeah.
Well, that explains it. I thought you said a nice gleam.
Oh.
And by the way, if there's anything that will give your floors and linoleum a nice gleam, it's Johnson's Glow Coat. It makes your floors and linoleum shine and sparkle with only 10 minutes work. You simply spread a little Glow Coat lightly over the floor with a soft cloth or the special Glow Coat applier. Then go away and forget about it. Come back 20 minutes later and you'll find your floor shining like new, protected from dirt and wear with a tough, long-lasting polish. Johnson's Glow Coat requires no rubbing or buffing. But please don't confuse Glow Coat with any cheap polishes that become smeary and collect dust. Glow Coat sheds dust, and it assures a brighter luster, longer wear. And by the way, you save money by ordering Johnson's Glow Coat in the larger size cans. Well, so long, folks. I'll see you later.
That rat, that fella. I'm getting so's I'm scared to put on my socks in the morning. I fear that heel will be hit into the toe.
Forget it, McGee. Now then, Miss Corbin.
I was about to remark that this is a very peculiar deck of cards.
Why now?
Notice your hand, Mrs. McGee. You have the tray and 10 of diamonds, and the 9 of spades and the queen of clubs.
Oh, so what, Miss Carhorn?
Corbin. But Mr. McGee also has a tray and 10 of diamonds, and 9 of spades and the queen of clubs.
Well, for heaven's sake, so he has. McGee, where did you get this deck of cards?
Who, me? Why, shucks, I told Silly to get them. Hey, Sil! Where'd you get these here cards, Sil?
Right where you told me to, boy.
Huh?
Out of the desk drawer. Y'all told me to pick out a nice, clean deck, and I did. I picked out cards from all them decks till I got one nice, clean one.
Rico Marcelli is happy to announce that he is receiving many very fine entries for the Amateur Songwriters Contest. The prize-winning music will be published by Irving Berlin Incorporated, and the writer will receive all standard royalties. S.C. Johnson & Son, sponsors of this program, are also offering a special cash award of $100 for the winning song. This Amateur Songwriters Contest closes January 1st. For further details, address Rico Marcelli or Johnson's Wax, care of National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. Don't forget now, we've polished up another date for you at this same hour next Monday night, when we'll join Fibber and Molly as they help decorate the Wistful Vista Municipal Christmas tree. And if it's as hard to do as it is to say, we'll see who gets the trimming. Till then, let me say, twinkle, twinkle, little floor. Day by day you glisten more. Johnson's Glow Coat made you bright. This is Harlow Wilcox, folks. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Well, if any new fad comes along, you may be sure that Gracie will fall for it. Her latest enthusiasm is handwriting analysis, and we find her now telling her friend Blanche Morton all about it.
I tell you, Blanche, it's absolutely uncanny. This man can tell you all about yourself just by looking at your handwriting.
You don't say?
Yes. All I did was send him my signature, and he told me the most intimate thing.
What'd he tell you?
He said, you are a woman.
No.
Yes. That's all he tells you for $1. Then you send in more money and he tells you more.
Gracie, if you ask me, this handwriting expert is a charlatan.
Yeah, isn't he wonderful?
I mean, you shouldn't send him any more money.
Oh, but wait till you hear what happened when I sent him George's handwriting. He analyzed it and decided that George shouldn't be in radio.
I was wrong. Send him more money.
Oh, I will. He said George's writing showed that he had the delicate, sensitive hands of a surgeon.
A surgeon?
Uh-huh. That's a doctor who wears a mask and carries a knife.
Thanks.
Just think, George is a surgeon and doesn't know it. Blanche, are you busy this morning?
No, why?
Would you let George operate on you just to get the feel of it?
Gracie, you don't just suddenly become a doctor. It'd be years before George could open up an office.
Well, I don't care about an office. I want him to open up people.
I mean, he has to study to become a doctor.
Well, that won't take George long. His natural instinct is to be a doctor. He's only stayed in show business because he had to give me a job. That's the only reason he's in show business.
What?
It's true. I've heard dozens of people say, if it weren't for Gracie, George wouldn't be in show business.
Yes, But what they meant
no,
was...
it's my fault, Blanche. My fault that George isn't a doctor. So it's up to me to release his natural instinct. And you can help me.
He's not going to carve on me.
Uh-oh. I hear him coming down for breakfast. Now, when he walks in, you act like a patient, and we'll see how he reacts. Stick out your tongue and all that.
Well, I'll do it, but it's silly.
Here he is.
Good morning, dear. Oh, hello, Blanche.
George, take a good close look at Blanche.
Before breakfast?
Yes.
Okay. Well, right back to you.
George, Blanche did that to show you how she feels.
Well, I feel the same way about her.
Don't you think she looks a little peaked?
Yes, her head is very peaked.
Give him another look, Blanche. What do you think she should take?
Arsenic.
Write that down, Blanche.
I told you this was silly, Gracie. I'll see you later.
What kind of a routine was that?
Well, did it stir something deep inside of you?
Yeah, but I'm going to try to eat anyway.
Very well, Doctor.
What? Doctor?
Well, how does that sound to you, dear? You like me to call you a doctor?
Yeah, but you better call one for yourself, too. What's this all about?
Well, I sent your handwriting in to be analyzed, and you're in the wrong business. You have the hands of a surgeon.
What?
Your handwriting has revealed the inner you, the real George Burns. You were never meant to be an actor. That's why people laugh at you. Become a surgeon, put on a mask, and they'll stop laughing.
Gracie, you have to go to school to be a doctor. You have to go to school for 8 years.
Well, then you're practically a doctor. You've already gone to school for 7 years.
Now, look, just because some handwriting expert said that I was supposed to be a doctor, that doesn't make it so.
Oh, I took no chances, George. I checked it to make sure.
Checked it? How?
By numerology.
Oh, well, that makes it authentic, yeah.
Well, sure. You see, your name, George, and Doctor, Doctor, both have 6 letters. That means you vibrate with a doctor.
There are also 6 letters in Dancer. Suppose I vibrate with a dancer.
Well, you better not let me catch you.
Gracie, listen to me. Even if all this hokum were true, I couldn't become a doctor now. I'm too old.
How old are you?
I'm 10 years older than you are.
Since when is 29 too old?
I'm too old to go to school.
But think of the thrill of being a great doctor. I can see you now performing a delicate operation. Maybe a brain operation. Maybe on me.
If I thought there was a chance of that, I'd go to school.
Oh, good. A few months of schooling and you'll be a great doctor. Why, you can be Johns Other Hopkins.
Forget it, honey. Show business is my racket. Listen.
Oh, how do Mr. and Mrs. Audience? It is now my time to perform, and I'll present to you a little review in style, originality, and form.
That's what I've been giving people for years.
Well, so now become a doctor and make them well.
Gracie, I've tried to be patient and explain things to you. Now I've had enough. Understand?
Yes, dear.
I don't want to hear any more about this doctor business.
Yes, dear.
I'm going down to the cigar store. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Oh, no.
I knew George wouldn't go for it, Gracie.
Well, Blanche, I still say all he needs is to have his doctor instinct aroused. And that's why I dropped by. I'm on my way to the hospital.
The hospital?
Well, I'm going to offer George's services. Once he gets inside and smells the ether, boom.
You mean he'll be like a bird dog who smells a bird?
Yeah, or a police dog who smells the police. Then he'll go to school and become a doctor. Oh, I'll be so proud of him.
Gracie, doctors are wonderful, but I don't think George will ever be one.
He will, too. Oh, I can see him now, dashing around in his delivery trunk. delivering babies, relieving suffering, giving tall people high pose and short people low pose. You know, George might even discover a new germ.
Oh, Gracie.
Well, they discover new ones every day, like that germ that makes people drunk.
What germ makes people drunk?
Streptococci?
Gracie, George couldn't even be a witch doctor.
He could, too. You just bring him a sick witch. Well, I'll see you later, Blanche. I've got to get to the hospital.
May I help you?
Oh, how do you do? This is the largest hospital in town, isn't it?
Yes, this is the general hospital.
Well, I'd like to speak to the head man. Is the general in?
There's no general here.
Oh, well, then I'll speak to the private.
There's no private either.
There must be. His name is right on that door. Private ward.
Miss.
If he's busy, I'll talk to someone even lower. Lieutenant.
We have no military personnel here. Perhaps I could help you.
Well, I want to offer my husband services.
Is he a doctor?
Well, he's going to be. That's why I want him to work here.
I see. Has he taken medicine?
Tons of it.
Perhaps you'd better talk to Dr. Powell. He's the hospital superintendent. You'll find him in the experimental laboratory down the hall.
Thank you.
How's your experiment coming along, Dr. Powell?
Well, I've gone as far as I can, Dr. Reynolds. I've tested this serum on guinea pigs and monkeys, but I can't find a man to volunteer for a test.
Exactly. What will the serum do?
Well, if it works, you live to be 100.
And if it doesn't?
No one knows. That's why I can't get a volunteer. I've advertised in the paper. I've offered money. There doesn't seem to be any man brave enough to risk it.
Maybe you can find a condemned criminal who...
I'm in.
Dr. Powell?
Yeah?
I'd like to offer my husband services.
Ah, at last a volunteer.
You can use them, huh?
Oh, yes. Sit down and let's fill out these vital statistics. Name?
George Burns.
Sex? Oh, but I know what that is.
Well, you should. You're a doctor.
Yes. What's his height?
5'8", or 5'10" after a poker game.
5'10" after a poker game?
Well, he tiptoes in so I won't hear him.
I see. Weight?
Now, I'm not sure what it is now. Sometimes he weighs as little as 140 and sometimes as much as 170.
Well, I'll put it somewhere around the middle.
Oh, good. That's where he puts most of it.
Where was he born?
In New York. He was raised on Pitt Street.
I see. He grew up on the east side.
He's no freak. He grew up on both sides.
Yeah. Now, one question about his physical condition. Are his nerves steady?
I don't know. The rest of him wobbles quite a bit.
Well, I'll substitute another question. How long has he been married to you?
15 years.
Steady nerves. Mrs. Burns, send your husband right over. We'll be waiting for him.
Oh, all right. Just one thing, Doctor. Be sure to let him smell plenty of ether.
Well, I really prefer to give him some local anesthetic.
Well, I don't care where it's made. Just give him plenty of it.
Gracie, I just had to run by and see how your plan to make George a doctor is working out.
Oh, I thought you'd be anxious to hear about it, Blanche.
Oh, sure, I'm all ears.
Well, don't worry. When George is a doctor, he'll trim them down for you. And that won't be long now. I got him a job at the General Hospital so he can smell the ether.
What kind of a job?
Well, I don't know. It's in the experimental laboratory.
Well, gee, that's where they work with microbes and bacteria. I hope George doesn't bring any home.
Oh, Blanche, you know he wouldn't steal.
What will George say about this job?
Oh, I won't tell him about the job. I'll trick him into going to the hospital, and his instinct will do the rest.
Well, you better start tricking. Here he comes up the walk.
Now, watch how I handle him, Blanche.
Hello, dear.
Hello, George. Well, aren't you going to speak to Blanche?
Oh, sure.
That's nice. Well, as I was saying, Blanche, this doctor wanted George to sing at the General Hospital, and I said, well, doctor, he hasn't got time
Wait a minute. At the General Hospital? Sing? Me?
No, please, dear, I'm talking to Blanche. So I said, my husband is much too busy to sing at a hospital. Why
Hold it. Somebody wanted me to sing and you turned them down?
Yes. Yeah. Dr. Powell called from the General Hospital. He seems to think your singing would help the patient.
Well, he's right. I've been writing her a letter to Virginia where I met her. And now I feel better 'cause I know I'm going home.
You see, Gracie, a voice like mine is soothing. It eases pain. It's like a shot of morphine.
You're not kidding.
Who to morphine? When George gets to the hospital, they'll have a real dope.
Yeah, now, where'll I find this Dr. Powell?
Well, in the experimental laboratory.
Well, don't expect me back until late. I'll probably do about 8 or 9 of my routine. I'll see you later.
I'm writing her a letter.
Oh, you know, I hated to trick him, Blanche, but it's worth it. Someday he'll be a great surgeon.
That'll be the first time a ham ever did the carving.
Have you got my serum ready, Dr. Reynolds?
Yes, Dr. Powell.
Good. Mr. Burns should be here soon.
Gee, I can't understand why a married man would be willing to take such a risk.
I can. I talked to his wife.
Well, if he shows up, he's the bravest man I've ever seen. Why, this serum could...
Come in.
Dr. Powell?
Yes?
I'm George Burns. Understand you want me for a little routine.
Did you hear that, Dr. Reynolds? What a magnificent understatement. You're a brave man, Mr. Burns.
Well, I used to get nervous, but I'm an old hand at this. I've been through the mill.
Yes, you do look like you've been used frequently.
Yeah, I'm a veteran. I can do anything.
Well, I think you'll find today's job a little different.
That's right, Mr. Burns. You're taking the place of Powell's guinea pigs.
That's okay. I once took the place of Madame Burkhart's cockatoos. That's the time I laid an egg.
Say, you can do anything.
I whistle, too, you know.
Well, before we start, let's check your condition. Dr. Reynolds, would you take his pulse count?
Certainly. 1.
Do we have to bother with this? I'm raring to go.
Oh, we admire your spirit, Mr. Burns, but you must realize that you might die.
Not with my material.
Well, of course, we do have hope.
Hope? You better put me on ahead of him. He's tough to follow.
Oh, what a man, jesting at a time like this.
2.
By the way, Doctor, where do we do this at?
Oh, right here in the experimental laboratory. It's our largest room.
Good. I like a big audience.
Is it all right with you if all available doctors and nurses watch the performance?
Sure. Be glad to hand them a thrill.
I'm writing her a letter.
Mr. Burns.
To Virginia where I met her.
Mr. Burns.
And now I feel better 'cause I know I'm going home.
Mr. Burns, we can postpone this if you're in pain.
I feel great.
3.
3 already? I must be nervous. My pulse is fast today.
Hi, Gracie. So how come you're going in the hospital?
Oh, hello, Bill. I'm going in to visit George.
What's the matter with him?
Oh, he isn't a patient here. He's inside smelling the ether.
What for?
Well, I'm trying to get him out of radio.
Well, I won't do it. He's still in radio, and he's been smelling up the ether for years.
No. You don't understand. You see, George is meant to be a doctor, so I got him a job in the experimental laboratory. Come on in and see him.
Oh, okay, Gracie. I love to go into hospitals, you know. I always catch something.
You like that?
Well, sure. You ought to see the nurse I caught yesterday. But come on, let's go.
Just a moment. Where are you going?
Well, we're going to the experimental laboratory.
I'm sorry. They're about to conduct an experiment. You can't go in now.
But it's important.
I have strict orders. No one admitted to the laboratory but doctors and nurses.
Oh, did you hear that, Doctor?
Yeah. Yeah, come on, nurse.
Wait a minute. Are you a doctor?
Oh, sure. Dr. Goodwin, Hollywood's fastest operator.
Where do you operate?
Well, mostly in Griffith Park.
Griffith Park?
Yes, he does a lot of cutting up there. Come on, Doctor.
One moment, Mr. Goodwin. I've seen you around this hospital before. You were chasing one of our young nurses.
Oh, well, yes, I wanted to have a consultation with her.
That's ridiculous. The girl was just a beginner. She'd had no experience.
Oh, no? Then why did she run?
Yes.
Just a minute. I can't believe that he's a doctor. I doubt if he'd know a sore throat from a maternity case.
Oh, you're wrong. Maternity cases are his specialty. Well, just yesterday, he cured a man who had a very bad case of maternity.
Well, I tell you, what she means is that this expectant father was very nervous, you see. The poor guy was pacing the floor saying, will it be a boy or a girl? Will it be a boy or a girl? Then I walked out and handed him that little gift from heaven, and when he saw what it was, he cried, hallelujah, just what I wanted.
What was it?
A cup of Maxwell House coffee. I always give it to anxious fathers. There's nothing like a steaming, fragrant cup of delicious Maxwell House to set you right.
But what about the man's wife? What did she have?
Well, she had a cup of Maxwell House, too. Everybody gets it who's a patient of Dr. William Goodwin, MMB.
MMB?
Manizales, Medellin, Bucaramanga. You see, Maxwell House is a blend of choice Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to the peak of flavor perfection. Good to the last drop.
Mr. Goodwin, I've heard enough. You're not a doctor, and you can leave this hospital.
Oh, come on. Let us go into the experimental laboratory. We just want to see my husband, Mr. Burns.
Why, he's the man who's being experimented on. They're giving him a new serum. And if it works, he'll live to be 100 years old.
Oh, well, gee, no wonder they picked George. They won't have to wait long to see if it works. Well, I'll be running along, Gracie. Tell him hello for me.
But did you say they're experimenting on Mr. Burns?
Yes. Dr. Powell is making a guinea pig out of him.
Well, I've got to stop him. I don't want a husband who oinks.
I'm sorry, you can't disturb the experiment.
Well, Mr. Burns, we're just about ready to begin.
Swell.
How is his pulse count, Dr. Reynolds?
I'm still taking it. 7.
That will be enough. Our audience is assembled, so let's get started. Mr. Burns, will you remove your clothes?
That's not the kind of act I do, Doc. You should have gotten Gypsy Rose Lee.
Ah, what courage, joking right up to the last minute.
Mr. Burns, time is short. Take your clothes off.
Well, do I have to?
Yes.
Well, okay, if you insist, but shouldn't we save that for a sock finish? I can't top that with ain't misbehaving. What? Look, let me routine it for you, Doc. I'll open like this.
Ain't misbehaving all by myself. Ain't misbehaving. I'm happy on the show, babe.
Mr. Burns.
Gonna talk to
Mr.
Saving
Burns.
my love. Oh, baby, love for you. Really saving love for you. I know.
Well, then I'll go into my Frisco step. I brought my derby hat.
Mr. Burns, remove your clothes.
Well, okay, but at least give me a fan.
Mrs. Burns, I've explained that you cannot go into the experimental laboratory and interrupt Dr. Powell.
But it's my fault that my poor husband is in there. He doesn't know what he's getting into.
I have strict orders.
Oh, my my appendix. Quick, take me to Dr. Powell.
He won't remove your appendix.
He already did. I want it put back.
Oh, I'm sorry. That won't get you in.
No, huh? Oh, let me go in there, quick. I'm going to have a baby.
In the experimental laboratory?
Well, yes, this is my first one, and it's an experiment.
Mrs. Burns, it's no use.
Well, look, tell the doctor to give me the serum. I love George. I can't let anything happen to him. Let me take his place.
Bad, Dr. Powell.
Yes, a shame it didn't work out.
Well, don't let one failure discourage you.
I'll try again, Dr. Reynolds.
Oh, Dr. Powell.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Burns.
Is it over?
Yes, it's all over.
How is my husband?
Mrs. Burns, I hate to tell you this, but...
But what?
Your husband is as nutty as a fruitcake.
Did you give him the serum?
No, we couldn't catch him. He's in there running around with nothing on but a derby hat singing Ain't Misbehavin'.
Oh, my goodness. He is crazy. He looks awful in a derby hat. Oh, I better take him right home. Oh, good night, dear. Happy dreams. Oh. George, you're mad at me because I tried to make you a doctor.
Oh, how can I stay mad? You did offer to take my place when you found out the experiment was dangerous.
Well, sure, I love you.
Well, you wouldn't love me so much if I were a doctor. Their wives get no romance.
No burning kisses?
No, sir. Doctors don't have time for that. All a doctor's wife gets is a fast peck on the cheek.
Well, then I'm glad you're an entertainer. Good night, dear.
Good night.
George, kiss me again.
Okay.
Good night, Doctor.
Johnson Wax Program. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Company with Jim Jordan as Fibber, Donald Novis, the Four Notes, and Billy Mills Orchestra. And tonight, we're delighted to welcome to this program the listeners to 27 stations of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. We open the show tonight with A Shine on Your Shoe. Of real importance to any housewife. This is the week when millions of women are making their homes bright and attractive for Easter Day. If you're wise, you'll start with your floors. Give them new beauty with Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. You know, of course, how easy it is to apply Glow Coat. It takes only a few minutes to do a whole floor. You don't even have to soil your hands. No rubbing or buffing is necessary. Glow Coat dries in 20 minutes to a wonderful gleaming polish that everyone admires. Right now, there's a special sale on Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat and Johnson's Wax. Ask your dealer for the giant-size cans that give you 1/3 more for your money. A pint and 1/3, or a pound and 1/3 for the regular price of 1 pint or 1 pound. It will pay you to go to the store tomorrow morning and get a supply of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat in the money-saving giant-size cans. Contentment reign over the McGee menage today. Our hero has just had a good breakfast and is lingering over his second cup of coffee and the morning papers. And here in the dining room at 79 Wistful Vista, we find Fibber, Japers, Crapers, where'd you get those papers, McGee?
What's all this stuff about them college students swallowing live goldfish? Bet they're just trying to wiggle out of examinations. Well. Maurice Chevalier expected to make American comeback. Well, good for you, Maurice. You can do it, too, if you try hard and keep a stiff lower lip. Come in. Oh, hi, Harpo. Have a cup of coffee?
Did you make it?
Yep.
No, thanks. Say, I see you've got the morning papers. Did you read about that collector of antique furniture who's in town, Junius C. Fortgill?
No, what about him?
Well, I was just thinking. He's in town buying up old furniture, and I thought you might make a little dough. Your furniture's pretty old, isn't it?
Well, now, say it is at that. I wonder
Look at that old sofa of yours in the living room, and that four-poster bed you have upstairs. Didn't you tell me that Napoleon once slept on that bed?
Well, sure I did. That's what the dealer told me. Judging from the bumpy mattress that come with it, I'll bet Napoleon's horse slept on it, too. Say, I bet I can sell that guy some stuff at that.
Well, I thought you'd be interested. Of course, I don't know if your stuff is antique.
Oh, don't worry about that there, Harpo. By the time he gets here, it'll look antique. Sure you won't have a cup of coffee, Harpo?
No, thanks. It smells too strong for me.
Mm-hmm.
How do you make coffee, anyway?
Well, how does anybody make good coffee? I get a can of coffee, take the cover off, dump half the coffee out, and fill the can up with boiling water. Makes enough coffee for 8 or 10 days if you warm it up good.
Well, what do you do with the coffee you have left? Throw it out or use it for fly spray?
That's no good for that. I tried that, Harpo. It's no good for fly spray. It eats holes in the draperies. Well, thanks for tipping me off to Fothergill, Harpo. And say, if you're going past the hotel, you drop a hint to this antique collector Fothergill and guy and tell him I got a house full of antiques.
I'll do that, Fibber. I owe you a favor for not insisting that I have a cup of that sheep dip. So long, pal.
Well, now, let's see. Now, how can I make this furniture look antiquer than it is? Better scratch it up a little. Maybe shoot some wormholes into it with a shotgun. Boy, won't Molly be happy when she comes home and finds I got rid of all this old junk. That ain't Fothergill, folks, so we ain't built up enough suspense yet. Come in.
Hello there, Johnny. Want any fresh eggs today?
No, thanks, old-timer.
Hey?
I says, no, we don't want any eggs. Not on this show. We lay our own.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to the other feller, see, says, see where Jim Farley might run for vice president. That so, says t'other feller. Vice president ain't much of a job for a feller like Farley, is it? No, says the first feller. But if you start out as a mailman, you gotta expect to hold the bag. Sure you don't want any eggs, John? I fed one of my hens on violets this week, and she laid some nice purple ones for Easter.
No, thanks.
All righty.
She laid purple eggs for Easter. I wonder if she laid any for that old buzzard. He's got a face that would stop a cluck. What was I going to do? Oh, yes, I got to get this furniture ready. I'll bust the glass in that desk so it'll look a little older. That looks more antique. Tear the upholstery a little on this footstool. Yeah. Rip that right leg off this footstool. Oh, they cut down the old pine tree, and they hauled it away. Come in. Hello, Fibber. What are you doing? Oh, kicking the furniture around, Billy. There's an antique buyer in town, and I'm adding a few years to the life of all my stuff.
It looks battered enough now. Are you familiar with antiques?
Oh, yes, enough anyway. For instance, you see that love seat there? That's a genuine, authentic antique, William. That's the very love seat where Paul Revere proposed to Cleopatra.
Go on. Cleopatra was 1,000 years older than Paul Revere.
Oh, well, what difference does it make if they really loved each other? There's a lot of romance in a piece of furniture like that there, Billy. Can't you just imagine a young lover sitting there on pins and needlepoint?
Well, never mind that. How about hearing John Novus sing This Night?
Well, that'll be swell, Billy. Let him go ahead while I load my shotgun.
Your shotgun?
Yeah, I got to shoot a few wormholes in this furniture. That's a trick I learned from my grandfather with him. He was an antique dealer. Poor old guy.
What happened to him?
Oh, he tried to saw the legs off his old secretary, and she swore out a warrant. This night. Take it, Don.
This night was made for dreaming. This night was fashioned for you. This night my arms enfold you. My eyes have told you that I adore you. This night is filled with music. My heart will always love something for sweet remembrance. This night will be my
Nice going, Don. You can sing This Night for me any day.
Well, thanks, Fibber. But please don't point that shotgun at me.
Oh, don't worry about that shotgun. It ain't loaded. I was just going to show you.
Gee, that was wonderful, Fibber.
It was?
You knocked out the front window. What could you do with a loaded gun?
We all make mistakes.
Most people don't make more than one with a shotgun.
Oh, so you don't think I know anything about firearms, eh? I guess you didn't know I used to be a champion skeet shooter.
No, did you?
Well, sure I did. Well, I used to go out in the morning with my dog and gun and come back just loaded down with skeets. They was good eating, too. A little gamey, but good.
You ever try a clay pigeon with wild rice?
Now you're joshing me.
Well, what were you going to use the shotgun for anyway?
I'm going to shoot some wormholes in the furniture to make it look more antiquer. Sit down, Don, and watch me.
No, thanks. I've been allergic to shotguns ever since I was a kid and stole watermelon. The farmers used to fire rock salt at us.
Did you ever get hit?
Yes, once.
I thought so. They say the best way to tame a bird is to put salt on it. Oh, you going, Don?
Yeah, I gotta go. See you later.
Okay. Let's see now. I better start with the piano. I'll saw the top off that so it'll look like an old-fashioned melodeon. Oh, they cut down the old Steinway, which made it much harder to play. I'm going to have a fine bunch of antiques here very shortly. Now, if I can only get... What's that? That couldn't be Fothergill. He wouldn't be riding up on a horse. Or maybe he expects to jockey me on the price. Come in. Well, for goodness sakes, a Royal Canadian Mounted Policeman. What you want, tall, dark, and handsome?
Are you Fibber McGee, sir?
Yes, I am, Bud. But what's he
Well, I'm Sergeant Wilcox, sir, of the Mounted.
Oh.
Just rode down to welcome you to the Canadian network tonight.
Oh, thanks.
Hands across the border and all that sort of thing, you know?
Well, thanks, Sergeant. It's nice to know there's two countries who can reach their hands across the border without shaking their fists at each other. Certainly appreciate your coming in.
Well, I'm delighted, sir. And may I ask what you're doing with a saw and hammer?
I'm antiquing some furniture, Bud. Getting ready to sell some old stuff to a collector.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting lot of stuff. Say, those old manuscripts on the desk there should be worth a lot. May I see them? Why, a collection of old jokes, isn't it? Imagine anyone laughing at those old quips.
Hey, put that down, Bud. That's our next week's program.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
You familiar with our show up there, Sergeant?
Oh, yes. Splendid product you have, too, old man.
Okay.
So it makes hard work for us policemen.
Well, how can that be? Johnson's wax makes work a lot easier.
No, not for us. Why, just last month, I trailed a criminal for 300 miles. Just as I was closing in on him, he walked through a house in Saskatchewan and disappeared.
Disappeared in Saskatchewan?
Yes. The owners of the house had used Johnson's wax, and we couldn't find a single fingerprint on the furniture or woodwork or a single footprint on the floor.
Well, I suppose you heard about the special limited offer Johnson's Wax has on sale now. A giant-sized can, taster liquid with an extra third free.
No, but I'll speak to Inspector McTavish about it. He's a rare one for a bargain.
Inspector McTavish, eh? Wonder if he's the same one I worked with when I was a mounted policeman up there.
Oh, were you a Mountie?
Was I? You mean to say you never heard of me up there?
Yeah.
Why, shucks, Sergeant. I was once known from Vancouver to Quebec for my capers up there. Canadian Capers McGee, I was known as in them days. Canadian Capers McGee, the coolest, cleverest, crimson-coated cop who ever crept carefully through the keen, cutting cold to capture a crook, continually cantering across country to crack a conspiracy or keep constant control of criminals coming into Canada, and the condemnedest, craftiest constable from Columbia's colossal trees to the colorful caverns of Lake Louise. Yes, sir, and the way I used to run out of the barracks and leap onto the back of my horse for my dead run was something to see. Hey, you got your horse outside there?
Yes, sir. Tethered to the porch, sir.
Well, open the door and I'll show you how I used to leap into the saddle.
Well, I'd like to see it, sir.
Well, here I go. Watch this.
Oh, good heavens. What happened, sir?
Oh, what do you mean, what happened? There ain't no horse out there.
Oh, no, sir, not out there. I tied the animal to the back porch.
Oh, dear.
Sorry you misunderstood. Well, I must be going now, sir. Welcome to Canada, old man.
Oh.
Cheerio.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. First time I ever been saddle sore without even being on a horse. Well, I better get busy before old Fothergill comes to look at my antique. Oh, they cut down the old pine tree and they hauled it away to the mills. Say, this stuff is beginning to look like something. Maybe I better check up and see if old Fothergill is really coming over here before I batter up any more of this stuff. Call him up. Hello, operator. Give me the commercial house. I want to... Oh, is that you, Mert? Hi, Mert. Fibber McGee. How's everything, Mert? Say, I seen your brother on the street this morning. Yeah, he sure looked proud in that new sweater of his with the big HC on it. Where's he going to school, Mert? Harvard College? Huh? Oh, House of Correction. Say, give me the commercial house, will you, Mert? Thanks. Oh, they chopped down the old pine tree and hauled it away. Hello? Commercial house? Let me talk to Mr. Junius P. Fothergill, will you? He's gone out where? To see a man named McGee. Uh-oh. Well, never mind. Oh, boy, he's on his way. Hot dog. Come in, Fothergill.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. McGee?
Hi, Uppy. I mistook you for an antique collector. A guy named Junius P. Fothergill. I expect him over here any minute.
Oh, really? Well, now, that's exactly what I wanted to see you about, Mr. McGee. You see, I'm selling him a few pieces of my own collection. You know, the Uppington family is simply full of antiques.
Uppy, you just issued an engraved invitation to a wise crack there, but I ain't got the heart. Did you come over here to tell me about Fothergill?
Oh, no, Miss McGee. You remember that footstool you borrowed from me last week?
The footstool? Oh, yes, the footstool. Shucks, I kind of forgot that was yours, Uppy.
Oh, my relative.
Yes,
Oh, good heavens, Mr. McGee. Why, you've ruined it. And that's been an Uppington heirloom for generations.
Oh.
Why, there hasn't been a heel in our family that hasn't rested on that footstool. Really, Mr. McGee, how could you?
Oh, it wasn't hard. I just took the hammer and went to it. But you just leave it to me, Uppy. I'll sell it for you for a lot more than you could.
Oh, dear. Well, all right. I don't mean to be a silly girl about it, Mr. McGee, but I do hope you know what you're doing.
You trust me, Uppy. I know my antiques. For instance, you see that little wooden clock up on the wall there?
Oh, yes. Cuckoo, isn't it?
Little, but it's cute. My great-great-grandfather made that clock, Uppy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was always tinkering with clocks. Made one for a friend of his once, a barber, and put a little hen into it instead of a cuckoo. And every morning the little door would fly open and the little hen would pop out and say, cut, 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 cut. And the barber would get up and go to work.
Well, now, that's very interesting. But do you think Mr. Fothergill will be...
Quiet, Effie. I want to hear how that cuckoo clock sounds. It's going to strike. Cuckoo. 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 Well, imagine that. Wasn't that clever, Grandpa? He put a quartet in it. What you going to sing, kids? The Cuckoo and the Clock. Okay, give it the works.
Parlor was the only sound. Tick-tock on the mantel, nothing else around. Boy and girl were supposed to make a scene. Never dreamt that they had company. There they were, he was baby talking her, and the cuckoo and the clock went cuckoo. Every 15 minutes he flew. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. See a pal, said the fella to the gal. The cuckoo and the clock went cuckoo. I believe they're starting to woo. Woo, 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 woo. They didn't know that everything they said was overheard. They didn't hear that little birdie giving them the bird. So he said with a sigh, who's your little cuckoo pie? The cuckoo and the clock went cuckoo. So I'm just a little cuckoo. I'm not as cuckoo as you. Then he closed the door and went through. The birdie cuckoo. The birdie cuckoo. Every 15 minutes he crews. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. I believe they're starting to woo. Woo, 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 woo. They didn't know everything they said was overheard. They didn't hear that little birdie giving them the bird. He said with a sigh, who's your peachy pie? The cuckoo and the clock went cuckoo. So I'm a little cuckoo. I'm not as cuckoo as you. Yeah, he closed the door. We're through cuckoo. Cuckoo. Cuckoo night.
Well, that was great, Four Notes. Remind me to give you a little extra birdseed this week. Well, I guess I better get back to work. Oh, I cut down the coffee table to make it as old as I was able. Oh, I cut... Better hide these tools. Come in.
Oh, hello there, Fizzer. Why is your face being so full of perspiration?
I've been working, Nick. I've been aging my furniture. Going to sell it to a big antique collector.
I don't mean to tell you.
Yeah, I've been kind of doctoring it up so it'll look older.
Well, for script's sake, would you be guilty of deceiving an appearance for the sakes of making a profit, Fizzer?
Why, certainly, wouldn't you?
Sure, every time.
Incidentally, Nick, have you got any antiques? Any period furniture?
Period furniture? Oh, sure. We're having a little stuffed over Sioux City, that is.
A little what?
A little stuffed over Sioux City.
Stuffed over Sioux City? Oh, you mean an overstuffed Davenport. Stuffed over Sioux City.
Sure. Well, I stand connected. I knew it as being someplace in Iowa, but this little stuffed over Davenport is being a nice thing, Fizzer. It has got upholstery with polka dots all over it. There is being enough periods in that one piece of the furniture to make a great...
No. By period furniture, Nick, we mean, like William and Mary, and Hepplewhite and Colonial and early Americans, Louis the 14th and all stuff like that there.
Oh, but I think that is all being a lot of saucy apples, Fizzer. If a chair is being a good place to sit on, what difference is it making whether it is William and Marion, early colloquial, Heppelpuss, or lousy the 14th?
I'm afraid you just don't appreciate nice things, Nick.
Yes, it would be a nice thing if I appreciated nice things, but I haven't, so I don't. But speaking of her furniture, it is like I was saying to Mrs. Depopolis last night, when she is saying she would like to go downtown and buy a new ornamental rug.
Oriental.
Why not? Anyway, when she is saying that to me, I'm saying, listen, Mrs. Depopolis, I'm saying, while she is having the radio on very loud and listening to the Lone Rangefinder. Listen, Mrs. Depopolis, I'm saying, and then she is turning the radios to hear Robert Cray.
Robert Cray? Oh, you mean Bob Hope.
Sure. Oh, well, Hope and Pray, what is the difference?
Well, what did you tell Mrs. Depopolis about buying the Oriental rug?
Nothing. Just then she's getting some pretty music by the Philadelphia Symphony Orchestra. And he's marking me to be quiet with the rolling pin. So I guess I know when I'm well off to the drugstore to buy me some cigars. Well, so long, Caesar. Don't forget to come and see us sometime. Anytime you're dropping in, pass by.
Well, I guess I'm just about all set for old Fothergill. I'll take one more whack at that easy chair. Uh-oh. I bet that's him. Come in.
How do you do? Do you need any socks?
Not now, sis. The show's nearly over. We could have used some in the first 20 minutes.
Well, you don't understand. I represent the Wilkie Silky Socky Corporation, and I'm taking orders for our new spring line. May I show you some samples?
No, thanks, sis. I go barefoot starting 1st of May.
Well, don't stub your toe, Junior.
Yeah. Wilkie Silky Socky Corporation. I should have told her I represented the Johnsy Wansy Waxy Company. Oh, I better get these splinters picked up before Fothergill gets here. I'll have to take up a collection to buy our sound effect man some new knuckles. Come in.
Good day, sir. Mr. McGee, I believe.
You betcha, Bud. You the gentleman who wanted to look at the furniture?
Yes, I am. How did you know?
Oh, I've been expecting you. Have a cigar?
Thank you. I have one.
You got two? Thanks.
They tell me you have a very valuable collection of antiques here, Mr. McGee.
Oh, I have. Very valuable.
What would you estimate its value, Mr. McGee?
Oh, I don't know, Bud. Aside from the sentimental value, I'd say it was worth at least, well, in the neighborhood of, roughly speaking, about, well, at a guess, somewhere near... Well, what would you say?
Well, I'd much rather you put your own price on it, McGee.
You would? Oh, that's swell. Well, now you take that desk there. I'd say about $3,000 for that one piece.
$3,000? Is that all?
Is it? Well, that's without the drawers, of course. With the drawers, I'd say $5,000. Now, how about that footstool, Bud? That's interesting, ain't it?
Oh, yes, it certainly is very interesting. Fairly modern, isn't it?
Oh, no, that's a genuine Uppington. I know the Uppington family personally. Remember the old furniture designers, Uppington, Downworthy, and Roundweather? Their trademark was up, down, and around. That footstool is worth at least $2,000, Bud.
Is that so? Well, that seems like a fair price.
It does? Well, what do you think of the rest of the stuff, Bud?
Well, frankly, I don't know when I've seen such a motley collection of furniture.
I guess you know your stuff, Bud. There ain't a piece in the lot that ain't a genuine motley.
Yeah, that's very good. Or is it? Now, what value would you place on the entire lot, McGee?
Oh, the whole mess, eh? Well, frankly, Bud, I'm making the estimate low on account of you seem to be a nice guy. Let's make it a fair and square $20,000. No, $25,000. That's it. That's my final figure.
That's very fair. I'll settle for $25,000.
Done. We better close the deal quick because this stuff is getting more antique every minute.
Yes. Deal? What deal?
Well, you're buying this stuff, ain't you?
Buying it? Why, no. Who do you think I am?
Ain't you Fothergill, the antique collector?
No, I'm Wallaby, the tax assessor.
The tax one? Oh, God.
We'll be back in just a moment. We know that all you women are thinking about spring house cleaning, so it's a good time to remind you again of the special sale of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Blow Coat in giant-sized cans that give you 1/3 more for your money. It's important that you make your home clean and attractive for spring, and that you protect your prized possessions from dirt and wear. Remember, it's very much to your advantage to buy Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Blow Coat now, while you can get the special giant-sized cans that contain 1 1/4 or 1 1/3 pounds, and yet cost no more than the regular pint or pound sizes. Now, if you can't go to your dealers, phone him in the morning and ask for the money-saving giant-sized cans of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Blow Coat. When the present supply of these giant cans is exhausted, there won't be any more, and we don't want you to be disappointed.
Wilcox has already welcomed our new listeners tonight on the Canadian network, and I want to extend the welcome on behalf of our little company and myself. We hope our northern neighbors will enjoy our shows and will join us each Tuesday night from now on. Incidentally, our next week's broadcast is our 200th program for Johnson's Wax, and we're happy to announce that we'll have another visit from our old friend, Zazu Pitts. Good night, folks.
Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Racine, Wisconsin, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program. Everyone, the makers of Johnson's Wax present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show with a new tune from the picture Swing Time, Mr. Bojangles of Harlem. Before we go on with the show, I want to remind you that now is the time to make your floors and linoleum beautiful as new with Johnson's Glow Coat. Until you've actually tried this remarkable no-rubbing floor polish, you can't possibly know how easy it is to apply. You merely spread Glow Coat lightly over the linoleum or floor with a soft cloth or the special Glow Coat applier. You don't have to bear down or rub it in. Glow Coat dries in 20 minutes to a beautiful polish that sheds dirt and dust and saves you hours of cleaning time. No matter how dull and dingy your linoleum looks now, Glow Coat will quickly change it to a bright, shining surface. Glow Coat is made by the makers of Johnson's Wax. Look for the attractive yellow can with the lettering GLO-COAT. Johnson's Glow Coat. Well, Fibber McGee's sporting blood pressure has gone up to the point where nothing will satisfy him but a visit to the racetrack. Molly has very reluctantly consented to come along. So here, standing in front of the grandstand at the gorgeous Wistful Vista Racetrack upside down, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
Ain't you glad you come out now, Molly? Oh, this is a beautiful track. Look at the nice park in the middle there. And look at the swans in the lagoon.
Yeah. And look at the geese in the grandstand.
Why don't you go to the stables and take a gander at the goats?
Who are you, brother?
I'm an ex-jockey, mister. And I've got some swell inside tips, too.
You an ex-jockey? Why, you must weigh about 300.
You must have been an elephant jockey with Barnum.
Listen, mister. I've got a natural in the next race. Right from the feed box.
Go away and let us lead our own lives.
Yeah. We already had 3 tips right from the feed box, and none of them could have been fodder from the truth. Don't you get it, Molly? I said,
ain't funny, McGee.
Okay. What you got in the next race that's so hot, Bud?
Hey, Mama Dion to place.
Mama Dion. She's a famous mother.
Run. Yeah, run along, Bud. We don't need no help picking our horses.
Okay. But you'll be sorry. I had 5 winners yesterday.
Yeah, that's when you guys always have them. Yesterday. You're no prophet. You're a historian.
All right. If you know so much...
I wonder if he really did have some inside information, McGee.
Go on, Molly. He couldn't get inside information with an X-ray.
The horses are on the track. The mutuals will close in about 5 minutes.
Have you got a horse you want to play in this race, McGee?
Well, I kind of like this horse, Leather Mignon.
Leather Mignon?
She's a tough little filly. The way I bet, Molly, I follow the form.
Yes.
I figure on how the nag's been running lately,
yes,
how much the jockey weighs,
yes,
whether the horse is wearing blinkers or not,
yes,
the condition of the track, and how many hay burners there are in the race.
Yes.
Then I look at the odds to see how it stands in the betting. And then I pull out my money.
Yes.
And buy myself a hot dog. I love horses.
Look now, McGee, here at these next 2 races, I'd like to bet Boo in the 4th and Prancey in the 5th. A man over there told me it was a good parlay.
I see. You're going to parlay Boo and Francais.
Oui.
Won't you walk into my parlay, said the spider to the chump.
He gave me soldering iron for a hot tip, too.
The horses are at the post. The mutuals will close in 1 minute.
Incidentally, McGee, just what is a parlay?
Well, ain't that a woman for you? She's going to play a parlay because she heard somebody talking about it, and she wants to know what it is. You kill me, Molly.
That's an idea, but wait till after this race.
Well, I'll tell you what a parlay is. You have a friend, see, and he tells you to play a horse in the first race, and that horse wins. Then he tells you about a horse in the second race. So you take what you win on the first race and bet it on the second race. That's a parlay.
That's just what I thought it was. But what if you don't win on the first race?
Then it's partly your fault and partly your friend's fault.
The horses are at the post. My mistake. That's Ted Ween's orchestra. And they're off.
Upside down. Fibber didn't have so much luck in the last race. We find Molly trying to console him.
Oh, maybe he'll have better luck in the next race, McGee.
Oh, come on. Let's hunt up a hot dog.
The results of the last race are official.
Say, how can they be sure which horse wins when it's a close finish, McGee?
See that little coop up there, Molly?
Yes.
On top of the grandstand? You know what that is?
Sure, that's a pigeon coop. So they can send a message to the horses you bet on.
No. That's a camera house. That's the eye in the sky. They take a picture of every finish that's in doubt.
Well, there's no doubt about the finish on your car when you protect it with Johnson's Auto Wax.
Hey, Harpo.
Yes?
Do I look like a horse?
Well, let me see. Well, no, not very much.
Quit riding me then.
Oh.
Now, here we are, Molly. 2 hot dogs, sis.
Yes, sir. Here you are, sir. There's mustard in the bowl.
Okay. How much?
70 cents. 35 apiece.
Heavenly
Give me some ketchup.
McGee, don't be like that. When in Rome, do as the Romans do.
It's okay. I wouldn't mind being rimmed by a Roman, but I hate to get tricked at the track. Here you are, sis. 70 cents. Who pays your next year's rent?
No, forget it, McGee. Oh. We come out here for fun, didn't we?
Sure we did. I was just wondering who figures the odds on the concessions out here.
Begging your pardon, lad, but will you move over and let me at the mustard?
Oh, excuse me, Scotty. I didn't see you buy a hot dog.
No, and you won't either, lad. I brought my own sandwiches. Hand me a paper napkin, please, lass.
Well, of all the nerve. Here.
Thank you.
You didn't bring your own horse and jockey, too, did you, mister?
No, but I'm a winner on the last race.
Yeah? What horse, Scotty?
I had Fan Dancer to show. She paid $2.80.
Well, even so, you made 80 cents.
No, lass, 8 cents.
8 cents? But it paid 80 cents on a $2 ticket.
Aye, but there were 10 of us in on it.
Oh.
They're troubling you for a glass of water, lass. Okay. The mustard makes me very...
Heavenly days. Can you imagine that?
Well, I suppose it takes a close race to win a close race. I'll see the lineup for the next one, Molly.
Here. I picked Rabbit Hound to win.
Can't play him, Molly. Rabbit Hound was scratched this morning.
Well, I thought maybe he'd be healed up enough to run by now.
When a horse is scratched, they take him out of the race.
For a little thing like that?
Like what?
Like being scratched.
That's Molly, they don't take a horse out because he's scratched. I mean, they do, of course, but it isn't on account of... Well, that is... When a horse... You hear that, Molly? She's got business. Cute, ain't she? What's the business, sis?
Listen, mister.
Yeah?
I got a good one in the next race for an ice cream cone, I bet you. Now, listen. Can we do business?
No, I don't believe so, but here's a nickel for your ice cream cone anyway.
Oh, I guess you don't know much about racetracks, mister.
Huh?
Ice cream cones cost 2 bits around here.
Oh. Okay, here's a quarter.
Thanks, mister. Just for that, you better get on tiddlywinks in the next race.
What makes you think so, sis?
Well, the boy that rides him told his sister, and she borrowed my doll buggy this morning, and she gave me the tip, I bet you.
Oh, I see.
And see, here's another, mister.
What's that?
Play Elmo Tanner to place in this next number. So long, mister.
No wonder millions of housekeepers are so enthusiastic about Johnson's Glow Coat. This easy-to-use, no-rubbing floor polish dries in 20 minutes to a beautiful polish, without rubbing or buffing. Glow Coat keeps linoleum and floors sparkling and clean, seals the cracks and pores so dirt can't penetrate. Soiled spots can be quickly wiped off the shining surface. Use Glow Coat tomorrow on your kitchen linoleum and see what a difference it will make in the looks of the whole room. And then, as time goes by, you'll find how easy your cleaning work will be. Johnson's Glow Coat gives brighter luster, longer wear. And by the way, you save money by ordering Glow Coat in the larger sizes. Well, it's almost time for the next race. And while Fibber is scientifically figuring the odds and calculating past performances, Molly is praying for a good hunch. In other words, Fibber is doping and Molly is hoping.
You know, McGee, I still wonder if I hadn't ought to put something on alarm clock.
Oh, go on, Molly. Why, that horse is so nearly ready for the glue factory, he sticks to the track.
Well, don't you even think he might show?
The only thing he could show is a set of wobbly footprints. Lay off alarm clock now, Molly. I'm telling you, and I know my horses. Well, I mind the time I had me a small stable down in New Orleans.
Oh.
Small, but good. I had me the sweetest little string of thoroughbreds you ever waved the eyelash at. I was trainer, manager, jockey, veterinarian, and everything else. Turf Topper McGee, I was known as in them days.
Oh.
Turf Topper McGee, the Titanic trainer of trotters and tireless teacher of track tactics. Why, I mind the time, Molly, when my best horse was a little mare named... let's see now, what was that mare's name again?
LaGuardia?
I says mare, not mayor.
Hurry up. I want to place a bet to get even.
What do you like in this race?
Oh, I'm going to bet on alarm clock.
I think maybe you're right.
Do you hear that, McGee?
Huh?
Did you hear that? I'll bet that alarm clock will win hands down.
No, sir. That nag hasn't got a chance, I'm telling you, Molly. Now, I got a horse...
The horse is all on the track.
Come on, Molly, let's go down to the stables a minute. Maybe I can check up on my bet before I lay the dough down.
All right, but who's the horse?
It's a little mare named Lily. She's in the field. From the dope sheet, she's all set to win and win big. She ain't been worked hard lately.
Lily of the field.
Yep.
She toils not, neither does she win.
Well, the odds on her ought to be kind of... Oh, hi there, bud. Oh, I see you got on an owner's badge.
Yes, my little horse fellas. I am an owner, sir. Horatio K. Boomer. Colonel Boomer to you, sir. One of the old Kentucky Boomers.
Well, how do you do, I'm sure?
I'm Fibber McGee, Colonel.
One of the old Peoria lower-end McGee.
Yes. Very glad to meet you. Sorry you weren't here a moment ago. Had a fine chance to make you a lot of money. Not interested in money myself.
Oh, you're not?
No, my little nag-wag, I'm not. Colonel Boomer is only interested in improving the breed of horse flesh. The Boomers have always been racing men. Racing here, racing there, just one jump ahead.
What was that big chance to make dough, bud?
Oh, it was just a little personal matter. Just a chance to clean up a fortune is all. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my...
Hey, wait a minute, Colonel. Hey, what's he talking about?
Oh, just a trifle. You see, I have a little filly out there on the
The horses are nearing the post. The mutuals will close in about 3 minutes.
Ah, yes, 3 minutes. Too late.
Too late for what?
Well, now that you insist, my little mutual friends, I'll tell you. My little filly out there is due to win this race, and the odds are 100 to 1 on her. Didn't get a chance to bet myself. Left my checkbook at my hotel.
Hot dog, you hear that, Molly? 100 to 1. We ought to get something down on that.
Oh, it seems like taking advantage of the Colonel, McGee.
Oh, not at all. Very glad to give you the information. Sorry I'm in such temporary financial straits myself. I'm very sorry.
Oh, so am I, bud. Ooh. 100 to 1.
McGee, why don't you lend the Colonel some money and let him bet, too?
Oh, no. Thank you, my dear. No, thank you. I couldn't think of it. No, impossible, Perfect strangers, But if you insist, I would accept a small loan. Be very glad to give you my note, of course. Yes, of course.
How much you got with you, Molly?
$18. Here it is.
Thanks. Let's see, I got about, 32. That makes 50. Suppose I put down 25 for you and 25 for us, Colonel. At 100 to 1, that'll be something.
Well, sir, I take that very kindly of you, sir. Yes. But let me give you my note. Now, let me see. Where's my 24-karat solid gold fountain pen? Must have left that at the hotel, too. Well, here's a short pencil. Let me see now. I owe you $25. Horatio K. Boomer. There you are, my boy. Hurry and make your bet.
And may the best horse win.
No. Let our horse win, madam.
Okay, Colonel. See you later. We got to hurry to make that... Hey, Colonel. By the way, what's that horse's name?
Oh, yes, My Baby.
My Baby.
My Baby on the nose, my friend. We can't lose. Or I can't anyway, yes.
My Baby.
The horses are nearing the post.
My Baby on the nose. Come on, Molly. My Baby on the nose. We got to get this bet down before the window closes. Here you are. A $50 ticket on My Baby's nose, Bud.
Okay. There you are, mister. $50 on My Baby to win.
Good, My Baby. Now let's go and watch her come in, Molly.
Oh, dear, and I haven't even a dime left to play my hunch.
Oh, never mind the hunches, Molly. This is the real stuff. Oh, boy, 100 to 1. We ought to clear a couple of thousand apiece on this.
Oh, I know, but I've got a feeling, McGee, that alarm clock might have been.
The horses are at the post.
McGee.
What?
McGee, what if we should lose?
Go on. We can't lose. Didn't the colonel say it was in the bag? My Baby.
Hello.
Come on, My Baby. My Baby. My Baby.
They're off to a good start. Straight car is on the outside.
Come on, My Baby.
Alarm clock trailing by 4 lengths.
Come on, My Baby.
My Baby creeping along in the bunch.
Come on, My Baby.
Now they're on the far turn. Now My Baby is crawling up.
Hot dog, Molly. We're in. Look at My Baby run.
And at the 3/4.
Come on, My Baby.
Alarm clock is coming up.
Where's My Baby? Where's My Baby?
Here I am, McGee. Here
No.
I am.
Oh, the other horse.
What?
The horse. Where's My Baby?
Oh, dear, I can't see. There's so much dust.
They're in the stretch. And alarm clock is coming up on the outside.
Come on, My Baby.
They're nearing a finish.
Where's My Baby?
Streetcar slowing down.
Come on, My Baby.
And alarm clock wins by half a length. It's alarm clock. Jaywalker is second. And streetcar is third.
Heavenly days, McGee. Where's that Colonel Boomer that gave us the bum tip?
Yes, the dirty little... Oh, there he goes, sneaking through the crowd there.
Hey, Colonel Boomer. Where's My Baby?
Yeah.
Yes, just what I was asking myself. Haven't the slightest idea what happened.
Well, I have. We're busted.
I can't imagine what happened to My Baby. Ah, here she comes. Off that horse, boy. Put that blanket on her. Don't want her to catch cold.
Do you think she could?
There, My Baby. You tried, all right. You tried. Yes, yes. Oh, well. We can't always win, you know.
What do you mean, always?
Yes, and how about our $25?
Yeah, Bud, what you going to do about that?
Well, there's only one thing to do for the honor of the Kentucky Boomers, sir.
Sure, give us our $25.
No, I'll give you the horse.
Horse?
Heavenly days. We don't want your horse.
Hey, what's the idea, Boomer?
Here you are. Take good care of her. It breaks my heart to see her go, but needs must when the devil's run.
Hey, come back here. You can't do that.
We don't want this horse.
Well, looks like we bought us a horse, Molly.
Yes, and what are we going to do with the horse?
What are we going to do with him? We'll take him home. Maybe we can sell him to the fire department.
Heavenly days. Well, come on, McGee. We'll have to walk home.
Come on, My Baby. Let's go.
Well, how far is it to town, McGee?
Only 8 miles.
8 miles. McGee.
What say, Molly?
Step back alongside of the horse, McGee.
Oh, there, My Baby. Like this, Molly?
Back farther.
Like this?
No, back farther.
Here?
There. My. A remarkable resemblance.
Linoleum floors are very fashionable these days. The colors add brightness to any room. And if you know how to take care of linoleum floors, you can keep them looking like new with practically no effort. Here's the secret. Protect your linoleum at once with Johnson's Glow Coat. This easy-to-use...
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levin. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, the good word for all you thrifty women who are looking for ways to cut food bills. The product called Kraft Dinner is just your dish. For Kraft Dinner gives you the economical way, the quick way to make delicious macaroni and cheese, drenched with cheese goodness. With Kraft Dinner, you make fluffy, tender macaroni, drenched with cheese goodness in just 7 minutes cooking time. You see, every Kraft Dinner package contains a special quick cooking macaroni and an envelope of Kraft grated, so you can sprinkle in cheese goodness in a jiffy. Won't you try this economical, delicious macaroni and cheese tomorrow? A main dish ready in 7 minutes is a big help on wash day. Tomorrow morning, ask your dealer for a package of Kraft Dinner. For the past few days, our friend Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve has been the victim of a baffling attack of the sneezes, and so far he hasn't found out the cause. Could it be some allergy, or is his mustache starting to back up on him? Come on, let's visit the great Gildersleeve and find out. And as I was saying, Marjorie, every time
Gesundheit.
Don't mention it.
Every time you what, Uncle Mort?
Every time a button pops off my vest.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, you bet. I'm on my 4th vest now.
Yeah, and that last sneeze broke your shoelaces.
Yeah? Oh, well, I've got to find some way of stopping this sneezing before I blow my brains out. Oh, I didn't do it that time.
Gesundheit.
Yeah, well, you don't have to mention it.
No, Uncle Mort, I really think you should see a doctor. Now, this may be something serious. Sure, whatever it is, it's nothing to be sneezed at.
Then why am I sneezing?
Oh, there must be something you're allergic to.
Yeah, I know it. I'm allergic to sneezing.
No, Uncle, something else is wrong. Now, why don't you go right downtown and see Dr. DePeister?
Yeah, who in the name of the Mayo brothers is Dr. DePeister?
Well, I understand he's wonderful. Allergies are his specialty.
Oh, you mean he's an anti-sneeze man?
Yes. Florence Foreman told me he cured her. Found she was allergic to gasoline, so she sold her car.
Wasn't that a little drastic?
Oh, no. After she got Dr. DePeister's bill, she had to anyway.
Well, I hate to blow in a lot of money on my nose, Marjorie.
Excuse me, Miss Margaret, I was just making up your room. And you know that little kitty of yours?
Ah, you mean my itty-bitty pitty kitty?
Itty-bitty, oh, for corn's sake.
What's he been up to now, Bertie?
It's that sweater you made for that ensign in the Navy on account of he gave you that pussycat.
Don't tell me you found that.
Yes, sir. The kitten got into knitting.
Oh, that's a shame, Marjorie.
What did he try to do? Pull the wool over his eyes?
Yep.
Yeah, and on him it don't look good.
Oh, dear. Did he do much damage, Bertie?
Just looky here. I brought the sweater in.
What sweater? That thing is more snarls than a cage full of tigers. Why, it's...
It's what, Unc?
It's
Gee, Unc, that one made the windows rattle.
The windows, eh? Good. I thought it was my teeth.
Really, Uncle Mort, you must go downtown and see Dr. DePeister.
Oh, nonsense, Marjorie. Why should I let a trivial... Well, maybe someday... Come on, what are we waiting for? Where is that doctor? But, Marjorie, I haven't sneezed once since we left home. Just my luck. When the doctor asks me how I do it, I won't be able to show him.
Oh, now sit down, Uncle. Relax and look at a magazine.
Magazine? Oh, all right.
There's an article in the National Geographic for May 1916 I never did finish.
Uncle, you won't find that here.
Why not? This is a doctor's office, isn't it?
Yes, but this is a young doctor.
Makes no difference, my dear. When a boy decides on a medical career, what's the first thing he does?
I don't know. What?
He starts saving magazines. That's one of the reasons he has to be an intern so long. Just to age his National Geographic.
Oh, Uncle. Why do they always have the National Geographic?
Well, it's all about faraway places. Anybody who sits in a doctor's office would rather be someplace far away.
Oh, excuse me. Are you Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes?
Well, the doctor will see you now. This way, please.
Yeah, what's he so cheerful about? The way she chirped, she'd make Florence Nightingale sound like a mudlark.
Now, you go right ahead, Uncle Mort.
Well, all right, my dear, but I'm feeling dandy now.
Oh, this is Mr. Gildersleeve, Doctor.
How do you do, Gildersleeve? Gildersleeve. Any relation to Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve?
Oh, yes, that's me.
Oh, it is. Well, now, where'd I hear that name before?
I phoned you an hour ago.
That's where I heard it. I never forget a face. What seems to be your trouble?
Sneezing.
Oh, you're having trouble sneezing?
Oh, no, I'm not having trouble sneezing. I'm having trouble sneezing. For the past 4 or 5 days, that's all I've been doing.
Yeah, monotonous, isn't it?
Yes, I'm starting to get a permanent wave in my nose. Every morning I get up and sneeze all the cornflakes out of my bowl.
I know what to cure that.
What was that?
I say I know what to cure that.
What?
Oatmeal.
Yeah.
Well, you'd better remove your clothes, please. And while you're doing that, I'll ask you a few questions.
Yeah?
Does anything you eat make your eyes water?
Yeah, raw onions.
Any food cause violent sneezing?
Well, black pepper does.
Any favorite dish that causes spots to appear on you?
Oh, yes, I get spots from soft-boiled eggs.
From eggs? Where?
On my necktie. But really, Doctor, I wish you could see me sneeze. My eyes pop out so far it looks like I'm going to expel the pupils.
That's interesting. Suppose you show me how you do it.
I can't. I haven't sneezed once since I left home.
Most interesting. Eliminates one type of allergy that's very difficult to cure.
What's that?
The auto-infectious variety, when a person's allergic to himself.
Oh, well, I couldn't have that. I like me.
Yes. Your trouble seems to be localized somewhere at home. That makes the problem much simpler.
Oh, of course. All I have to do is move. Well, goodbye, Doc.
1 second, please. We'll never find the trouble by moving away from it.
I don't want to find it. I just want to lose it.
Then we must conduct a series of tests. And I believe the best place to do that is in your home.
Oh.
Shouldn't take us long to locate the trouble, not more than a year.
Yes, just a year?
Yes, if we're lucky. And now let me listen to your heart quietly.
Yeah, okay.
You must have a heart of oak. I'd better listen again. Most interesting.
Excuse me, Doctor, but somebody's at the door.
Oh, I see. What is it?
It's time to take your pills, Doctor.
No, I won't. I hate pills. Go away.
By the way, Doctor, how much is this going to cost?
Oh, not much. Just $50 for each series of tests.
Why, that could run up into 5... Oh, my goodness, it could, couldn't it?
Well, that's true. But if we don't do that, you'll probably sneeze yourself into an early grave.
Oh, Doctor, how soon are you coming over?
How about Sunday afternoon?
Yeah, I'll be waiting for you. Well, I'd better get going now.
Oh, no, Mr. Gildersleeve. Don't go out that way.
Why not? That's the way I came in.
Oh, no, you didn't. When you came in, you had your clothes on.
What? Oh!
Leroy.
Gee, we haven't any nails left. What are you going to do when we run out?
Oh, we can pull some more at Uncle Mort's tires. Hi, Unc.
Oh, hello, Leroy. Hello, Piggy.
What did the doctor say, Unc?
He said $5, please.
Jeepers, Leroy, what's wrong?
Unc suffers from the allergic.
Yeah.
Allergic? What's that?
Oh, something rubs his nose the wrong way. Say, Unc, look what we're building.
Yeah, I see. What's it supposed to be?
It's a tree house for our club, the Young MacArthurs.
You're putting it in the wrong place, Leroy. You'll never get a MacArthur out on a limb. Where are you going to put it?
Well, as soon as we get it nailed together, we're going to haul it up on that oak where the branches spread. You know, prefabrication.
Oh, well, that's an idea, isn't it?
Did you ever have a tree house, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I started to one time. I had a wonderful idea. A log house in a tree. But it didn't work out.
Why not, Unc?
Well, we only had one tree in our backyard, and by the time I'd sawed enough logs for the house, there wasn't any tree left to put it in.
Did you build the house anyway?
No, my father found out what happened, and the logs and Pop and I all wound up in the woodshed.
Oh, was that the time you wanted to run away and be a sailor, and he knocked the tar out of you?
No, Leroy, that was another whaling expedition.
Gee, Mr. Gildersleeve, will you help us build our clubhouse?
Oh, of course. I'll pitch right in. Hand me the hammer, Leroy. Thank you. I just love to drive nails. Now watch me and learn, Leroy. Excuse me. Understand now, Leroy?
No, I don't quite...
Oh, but it's so simple. What's troubling you?
Well, I'm wondering how you're going to get your necktie off now that you've nailed both ends to the plank.
What do you mean? I see.
Hey, Uncle Mort, is the flagpole straight now?
Oh, it's just fine up there, Leroy. Now nail down that little birdhouse.
Birdhouse? Oh, you mean our mailbox?
Leroy, who's going to deliver mail up in a tree 20 feet off the ground?
Okay, it's a birdhouse.
Oh, Leroy!
Yes, Bertie?
I'd like you to come down out of that tree. It's time for lunch. And that reminds me, Mr. Gildersleeve, Judge Hooker just dropped in.
Oh, he did he? That old goat always shows up at feeding time. Tell him to come out here. I want him to see the house we built.
Yes, sir. And don't you dilly-dally, Leroy.
I won't, Bertie. Gee, isn't the clubhouse swell? I just finished fixing the secret trapdoor on the roof.
A secret trapdoor? Well, I wish I could see it. Must be very cozy inside.
Okay.
Yeah, now you go in to lunch. And scrub your hands before you sit down at the table.
Okay, but gee whiz, I bet Tarzan never has to wash before he eats.
Yes, of course not. Tarzan's in hot water all the time. Yeah. Anyhow.
Hello, Leroy. How are you feeling, Gildersleeve? Still sneezing your brains out, or have you run out of brains?
No, Hooker, I haven't run out of brains. Would you like to borrow some?
No. Wouldn't think of taking your last one. What's the big attraction out here?
The attraction is that tree house the kids built. Like to go up there and look at it?
No, thanks. I can see it well enough from here.
Yes, they have a secret trapdoor and a lot of other modern improvements. Come on, let's go.
Now, let's quit kidding ourselves, Throckmorton. We're too old to go traipsing up the side of a tree to peek at a packing box.
Yes, speak for yourself, you old fogey.
Fogey!
Okay, then you're an old fogey. Why, you even get out of breath playing checkers. Thank goodness I'm different.
Don't kid me, Throckmorton. If you aren't too old, you're too fat. Now forget about it. You're dizzy enough on the ground without climbing trees.
In that case, I guess I'll have to show you, Judge Hooker. Here, hold my coat, Grandpa, and watch a man strut his stuff.
Careful, Gildy. You'll get halfway up and then spread your stuff.
Don't worry about me, Judge. I come from a long line of tree climbers.
That may be so, but remember, you haven't any tail.
If I stand on this box, I think I can reach that limb. Yeah, just watch me, Judge.
Come on down from there, Gildersleeve, before you fall on that big fat neck.
Just a little rusty, that's all. I never knew I weighed so much.
You're building up to a terrible letdown, Humpty Dumpty.
By George, I'm going to make it. And nobody's more surprised than I am.
Well, you made it, but you never get down again.
Hey, you ought to be up here, Judge. There's a beautiful view from here.
There is?
On a clear day, I can see into every second-story window in the block.
What are you walking around on the roof for? The door isn't up there.
I think it is. Leroy said something about a secret trap door somewhere. Oh!
Gildersleeve, what happened?
I found the trap door.
You better stop fooling around and come down. That's pretty dangerous.
You may be right. I'd better... Uh-oh.
What's wrong now?
But I got in here. I should be able to get out.
Gildersleeve, what's the trouble?
I can't squeeze out of this door.
But you just got in.
Yeah, but I came in fast, and I'm stuck fast, too. Yeah, this is going to be one of my bad days.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a moment. Meanwhile, let me tell you how to be a speed artist at making grand macaroni and cheese. Get a package of the product called Kraft Dinner. Out of that package, take the special macaroni and cook it in salted boiling water not more than 7 minutes by the clock. Then just drain it well and lightly mix the fluffy macaroni with a little butter and milk. Next, take the envelope of Kraft grated from the Kraft dinner box and sprinkle the cheese goodness through and through the macaroni. Turn the macaroni and cheese into a serving dish, and your dinner main dish is ready. Ready in double quick time. A really thrifty main dish. And really delicious macaroni and cheese, too. Now, doesn't Kraft dinner sound like a wonderful idea for busy days? Well, get some tomorrow. Every Kraft dinner package contains the making for 4 servings of delicious macaroni and cheese. Better get several packages tomorrow and stock the pantry shelf. Your family will love Kraft dinner, macaroni and cheese. And now let's return to the great Gildersleeve, whom we left stranded in a house in a tree in the backyard. As we find Uncle Mort again, he's still there, while below Judge Hooker tries to comfort him with song.
Rock-a-bye, Gildy, in the treetops.
I'll kill that hooker.
When the wind blows, hang on or you drop.
Yeah, I'll drop on you.
When the bow bends, it surely will break, and Gildy will hit just like an earthquake.
Hooker, stop that infernal nursery rhyme.
Oh, you want something more modern, huh? All right, Gildy, I'll give you the #1 song on the hit parade.
You.
Don't sit up in the apple tree with anyone else but me. Anyone else but me.
Yes.
Anyone else but me.
No, no, no! Do something. Get me out of here. This is a terrible predicament.
Yes, isn't it?
You just wait, Judge Hooker. I'm going to break every bone in your head. Now get me out of here.
Hey, what's going on out here? Where's Uncle Mort, Judge?
Uncle decided to visit your treehouse, Leroy. The end? He became so absorbed in it, he can't tear himself away.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, now I can see him. His head sticking out of the secret trapdoor. Oh, how do you like it up there?
I'd like it a lot better up here if I were down there.
Gee, is anything wrong?
Oh, no, nothing at all, Leroy. Except that I'm wearing your secret trapdoor as a girdle. I'm stuck up here fast. You got to do something.
Leroy, that's all the shouting about. Keepers, this Uncle Mort is up a tree. Look. Why, Uncle Mort!
Hello, Marjorie.
What's he doing up there?
I think he's looking for a bird's nest. He's been acting as if he's a little cuckoo.
Don't you egg me on, Hooker. Marjorie, I came up here to inspect Leroy's little shanty, but now I'm stuck. And frankly, I'm beginning to get bored with lodging here.
Excuse me, folks, but where's Mr. Gilsleeve?
Yeah, I'm right here, Bertie.
Well, where's that voice coming from? He can't be in the trunk of the tree. His trunk's bigger than the tree.
I'm upstairs in the tree, Bertie. What is it?
There's a Dr. Dupike at the front door to see. He says he's got an appointment.
Oh, great jumping jeeps, the sneeze doctor. I forgot all about him.
Gee, Unc, I don't think there's room enough for both of you out there.
Of course not, Leroy. And I won't have anyone see me in this ridiculous, undignified position. Bertie, tell him to come back later in the afternoon. Tell him I'm at a board meeting.
But, Uncle, that wouldn't be telling the truth.
Oh, yes, it would, my dear. Wherever I turn, I'm meeting a board.
Well, I won't tell him.
And Bertie, after he leaves, bring me something to eat.
Yes, sir.
Slice up some of that tongue and make 3 or 4 sandwiches, huh? It's way past my lunchtime, and I feel as hollow as Judge Hooker's head.
That's right, Gildersleeve. Go ahead and stuff yourself. Then you'll never be able to get out of that box.
Oh, my goodness. I never thought of that. Just 2 tongue sandwiches, Bertie.
Okay, but how am I going to serve them? On parachute?
Yeah.
Gee, Unc, why didn't you let the doctor come back here? I bet he can get you out.
Leroy, I don't need an allergy specialist. I need a tree surgeon.
Well, he can put you on a reducing diet.
Sorry, Leroy, but that wouldn't work. No matter how much your uncle reduced, he'd still be living on the fat of the land.
Hooker, why don't you go home?
All right, I can take a hint. I just hope you're stuck up there until your north side is covered with moss. Goodbye.
Oh, Uncle Mort, I'm sorry this happened. Now that he's gone, don't you feel sort of empty inside?
I'll say I do. Where's Bertie with those tongue sandwiches? Oh, Bertie!
Yeah, come, Mr. Gilsleeve. I had some trouble with the cat. And that doctor man said he'll be back later, and he's still charging me for this visit.
Well, never mind that now. What about my lunch? Didn't you bring me those sandwiches?
No, sir. I'm awful sorry about that, but I can't.
You can't? Why not?
Because the cat got your tongue.
Come on, Piggy.
No, Piggy, don't pull. You're just taking the back right out of my shirt. It's no use, boys. Oh, why did you ever build this thing so solidly?
Jeepers, you told us to, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You're trapped by my own words. You better climb down now, boys, and try to borrow a ladder and an axe someplace.
Okay, Uncle.
And remember, I don't want anyone in the neighborhood to know about this. I'd be the butt of too many jokes.
You coming, Leroy?
Scramble down now. I can see the girl next door in her room. I don't want to attract any attention.
We'll be right back, Uncle.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Dottie. How are you today?
Oh, perfectly fine, except for a blister I picked up at tennis that's been annoying me ever since. Isn't it terrible?
Heel?
I'll say he is. He followed me all the way home. Say, how did you ever manage to get up so high? Is that a steam cabinet you're sitting in? What are you doing up in the tree?
Who, me? Oh, nothing. I'm just doing an important air raid defense job.
You don't say. Well, what is it? You can trust me because you know I always keep my mouth closed and everything I hear goes right in one ear and out the other. And gee, I wonder why that is.
Well, what's there in between to stop it?
Oh, well, then you'll tell me, huh? Well, what is it?
Well, if you must know, I'm up here spotting airplanes.
Spotting airplanes? Oh, how fascinating. Gee, I wish I could help you, only I wouldn't know what colors to spot them.
No, I don't suppose you would. Shh. Hey, what's that noise?
Oh, my goodness. There's a fire somewhere.
Huh?
Oh, I simply must go because I just love to curl up in front of a good fire. Well, goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve. I hope you polka dot a lot of flames.
Polka dotted. Just my luck to have a nice, exciting fire somewhere, and I can't go. Is that you down there, Leroy?
Yes, sir.
Where's the fire?
There isn't any, Uncle Mort. You told me to borrow a ladder and an axe, but not to tell the neighbors, so I just called the fire department.
No. Great jumping jeeps. Why did you do that? Oh, I won't have it. Look at all those people. Send them away. And tell them to stop coming.
But jeepers, Uncle Mort.
Hello, kid. Is that him up there?
Yes, Chief, but he says that he don't want
Bring a 30-footer, boys. Go away. Take those fire wagons out of our alley. Keep that crowd out of our yard.
Oh, a little violent, huh?
Now take it easy, Tubby. We'll get you down.
I don't want to come down. I like it up here.
What is this guy, a squirrel?
Don't worry, Uncle Mort. He'll chop you off in no time.
Keep those hatchet men away from me. I'm very comfortable up here, and I won't come down till I'm good and ready.
As nutty as a fruitcake.
He's jerky, that's all.
Somebody thinks he's General Doolittle.
Why don't you brave fire, ladders, just go back to your checker game?
Now, see here, Fatso, we were called to take you down from there.
Who called you? Did I call you?
No, but somebody...
You're paid for putting out fires, not for coming around annoying innocent people who are enjoying a nice rest up a tree.
Now, we're supposed to take
Oh, wasting the taxpayers' money, eh? Now, you get out of here before I pick up my phone and report this to the mayor.
Come on, boys. Put that ladder back in the truck. Quinn, take this axe back. Let's get out of here before I turn a hose on that big fat false alarm.
The idea. I guess I told him a thing or two.
Gee, Uncle Mort, those guys would have got me out of there in a minute. Don't you want to come down?
No, Leroy, I couldn't come down that ladder in front of that crowd.
Why not?
Because there are a lot of nails up here, and I've torn a square foot out of the seat of my pants.
Well, maybe if we spread a lot of mattresses all around and then cut down the tree, then maybe...
I cut down a tree once, and it takes days, Bertie.
Say, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll bet you could get through if you got a can of grease and gave yourself a good lube job.
Thanks for the suggestion, Piggy, but I'll say that one till everything else fails.
Uncle Mort, here comes Dr. DePicer.
Oh, I've forgotten all about him. Say, I just realized something. I haven't sneezed since I came up here, Marjorie. He'll probably want me to stay here the rest of my life.
Is Mr. Gildersleeve back yet?
Oh, yes, I'm up here, Doctor.
Where? Oh, there you are. Well, come down now. We'll get started with those tests.
Come down, eh? I'm afraid I'll have to stay up here a while.
Oh, now, Mr. Gildersleeve, you should have more confidence in your doctor. You mustn't run away, you know.
I'm not going to run away, but why don't you? Run away and come back some other day.
That's a rather peculiar reaction. I'll have to write the medical journal about this.
Really, Doctor, you don't understand.
Oh, hey, keep away. Cut that out.
What's wrong, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Woodpeckers are trying to build a nest in my hair.
Poor Uncle Mort.
Yeah, what's the matter? Is he allergic to woodpeckers?
Here's a policeman to see you.
A policeman? What does he want?
There have been a lot of complaints from this neighborhood about a peeping Tom. A peeping Tom.
Oh, help! It's him off! Now the woodpeckers are dive-bombing him. Hurry up, Get away from me, birds. You bother me.
How's your sewing going on?
Sawing? Not so good. I'm getting too much attention from my little feathered friend.
I've got an idea how we can scare off the birds. I'll be right back.
All right.
Excuse me, Mr. Gilsleeve, but do you expect to be down for dinner?
I hope so, Bertie.
So do I, because I can't figure how I'm going to serve you your soup up there.
Oh, well, that'd be simple. I could drink it through a straw.
What, oxtail soup?
Yes, oxtail.
Here, kitty. No, kitty, come on now. Hey, I'll look what I've got to drive the birds off.
Oh, Marjorie's cat. Good. Send him right up here, Leroy. I'm afraid some bird's going to lay an egg on me any minute.
Go ahead up to Uncle Mort, kitty. Attaboy.
Yes.
Keep on going. That's it.
Yeah, here, kitty. Ah, yes. Come on. Stay right up here near your Uncle Mort. Isn't he cute? Leroy, that was certainly a bright eye.
Good night.
Yes, you're welcome, Bertie. Hey, I didn't sneeze once since I came up here until that cat.
What is it, Uncle Mort?
I just found out what I'm allergic to, Marjorie. It's that cat of yours. Oh, well, this saves me a lot of doctor bills and time and trouble. Why, I'm so No, don't call him, Leroy. It looks like I'm going to sneeze my way out of here. Come here, nice kitty. I can't hear you, Leroy. On account. Where am I?
You're in the middle of our victory garden, Unc. Right between the mashed potatoes and the split peas.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's just 6 months since Pearl Harbor. Since then, this nation has leaped to arms with one idea in our minds and hearts: victory. This summer, there'll be no slackening, no rest. The leading NBC shows are joining our government in bringing you the Victory Parade, a series of Sunday afternoon shows heard all through the summer in the Jack Benny time. We urge you to listen. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
We all need extra vitality these days, the energy to help make our war machine hum. So you'll be glad to know that one of the best energy foods you can serve, and one that's economical too, is wholesome parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now, unlike some foods, delicious parquet margarine is the kind you naturally serve at every meal. It's a wonderfully good-tasting spread for bread. It's a real flavor-shortening for baking. It makes pan-fried foods tastier. Yes, you can use parquet margarine all these ways to help add extra nourishment and goodness to your meals. Another thing, every pound of parquet margarine contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So for all these reasons, order a pound or two of economical parquet margarine tomorrow. Remember, it's Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good morning, McGee. Your eggs will be ready in just a minute.
No rush, Molly. And while I'm waiting, may I be the very first to wish you a happy and prosperous YMCA week.
I didn't even know this was it.
Oh, this is it, all right. I keep up on the doings at the Y, you know. You know, that was the outfit that handed out donuts to us servicemen in World War I, them the Salvation Army. I'll never forget that gesture, because those donuts were the beginning of all my stomach trouble in later years.
Well, eating YMCA donuts 40 years ago is hardly a reason for keeping up with Y activities now, is it?
Oh, I had a lot more to do with the organization than that. In my younger days, I played a lot of basketball at the Y, back in Peoria.
Don't be silly, McGee. Basketball hadn't even been invented in your younger days.
Why, it most absurdly had. In fact, I was the star of the Y team one year. I and a guy by the name of Paul Small. I'll never forget our big game that year because it ended in a free-throw. We had the ball and went into a stall, me and Paul. Well, the other team set up a squall about the stall, and a Paul fell over the hall. One of them tried to knock Paul into the wall and grabbed the ball. Well, Small had the gall to fall on the ball, and that was the call for the free-for-all. The whole thing wound up with me and Paul Small getting banished from the hall and not being allowed to play ball until the team call went out the following fall.
So, in other words, you claim you were an athlete in your younger days.
One of the best. And what's more, I'm going to have a chance to be one again. There's a story in today's paper about a new club that the YMCA and the YWCA are opening up for married couples like us.
Oh, really?
I think we ought to join and use the facilities to keep in shape.
Oh, I don't know about that, McGee. The Y in YMCA stands for young, you know, and that would seem to leave us out right there.
Shucks, Molly, we could still run rings around some of them younger couples. I can see me in the pool now, darting around underwater like a dolphin and doing all those fancy dives off the high board.
Don't be ridiculous, McGee. You sink.
Well, I don't know why I should. I just had my bath and put on clean clothes.
What I mean is, you don't know how to swim very well.
Well, maybe I'll go in for weightlifting then.
See, that's an idea. You used to do pretty well with the dumbbells before we were married.
If you're referring to Fern Paul and Sophie Untermeyer, they looked a lot dumber than they really were.
McGee, I'm talking about weightlifting equipment.
Oh. Well, I bet I could still lift a lot more than men half my age.
Probably so. If you could see over your paunch to find the weight.
You can jest if you want to, Molly. Be right. But physical fitness is important. And this new Y Club for married couples should be just the thing for us.
Well, maybe so, if we just eased into the activities.
I'm thinking in terms of working out on the weights, then a session with the medicine ball, a couple of fast games of ping pong, little handball, hard swim, and a shower.
It does sound inviting. Where are you going now to register our names for the club?
Not right now, kiddo. Talking about all that exercise has worn me out. I think I'll take a nap before I do anything.
You know, McGee, I just can't get over how nice it is of the YMCA to open its facilities to married couples on one night a week like this.
Yeah, and I can't hardly wait to take advantage of the opportunity for keeping physically fit. Just you watch me in that pool, boy. I'll be like a dolphin.
Dolphins go right to the bottom.
Well, so will I. I don't know how to swim.
Well, for heaven's sake, stay in the shallow water then, will you?
I'm just kidding, Molly. I know how to swim. Why would I have a snappy bathing suit like this elsewise?
Is that a bathing suit? I thought it was your winter underwear. It has long sleeves.
Well, that was the style when I bought this suit. I couldn't see any point in squandering money on a new one when this one is still perfectly good. Now, just let me grab my water wings here, and I'm all set.
Promise me you won't dive off the high board, McGee. You remember what happened that time at Dugan's Lake? You cleared the end of the board, but your swimming trunks didn't.
Yeah, it got pretty monotonous staying there in the water until dark, too. Well, here's the pool, kiddo. Plunge in.
Well, what about you? I thought you couldn't wait to get in the water.
Oh, I figured if you went in first, you could tell me how cold it is.
Well, in this case, dearie, it's going to be gentlemen first. So you go right ahead.
Molly, the way you're acting, I'll bet you think I'm afraid.
That's right, McGee. That's exactly what I think.
Well, you're wrong as 8 rabbits, kiddo. I'm going to stick my whole big toe in at once without even testing the water first. Notice how I stride confidently to the edge of the pool and... Ooh!
Is it cold?
Of course not. At least not for somebody as hardy as me. However, I think I'll foreclose the pleasure of going in this evening. I've had a little sniffle today.
McGee, you're malingering.
Well, whatever that is, it beats swimming, especially in a small pool like this. Why, I couldn't even do my fancy dives in here.
I never thought I'd see the day when you'd be so cowardly.
Molly, I'm not cowardly. And if I've got to go in the water to prove it to you, I will. Of course, this will only be as a last resort.
Well, I'll never believe you aren't afraid until you jump in.
Oh, all right. Here goes. Or as them paratroopers used to yell when they jumped out, Jerry Colonna.
McGee, it's your head that's supposed to come up to the surface, not your feet.
Yeah. Oh, I've already swallowed half the water in the pool, and there's not going to be room in my gullet for the other half.
Give me your hand, and I'll pull you out.
Oh, gee, thanks, Molly. I was hunting for my pass key to the pearly gates there for a minute.
Well, I don't know why in the world you told me you could swim. You sank like a rock.
Well, I used to be able to swim. But believe me, the water they're putting in swimming pools these days is not like the stuff we used to get.
I'm having a wonderful time, McGee. I'm so glad the YMCA decided to set one night a week aside for married couples.
Yeah, all this exercise is good for a person. I can feel my corpuscles doing a buck and wing right now.
Well, I think I'll go downstairs for a few minutes and check on the new knitting class they're setting up. Do you want to come with me?
No. The only thing I know how to knit is my eyebrows. I'll stay here in the gym and work out with the medicine ball.
Okay, dearie. I'll be back soon.
Ah, there goes the big kid. Well, now, let's see. What is it you do with the medicine ball? I guess you just pick it up and swing it around. Oh, boy. They're sure making these things heavier than they used to.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, Teeny. How come you're wandering around the Y this wintry Wednesday?
I'm entered in the big topsy tournament down on the second floor, I betcha.
Oh, is that right? How are you making out?
We haven't begun the match play yet. I'm seeded fourth. That means there's 3 better topsy players in the tournament than me.
Oh. Maybe you'll pull a big upset and win, Fitz.
Well, Tips is the favorite, I betcha.
He is, huh?
Hmm?
I say he is, eh?
Yes, son.
The favorite.
Who is?
Willie, too.
He's the favorite.
That's what I heard.
Hmm?
I said, that's what I heard.
Heard what?
About Willie, too.
What about him?
He's the favorite.
I know it.
Well, I guess we've pretty well exhausted that subject. Are you taking part in any other activities here at the Y, sis?
I sure am, I betcha. I come down here every Tuesday for the children's story group. Miss Whipplecourt from the library comes down and reads stories to us little illiterate children.
Oh, well, now, you're not really illiterate, Teeny. You just can't read.
That's what I mean.
Well, you'll be reading one of these days.
I sure hope so.
Mm-hmm.
Then I can stop wasting so much time with Patsy.
Incidentally, sis, what brought you up here to the gym? All of your activities are down on the other floor.
Well, one of the other kids told me there was something real funny going on up here, but I can't find it.
Something really funny going on up here, eh? Like what, for instance?
Well, they said there was a man with a great big stomach dressed in gym shorts trying to bend over and pick up a medicine ball. But I don't see him. You're the only person around here. Aren't you? So long.
He's playing putt, huh?
Don't you think it's about time we got dressed and went home, McGee?
Oh, gee whiz. The YMCA is only open to married couples one night a week, and I got to store up enough exercise to last me till next time.
You'll probably be so stiff after tonight there won't be a next time.
Stuff and nonsense, Molly. I'm in better shape now than I was when we got married.
Well, I should hope so. At the time we got married, you couldn't even pass the physical to buy fire insurance.
No, they were more strict about those things in those days. But if you don't think I'm replete with physical fitness now, just come in and watch me work out on the weights for a while.
How could you possibly work out on the weights, McGee?
What?
It's all you can do to lift your fork at the dinner table when you really get it loaded.
For lifting a fork, you only use one hand. But weights are different. Now then, you see this dumbbell here?
McGee, that's a terrible thing to say about yourself.
Oh, cut it out. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about this big weight here with the knobs on either end of it. You know that. You call that a dumbbell.
It certainly is a huge thing. How much would you say that weighed?
100 pounds. And I'm going to hoist it clear over my head. Of course, that's just as a starter. I plan to add more weight as time goes on.
McGee, if you add any more weight, you won't be able to get into your clothes at all.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Molly, I don't mean I'm going to add more weight to me. I mean I'm going to train myself to lift heavier weights. Now, stand back and let me show you the technique here. You see? You grab the thing down by the knobs.
You didn't even budge it off the floor.
Some joker must have glued it down. Well, I'll try a different system. Here we go. You get it here, and then twist your hands around and bring it up to your chest. That's the breech position. Then one big thrust, and there she is.
Say, you did get it clear over your head.
It takes a lot of concentration and willpower to do this, you know. Mind over matter.
I'm awful proud of you, McGee. You better put it down now. You're getting red in the face. McGee, what's wrong? Put it down.
I just remembered something. I don't know how to put it down. There's a special way to do that, and I forgot what it is.
Well, can't you drop it?
And have 100 pounds come cracking down on my cranium. No thanks.
Well, you can't just stand there holding it over your head.
I know that. My arms are getting as numb as a couple of frozen fish sticks. What am I going to do?
Well, the gym instructor isn't in his office, or I'd go get him.
I never expected to go this way, Ma. Hit on the head by a dumbbell. Now, you know the way I want it. You get the house and the money, and Uncle Dennis can have my gold watch.
Now, McGee, we're not going to give you up as a lost case. Here, see if you can hand the weight over to me.
It'll break your arm when I do, Ma, but I got to get rid of it. Things are going black.
Just a little farther. There. That's fine. I've got it. Now, I'll just set it down on the floor.
Good gosh, Molly, how'd you do that?
McGee, I haven't spent all these years moving the furniture around on cleaning day for nothing. Now, if you have the strength, put on your clothes and we'll go home.
Hellotion, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream program.
Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie!
Starring George Burns and Gracie Allen with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
Those 100 million songs, them right who can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie! Keep voting all day long.
Presenting our presidential candidate who just flew back from Washington, where she was the honored guest at the Women's National Press Club's annual dinner, Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen.
Thank you very much.
And now presenting her partner, who just got back from the opening of a meat market, George Burns.
Thank you, my friend, and you are my friend.
Oh, he is nice, your brother Willie.
I noticed that suit looks familiar.
Say, Gracie, we're all dying to know what happened in Washington.
Well, it's a long story, so I'll tell it.
Good.
Now, I met Mrs. Dewey, Mrs. Vandenberg, Mrs. Burton Wheeler, Mrs. Bennett Champ Clark, and I met, what's her name now? Oh, I know so well.
Does she live in Washington?
Yeah, in a big White House.
Mrs. Roosevelt?
Yes.
I thought so, yeah.
Oh, George, you should have been at that dinner.
What would I be doing there?
Well, all the wives of the other candidates were there.
Well, I didn't have what to wear.
You mean you had to stay home and watch the children?
Quiet. Gracie, you spoke at this banquet in Washington. What happened?
Yeah, tell us the details, Gracie.
Well, I got on the plane at Burbank.
Yes.
Oh, and what a plane. The cutest pilot you ever saw in your life.
Gracie, the banquet.
Oh, I'm coming to that.
Oh.
He had blue eyes and brown shoes.
Nice combination.
Yeah, wasn't he?
Yes. Say, Gracie, it was pretty cloudy that day. How was the visibility?
Oh, pretty fair. I was sitting on his lap, but he could see over my shoulder.
Gracie, the banquet.
I'm coming to that.
Say, George, if Gracie is elected, what are you going to do?
You think you're kidding, huh? I'm beginning to worry, too.
Well, don't worry. You can always write a column, and I can correct the spelling.
Whoa. Thanks, kid.
Oh, and George, what a thrill I got. There we were flying 10,000 feet over the Grand Canyon, and the pilot let go of the controls and put both arms around me.
Did he start falling?
Oh, you said it, and I fell for him, too.
Gracie, did you ever get to Washington?
Well, where do you think I made that speech?
Speech?
Yes.
What speech?
At the banquet.
Well, what did you say?
Oh, coming to that.
Oh, come to it.
And we flew over Texas. Freddie the pilot, you know, he's the pilot.
Yeah, so I know.
Well, he had a little trouble. He stuck his left hand out to make a left-hand turn and got it caught in the propeller.
Did he ever stick his right hand out?
Yeah, and Mr. Garner shook it for 20 minutes.
Well, that's fine.
I said, George, why is it that I always get dizzy when I'm up in a plane?
Well, Ray, it's the altitude that affects you.
Well, then why is it I'm dizzy when I'm not in a plane?
Maybe you were born that way.
Maybe you're right, old man. I know I was born.
Well, that's something.
Because I remember the stork made 7 trips with me.
7 trips?
Yes, my parents kept rejecting me.
Well, they shouldn't have given up so easily, and cheerio.
Oh, cheerio.
Cheerio.
Oh, George, isn't that Ray silly? You talk about one thing and he talks about something else.
But you're all right, huh?
Yes.
How about the speech?
Well, I didn't make that until I got to Washington.
Well, please get to Washington.
Coming to that. So the plane was going about 150 miles an hour, and we were flying upside down, and I said to Freddie...
Wait a minute. You were flying upside down?
Well, it was raining, and I didn't want to get my hat wet.
Well, that's fine. A $10 hat and a $90,000 plane.
So I said to Freddie, that's the pilot.
I know that's the
so
pilot.
I said to him, I said, stop at the World's Fair for a second, and we landed in front of the Hall of Mirrors.
You stopped in front of the Hall of Mirrors?
Yes, my nose was shining.
Oh, nuts.
So then we took off again and finally landed in Washington.
And you said goodbye to Freddie?
Yeah, but by that time we were engaged.
Well, did he give you a ring?
No, he couldn't afford a ring, so he gave me the plane.
Well, wear it in good health.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
And when I got off the plane, there were a lot of photographers there.
What happened?
Well, I took their pictures.
What about the newspapermen?
I interviewed them, too.
Did they ask you anything?
Did they? They kept firing questions a mile a minute.
Well, what do they want to know?
Whether Myrna Law has really got red hair.
And did you tell them that Hetty Lamar has a 20-foot fence around her house?
Yeah, and they couldn't get over it.
Lots of things I can't get over, too.
Say, George, when Gracie goes to Washington and you're off the radio, don't worry.
Who's worrying?
Well, stop biting your nails and I'll tell you.
They're not my nails.
No.
No.
And they're not even his teeth.
No, quiet. I had to open my mouth.
I say, George, when Grace is elected, you'll be the first gentleman of the land.
Well, you don't know what that means to me.
And, George, as Postmaster General, I'll be glad to give you a job.
Thanks.
Why, you're practically one of the family. I'll make you a letter carrier.
A letter carrier?
Yes, brother, when she's president, you'll be left holding the bag.
Oh, yeah, I can always get a job. I could try and... Hey, Frank, what does a letter carrier pay?
Oh, $1,800 a year and all the stamps you can eat.
Oh, goody, a thing like that, Frank, will stick to a man's ribs.
Say, Gracie, you went to Washington and met Mrs. Roosevelt and other important people. We're all dying to hear about it.
Well, I'm coming to that. So after we left the airport, I got into an official car and rode down Pennsylvania Avenue. And I was greeted by a man in a beautiful white uniform.
So?
So I bought a good humor from him, and
You
I kept
bought a good
bowing and
humor?
smiling. Yes, and I kept bowing and smiling to all the people, and the Republicans kept throwing confetti out of the window.
Well, that's nice.
And the Democrats kept throwing it back.
Well. They wanted to keep the streets clean.
Yes.
Oh, George, a street cleaner job pays $1,300 a year.
Will you go away? Will you go?
You know, Gracie, I wish I were with you in Washington last week.
Oh, so do I.
Must have been thrilling. I'd have given anything to be there.
Really?
Oh, rather. I love good humor.
Gracie, did you ever arrive in Washington?
Oh, I certainly did. I finally got to the Willard Hotel where the banquet was being held. And who do you think I met at the door?
Who?
The Secretary of the Interior.
The Secretary of the Interior?
Yes, and we had a couple of X-ray pictures taken together.
Well, I hope you remembered to smile. Well, I'm glad you did. And here's Truman Bradley, who will show you how to beat a certain skin game. Take it, True.
Wash day is certainly hard on your hands. Harsh cleansers and hard water and raw wind when you're hanging things on the line certainly do make your skin look red and chapped. So for real comfort, keep a bottle of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream near the laundry tubs.
Oh, Truman, you don't have to sell me on Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. Remember, I'm Heinz Honey.
Thank you, Gracie.
Oh, I use it all the time on my strawberries.
Come on, Gracie.
Smooth Heinz all over your hands, arms, and wrists before you start and the minute you finish washing. Right away, good creamy Heinz soothes your tender skin. Heinz is really the quick comfort lotion. Extra creamy, extra softening, and it contains 2 vitamins, A and D. Every creamy drop of Heinz helps ease away that rough, sandpapery look, coaxes back a smoother, more comfortable feeling to your hands. You can get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at any toilet goods counter. The big dollar size is economical for family use, while the 10, 25, or 50-cent size is handy for your laundry shelf. Remember Heinz, H-I-N-D-S, and use it faithfully for softer, prettier hands. Now, Frank Parker.
Thanks, Drew. Tonight I'm singing a song written by Harry Warren, a young chap who's made it a habit to write hits. Beautiful ballad entitled Summer Night.
Summer night, starry skies, you can see my sweetheart with 1,000 eyes. Why have I only two to behold 1,000 charms I idolize? Summer night, you
am I so jealous of the moon? Jealous of a summer night in June. Why can they remain beside my darling while I must leave so soon? Summer night, you've a right to come in her window when the day is through. She tells you all her thoughts in the fading candlelight. Summer night, oh how I envy
Oh, Frank, that was grand.
You're just saying that because you think I'm wonderful.
Well, Frank, you are wonderful.
Let's go steady.
Oh, go away.
Isn't Frank Parker cute?
Yes, it's a little dreamboat.
You know, he'll be the first Postmaster General with mail pouches under his eyes.
Well, never mind this talk. When you got to Washington, did you make a speech, and what did you say?
Yes, Gracie, get to the point, will you?
Oh, the speech.
Yes.
Well, I was sitting on the dais in this big banquet hall, and when Mrs. Rostock got through speaking...
Gracie, did you meet a lot of people?
Oh, everybody. And when she got...
Did you shake hands with them?
Well, certainly. And when she
Could
got...
you tell which ones used Heinz honey and almond cream?
Oh, sure. All of them had lovely hands.
Truman, I finally got Gracie where she's telling about her speech, and you're interrupting her.
Well, what are you getting excited about, George? How long can it take? I'm not talking about the dollar size. I'm only talking about the 10-cent bottle.
Oh, well, that's different. Gracie, what happened after Mrs. Eleanor Roosevelt's speech?
Well, they kept applauding and applauding and applauding, and there was nothing I could do but get up and talk.
What? They were applauding for her, so you got up and spoke?
Oh, sure. It was one of the biggest moments of my life. Well, if I hadn't been there myself, I wouldn't have believed it. Imagine me in Washington when the most important women in the country were gathered. There they were, hanging on to every word I said, and me trying to hang on to my salad. Oh, what a night. I'll never forget it. Why, it was wonderful. Just picture it. This is exactly what took place.
Wasn't Eleanor Roosevelt charming when she made her speech?
Just simply wonderful and so down to earth.
Look, Gracie Allen's getting up to make a speech.
Madam Chairman, members of the Women's National Press Club, Mrs. Roosevelt, and other honored guests. I hope you'll pardon me for reading my speech, but you see, I have to. Otherwise, how will I know when I'm through? Anyway, well, I'll just call you girls because I hardly know you well enough to call you ladies. So, girls, please don't expect me to tell you why I'll be the best president we ever had. There are too many obvious reasons why, and anyway, I'm too modest. It wouldn't be good to talk about politics either. I'm afraid you women couldn't agree with my opinions any more than you can with your own. And I certainly can't talk about the other candidates with so many of their wives here. And there's no sense about talking about clothes because none of us can buy any till the campaign expenses are paid for. And as far as I'm concerned, I can't even charge them till I find out whether I'm going to be elected or working for a living. So I guess I'll just have to wind up talking about men and why they should be repealed. Now, don't think I'm panning the men, but it's time we had a woman president. Millions of people tell me that. Well, maybe not millions, but thousands, or anyway hundreds. At least my sister Bessie told me that. So what's my opinion against millions of people? So, of course, I won't be the first woman president. I'll be the first woman who's president officially. That's all. Now, we've been having unofficial women presidents ever since Martha Washington let George take all the credit. And in those days, there wasn't any Seattle to fly to, so she just ran a candy shop on the side. Where was I? Oh, yes. It's time we girls get together and go places. And why shouldn't we do our backseat driving from the front seat? Why are men the only ones who can get suits with 2 pairs of slacks?
Because it's a man's world, that's why.
You're absolutely right.
Why, just the other day in Hollywood, a Scotchman he was in kilts and he got on a streetcar and an old lady in riding pants got up and gave him her seat. That's what this man's world is doing to us. But on the other hand, women will admit men aren't a total loss. Why shouldn't we? We're just as broad-minded as men, no matter how stubborn and narrow they are. Why, I'll be the first to give a man credit when he's done something really big, no matter how small it is. Even a man who gets to be president is surprised. His mother knows he'll be president before he's born, but he's never sure of it till he hears from Mr. Farley. And to show you this is a man's world, just before dinner, Mrs. Burton Wheeler was telling me about her husband. On top of all his campaign worries, his chickens are a big problem. She says Mr. Wheeler's rooster has been lying awake nights trying to figure a way to produce better eggs and more of them. Then in the daytime, the rooster is so tired, the hens have to wake him up to crow about the eggs that they have laid. But our day is coming, we hope. Women in all walks of life know what time it is, even if they're a little late in getting there. And you wives know what's going on, even if you can't prove it. And, it would be wonderful if men and women could play 50-50. But how can they? Half the time, the men think they're right. Now, why can't men and women be as friendly to each other as women are? Take two women. There you've got the most beautiful friendship in the world as soon as they find out they both hate the same girlfriend. And that friendship can't be broken till they find out they both like the same boyfriend. But I guess it's our own fault. We spoil men. Well, we shouldn't say men are just grown-up boys. It's bad for the men and very discouraging for the boys. On the other hand, how can you resist a man who does sweet, considerate little things for you? Like Mrs. Dewey told me about her husband. Only last month, while she was carrying his armchair over to the window, she dropped her handkerchief and he picked it up for her. Now, you know, it's things like that that make men worth living. So, in conclusion, girls, I can't actually promise that electing me will make men any better, but don't forget this. The most annoying thing about men is that they're so hard to catch. So, girls, with me in the White House, you'll at least know where to look for them. Thank you. So, you see, George, that's what happened.
Say, that was a good speech. How did they like it?
How did they like it? Well, I've never seen waitresses more excited.
Waitresses? What about those important women?
Oh, they'd gone home.
You mean you made the speech after they left?
Well, you know me, George. I'm strictly an after-dinner speaker.
Well, that's all I
Gracie, you wanted out here on the telephone. Omaha's calling.
You better hurry. It's a long distance.
Oh, no, it isn't. The phone is right out here in the hall. I'll be right back.
Did I hear correctly? Was that a call from Omaha?
Well, it might have been, George, but we thought we were playing Woods Could I But Kiss Thy Hand, Oh Babe.
And I thought it was Dipsy Doodle without the dips.
Oh, by the way, George, I may not be at rehearsal next Tuesday. You see, I'm taking swimming lessons.
Swimming lessons?
Yes. Well, you see, old boy, it'd be quite embarrassing for the Secretary of the Navy to be drowning all the time.
Well, don't worry about that, Ray. The fish will always throw you back.
Yes, and Ray, while you're down there, don't forget to call up Blue Point, 9908.
Who's that?
Minnie the Mermaid.
And if a man answers, it's Johnny Weissmuller.
You know, when Gracie's president and goes out fishing, I'm going to supply her with a submarine.
What's that, to keep the sun out of her eyes?
No, that's so she can see whether the bait is still on the hook.
I wonder who could be calling Gracie in Omaha.
Me too, George. I'd give the 25-cent bottle to know.
Well, I say, George, can a person get vaccinated against seasickness?
Yeah, but only on his father's side.
Why, Ray, don't you know that seasickness is nothing to worry about? Well, you know what hiccups are.
Yes, Frank.
Well, it's the same thing with bumps.
Look, let's drop the whole thing and not even talk about the Navy.
You mean goodbye, Mr. Ships?
Yeah, goodbye. Secretary of the Navy, taking swimming.
I'm back.
Oh, Gracie, who phoned you from Omaha?
Oh, I was talking to Dan, and I said to him...
Dan?
Yes, and I said to him...
Who's Dan?
Dan Butler, mayor of Omaha. And I said to him...
The mayor of Omaha?
Well, sure, every city has a mayor, you know.
Oh, thanks.
And they want me to hold my surprise party convention there in May.
You mean to say the people from Omaha actually want you to hold a convention there?
That's what Dan Butler said.
Have the people going out of their minds?
Yes, but they'll be back in time for my convention.
St. Clair Lewis says it can't happen here.
Oh, it's going to be more fun. Union Pacific is going to have a special train for me. The mayor is having a special key to the city made for me. The businessmen are going to have torchlight parades for me. And the people have street dances for me. Oh, there'll be about 300,000 visitors there to cheer for me. And my sister Bessie's going to be there.
Bessie?
Well, she's going to vote for me.
Well, then you can't lose.
Hello, Pres. Oh, hello, Bubbles. What's new since I've been gone?
Oh, nothing much. But when I was crossing Vine Street the other day, I was hit by a truck.
Hurt?
Yes, but they'll be able to get it fixed.
Well, that's a load off my mind. Come in.
Pardon me, is Miss Allen in?
I'm Miss Allen.
Oh, Miss Allen, I met you in Washington last week.
Oh, I remember you. Congressman Boone.
No.
Oh, Senator Hatch?
No.
Oh, well, I give up. Who are you?
The good humor man. You forgot your chain.
Oh, isn't he honest?
And she's running for president.
Say, Gracie, he's got pretty eyes.
Say, if you think his eyes are pretty, you should taste his orange sherbet.
Well, tell me about the banquet, Gracie. What were the candidates' wives wearing?
Well, I couldn't tell. They all had big signs in front of their dresses.
Signs?
Yes, saying, vote for my husband.
And, Gracie, what did you wear?
Well, it was very formal, so I wore that evening gown with the champagne stains.
With the champagne stain?
Yes.
What was it, Mum's, 1928?
No, Bessie's, 1395.
That's the beer barrel polka dot dress.
Yes.
Oh, it must have been a thrill meeting and talking to those famous women at the banquet.
Oh, it was. I had the nicest conversation with a congressman's wife, and she was telling me about her children, and I kept asking her to pass the salt.
Well, that was a smart piece of conversation.
Yeah, well, I had to ask her 6 times. Even those congressmen's wives won't pass anything.
Bubbles, I've got a little news for you. Gracie is holding her surprise party convention in Omaha.
I love Omaha. I lost 3 pounds there.
Is that so? Is it definitely settled, Gracie, that we're going to Omaha?
Oh, sure, Ray.
Well, then I'd better go home and start shaving.
Shaving? The convention isn't for 2 months. Is it going to take you that long to shave?
Or maybe longer, George. There's no blade in my razor, you see.
Oh. Well, you know that old saying, Ray. You can't get blade out of a turnip. Oh, how do you like that, Frank?
Anchor.
Anchor?
It sinks.
It does,
Say, Gracie, on that trip to Omaha, do you mind taking my mother-in-law?
Well, not at all, Truman.
But thanks. My wife and I'd like to be alone for a while.
We're not going to Omaha for 2 months, and everybody's getting ready.
So is Laura.
Who is Laura?
My kangaroo.
Oh, your kangaroo. The one you're using at the The,
Party
emblem.
Yes,
I thought
that's
so.
right.
Don't tell me a kangaroo is going to Omaha with you.
Well, she's home right now packing her bag.
She is,
George wants me to do my campaign song again on account of he sings the chorus in it. Vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie. She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie. Won't you please give this little girl a hand? That's me. Even big politicians don't know what to do. Gracie doesn't know either, but neither do you. So vote for Gracie to win the presidential race. 100 million strong. That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Keep voting all day long.
Keep voting all day long. Keep voting all day long. Fill up the ballot box. Keep voting all day long. Gracie, Gracie, run, run, run.
My friends, are you for Gracie? Well, thanks. Would you like to hear Frank Parker sing my song?
Oh, ho, ho, Gracie. Oh, Figaro, Figaro. Oh, Gracie. It's awfully high, don't you know? I'm for Gracie. To lead the boys of Mary Casey. 100 million votes.
That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Keep voting all day long. All right, George, here's what you've been waiting for.
Oh, vote for Gracie, so I can be by myself. Please vote for Gracie, so I'll be happy on the shelf. If she's elected, I'll be neglected. And I can stay home and play solitaire and keep that silly dame out of my hair.
Vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie. Her hands are the softest in the land. Vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie.
Now let's have Truman proudly take the stand.
Why don't you be like Gracie? Be fair to yourself. Keep Heinz Honey and Almond right there on your shelf.
Goodbye to Chesterton.
Let's get together now and clap hands.
And for a thrill, let's do. We'll tell you what to do. Vote for Gracie, and she'll shake hands with you. Vote for Gracie, yes, yes. Vote for Gracie, yes, yes.
If the country's going Gracie, so can you.
Hey! Vote, 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 vote.
Uncle Sam, let me paddle your canoe. I'm just like Joan of Arc. I hear destiny call. It's a call to the ballpark to throw out the ball.
Vote for Gracie to win the presidential race. 100 million strong. That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie.
Isn't this thrilling?
Keep voting all day long.
Would you like a copy of Gracie's campaign song, Vote for Gracie? Yes, I mean the actual sheet music, complete with lyrics and verses. Well, here's how you can get a copy of this song. Just write your name and address on the back of a Heinz Honey and Almond Cream carton. That 25, 50-cent, or dollar-size carton, or 2 10-cent size cartons, and mail it to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California. That's all. Then in a few days, you'll receive your copy of Gracie's campaign song, Vote for Gracie. Oh, I almost forgot. This sheet music has a swell picture of Gracie on the cover, too, which shows how sweet and lovable Gracie really is in person. You can get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at any toilet goods counter. You'll find every creamy drop of this quick comfort lotion helps ease away that rough sandpapery look, coaxes back a smoother, more comfortable feeling to your hands. So get a bottle of Heinz tonight and use it faithfully for softer, prettier hands. And remember, write your name and address on the back of the carton and send it to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, and you'll get your own copy of Gracie's great campaign song, Vote for Gracie.
Thanks, Truman. Well, Gracie, say good night.
Well, good night. And when I'm in the White House, you're all invited to come and have tea with me. But don't forget to bring your own lemon as I'm cutting down on the budget, you know.
Good night.
Have you tried the new hand cream in jars made by the makers of the famous Heinz Honey and Almond Cream? Just like the creamy Heinz, which you know so well, the new Heinz Hand Cream is a quick softener for rough hands. It's fragrant, too, and not a bit sticky. Makes hands lovely.
Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. She's the best little skipper in the land.
Next Wednesday at this same time, over these same stations, George and Gracie and all the rest of us will be back again, don't forget. And don't forget, for honeymoon hands, it's Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. motion, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program.
Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie.
Starring George Burns and Gracie Allen with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
100 million strong, that's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Keep voting all day long.
And now I bring you George Burns and our little candidate who has a song in her heart and a kangaroo in a dressing room, Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Hello.
Well, Gracie, how's your campaign coming along?
Oh, it's been keeping me so busy, I haven't had time to think about it.
The campaign's been keeping you so busy, huh?
Well, no, the trouble at home. The maid walked in last night and caught my aunt kissing my uncle.
The maid caught your uncle kissing your aunt?
Yeah, it was her day off. They didn't expect her home so soon.
Well, what happened?
What happened? The maid said to my aunt, one of us will have to go.
So?
So the maid left.
Well, good.
And my uncle left with her.
Your uncle left with her?
Yeah, well, what did he have to lose? It was downhill anyway.
What did your aunt do?
Oh, what could she do? She went to see a picture with the butler.
With the butler?
Well, you see, the gardener had already seen the picture.
Look, while this was going on, what was the chauffeur doing?
Oh, he was in Reno getting a divorce from the maid.
Nice little family you got there.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Frank.
Hello, Pinky. Oh, I'll never forget how my uncle met my aunt. She went in Bullock's to buy a girdle, and he sold her a lawnmower.
Must have been a beautiful romance.
Oh, it was love at first sight. She had never seen a lawnmower before.
Well, those things are pretty rare.
Yes.
But did she ever buy the girdle?
Oh, of course. And when she wears it, she's got a lot of class.
She has, huh?
Yeah, it sticks out all over her.
Yeah, she's probably got her a good point.
Yeah. That's good, Judge.
Like it, huh?
Say, Gracie, when you're elected and I'm Postmaster General, I've got a great idea to simplify the postal service.
You have?
Sure, I'm going to put my picture on all the stamps.
That'll make telegrams very popular.
You see? And by the expression on my face, you'll be able to tell what's in the letter before you open it.
Oh, well, give me a for instance.
Yeah, give her a for instance.
Well, now, look, if the stamp shows a picture of me smiling,
Yeah.
it's a love letter. And if I'm crying, it's a bill. If it shows me winking, I met a new girl. And if it shows me with both eyes closed, I met a husband.
You know, Frank, my Pardon me. Hello?
Gesundheit.
Well, thanks.
Say, that's Frank's idea. It's great, Frank. Suppose I want to write a letter and tell people how to make rough red hands soft, smooth, and white. What would I use?
A 2-cent stamp.
I'd use Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
Yeah. You know, I'd give my right arm to have somebody say something sensible on this program.
George, old man, would you give your left arm?
Why my left arm?
I've got a right arm.
You had a head. You could scratch it.
Maybe we're better off talking about my aunt and uncle, huh?
Gracie, will you stop with your aunt and uncle?
Well, I can't. They're stopping with us.
Well, we're back, folks.
Oh, but I'll never forget their honeymoon. They went to Niagara Falls and stopped at this lovely hotel.
That's it.
And after a wonderful champagne dinner or two,
Yes.
at about 11 o'clock, after everybody was asleep,
Uh-huh.
my uncle went over the falls in a barrel.
Gracie, that uncle that went over the falls in a barrel, is that on your father's side?
No, it was on the Canadian side.
And you're a little on the nutty side.
Oh, Judge.
Oh, yes.
I say, Gracie, I've been reading a lot about these pocket battleships, and the Secretary of the Navy, I think they're absolutely absurd.
Why, Ray?
Well, I think it's jolly difficult for a sailor to swim with a battleship in his pocket.
Well, Ray, you can always put a zipper on it, and it won't fall out.
That's right.
There's an idea.
Yeah. Oh, and when the fleet is out at sea, I'm going to put Venetian blinds on the portholes.
Venetian blinds, huh?
Yes, those peeping toms are quite annoying, old boy.
Say, Ray, why don't you have my party emblem, the kangaroo, tattooed on all the sailors' chests?
I say, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, then they can keep their tobacco in the pouch.
Say, a thing like that can grew up to be a fad.
That's good.
How do you like that, Frank?
Curly hair.
Curly hair?
It kinks.
It does,
And Ray, when you're Secretary of the Navy, I'm going to make my uncle your first assistant sailor.
First assistant sailor.
Well, why not? His middle name is Yacht.
Yacht, that's a pretty name.
Well, we only call him Yacht for short. His whole name is Idiot.
Oh, Idiot. That's the one that eloped with the maid.
Yes.
Gracie, we can't allow your uncle on my ship if he has that maid with him. It's against naval regulations.
Well, what do you want me to do, Ray?
Just send the maid down alone.
Oh.
Gracie, stop giving out jobs. You know nothing about politics.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. What would you do if a senator tried to filibuster?
Well, I'd give him bicarbonate soda.
Well, I'm sorry I brought it up. President. You don't even know what the amendments are.
Yeah? Which one?
Anyone. The 14th.
You mean the one about not abridging citizenship rights?
Well, is that the...
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, well, the gist of that amendment is, no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States.
Well.
Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law.
That's amazing.
Nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protections of the laws. Proposed June 13th, 1868, adopted July 21st, 1868, ratified by July 28th, 1868.
Oh, Gracie, how did you happen to know all of that?
Oh, I just took a wild guess.
A wild guess,
If your hands are chapped and sandpapery from all this raw, stinging March wind, then here's a smart tip. Keep a bottle of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream in your coat closet. Smooth Heinz on your hands and face always before you go outdoors and again when you come inside. Heinz is a grand help against chapping. It's extra creamy, extra softening, and contains 2 vitamins, A and D. Every creamy drop of Heinz feels good and soothing to tender skin. And that reminds me, you know how hard children work at their play. They get outdoors these days to roller skate or play games. And their tender little hands and knees get so rough and chapped. See that they smooth Heinz on face, hands, and knees to help keep their skin smooth and comfortable. Men enjoy Heinz as an after-shaving lotion, too. It works swell with electric shavers. Not sticky, just feels soothing and refreshing to sensitive skin. You can get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at the nearest toilet goods counter. It comes in 10, 25, 50 cent, and dollar sizes. Start using Heinz Honey and Almond Cream tonight for softer, smoother skin. Now, Frank Parker.
Thanks, Drew. From the musical play Walk a Little Faster, we find a typical topical song entitled April in Paris by Vernon Duke. April in Paris, chestnuts in blossom, holiday tables under the tree. April in Paris, this is a feeling no one can ever recreate. I never knew the charm of spring, never met it face to face. I never knew my heart could sing, never missed a warm embrace till April in Paris. Whom can I run to? What have you done to my heart? Love is in the air. Life's a love affair, and every pair of arms a rendezvous. I never knew the charm of spring, never met it face to face. I never knew my heart could sing, never missed a warm embrace till April in Paris. Whom can I run to? What have you done to Well, Frank, that was grand. I never heard you in better voice. Well, nice of you to say that. Well, you know, you seem to be getting better each week. Really, do you mean it? Well, if I didn't mean it, I wouldn't say it.
Frank,
Frank,
you're talking to yourself.
Well, it's the only way I can get an intelligent answer on this program.
You know, you're certainly stuck on you, and I do mean glue.
Mm-hmm. The feeling is mucilage.
Oh, get out of there.
Oh, I'll take it.
Take it, Gracie.
Hello. This is Hines Honey, also known as Gracie Allen, presidential candidate on surprise party ticket holder in our convention in Omaha, May 15, 16, 17, 18. Who's calling, please? Oh, just a minute. I'll see if she's in. Gracie, it's for you.
You're Gracie.
Oh, I am.
See what you started, Frank?
Hello? Who? Oh, hello, Andy. I didn't recognize my voice. What? What? Talk louder. Where are you talking from? Well, you better go in the other room where the phone is. George, my aunt is so very silly.
You'd never know it.
Hello? Oh, hello, Andy. That's much better. Our uncle and the maid back? Oh, you are. Oh, that's good. That's bad. That's good. No, that's bad. That's bad. That's good. That's bad. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's bad.
Gracie! What's going on there?
Oh, my aunt is sorting a box of strawberries. That's good.
Give
That's
me
bad.
Give me that phone. Goodbye. I wish your relatives would stop calling.
Oh, hello, Bubbles.
Hello, Bubba.
Oh, hello. How do you feel, Mr. Burns?
Well, how do I look?
Maybe it's something you ate.
Oh, yeah? Well, I feel just as young as Georgie Jessel acts.
Hey, that's right. I read that. Say, is it true that Jessel is going to marry a 15-year-old girl?
Said so in the papers.
Oh, maybe he's marrying her for her money?
Yes. Either that or she's a swell cook.
Yes. Say, Frank, did you know they're each bringing a school chum to act as best man and maid of honor?
Really?
Yeah, she's bringing Shirley Temple and he's bringing George Hollis.
Yes. And if, I'll tell you something. If she marries Jessel, she couldn't marry a nicer fella.
Well, you're perfectly right. You know, he proposed to me about 32 years ago.
Really? What did you say?
Da-da.
I saw a picture in the paper, and she's certainly a beautiful young girl.
Oh, she certainly is. And you know, she comes from a very young family. Her grandmother's only 19.
19?
And her father isn't born yet.
Isn't born yet?
That's what it said in the New York papers. They're expecting him to arrive any day now.
Yeah, that's what Dr. Kildare keeps telling them down at the office.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what the papers are so upset about. When she's 92, he'll only be 147.
Well, that's nice. Then they can grow old together.
Now, you take my drummer. When he was 55, he married a girl of 14.
How did that happen?
Jessel was out of town.
Probably playing Lowe's Afghanistan.
George, we'll have to send the bride and groom a nice present.
Yeah, something they can both use.
Yeah. How about a lollipop with a cigar on the other end?
Well, I don't know. The difference between 15 and 40 is only 25. That's not so much.
No.
If it is, George, you can always get the 10-cent size.
That's well, who said that?
Or if that's too little, get the 50-cent size. And then, of course, there's always the dollar size.
Of what?
You know, that soothing stuff that you can get at all toilet goods counters.
Yeah, but what is it?
You know, it comes in bottles.
Yeah, but what is it?
Oh, George, you made me say it. Heinz, honey, and almond.
Yeah, I forced you.
Say, Gracie, do you know that 25,000 members of the Whiskerina Club in Omaha have passed a rule that all men have got to have whiskers to come to your convention?
25,000 sets of whiskers?
Oh, that ought to sweep me into office.
I don't like the idea of a beard, but it might grow on me.
Oh, George, that's a scream.
Yes, I'm another Boris Karloff.
You know, George, a beard would be very becoming to you.
Well, thanks.
You look like a Airedale peeping through a hedge.
What's the matter with my face?
George, do you shave yourself?
Certainly.
Do you ever cut yourself?
No.
Isn't it a temptation?
Gracie, I still can't see why we have to all have beards to go to your convention.
Oh, that's my slogan. Vote for Gracie and see America Fuzz.
America Fuzz.
And Gracie, you know, your campaign mail is pouring in. Now, here's a letter from the engineers of the Colorado State College at Fort Collins. And at their annual banquet on March 23rd, they endorsed you for president.
Oh, am I honored?
And Indiana University has also endorsed you.
Oh, am I thrilled?
And the Miami University in Florida has endorsed you.
Am I pale?
Pale?
Yeah, from being indoors too much.
Well, how do you like that, Frank?
Garbo's feet.
Garbo's feet?
Plenty of sock.
Well, I certainly put my foot in that.
Oh, George.
Yes, I'm the devil.
And I know this is wonderful. 4,000 students at San Jose State College are holding a Gracie Allen Ball on March 29th.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? I'll be able to dance 4,000 times.
You mean you're going to dance with 4,000 college boys?
Sure.
Isn't that pretty strenuous?
Well, not as strenuous as sitting them out, if you know what I mean.
I think I know what you mean.
Gracie, in raising this beard for your convention now, how often do I have to water it?
Well, a convention should be watered once a month.
Well, that's a nice piece of dialogue.
Well, Gracie, I'll raise half a beard, and if the people in Omaha like it, well, I'll raise the other half.
Yes.
Well, that's fair
Do that and
enough.
go and talk to Orson Welles.
And Gracie, did you know that the Delta chapter of the Phi Kappa Sigma at Washington and Jefferson College is nominating you for president April 27th at their quadrennial convention?
At their quadrennial convention? Isn't that wonderful? I didn't even know quadrennials were in season.
Gracie, do you know what quadrennial means?
Quadrennials, let's see. It's,
How do you spell quadrennial?
very poorly.
That's
It's a sort of, bluish white, more like a green.
Sort of like a circle.
Yeah, and the more you shave it, the longer it grows, and the longer it grows, the shorter it gets, and the shorter it gets, the longer
Come on,
quadrennial.
Gracie. That was simply
Hey,
grand,
Gracie,
you know.
the newspapers all over the country are waiting for your party platform.
Oh, yes, I was working on it last night, and I'll read what I've written. The text of the surprise party platform is outlined by candidate Gracie Allen. Plank number 1, unemployment and where to get it.
Unemployment and where to get it?
No, please, Judge, I thought of it first.
Yes, that's yours.
Under my administration, the government will give free correspondence courses so that people who can't find jobs in their own line will soon be without jobs in 3 or 4 different types of work.
Well, that's nice work if you can't get it.
For instance,
Yes.
I'll teach people to milk cows by mail.
By mail?
How to raise mushrooms under twin beds.
Oh, that's amazing.
How to get good bridge hands when it's your deal.
Well, you must be elected.
200 things to do with an old toupee, and so forth.
Well, that's not a platform, that's a laundry chute.
Now, George, I'm reading.
Oh, yes.
I'll even give a home course in barbering if I can get Montana to cooperate.
Well, I'll talk to him.
My plan is to send each student barber a live sheep and a razor.
That's a lovely plan.
Then when he's learned to shave the sheep, he can write his own diploma on the sheep's back.
Where does he learn to write?
No, please.
Oh, you're coming to that.
This is better than having a sheepskin in a picture frame, because with a live sheep hanging on his wall, a barber will have something to wipe his hands on.
Well, that's not bad.
Now, plank number 2.
Yes.
It's based on a moral.
A moral.
Moral. To prevent wrinkles, hang your face up at night. You don't wear your pants to bed, do you?
That's just what this country needs.
Of course. And it's covered under this heading. My plan for sociable security.
Sociable security?
Yes. To be secure sociably, stay away from society.
Say, that's good.
It's terrific.
Dinner parties are getting so ritzy that even if you find the right soup spoon, you're still puzzled. You don't know which fork to pick it up with.
That's why they put pencils on the end of erasers.
George, do you want to hear this or don't you?
I don't.
Well, then listen. There are more rules of etiquette than traffic laws. For instance, if a gentleman is lying under a table in a nightclub, should he rise if a lady comes in?
No, just tip his ice bag.
And
say, how do?
Yes.
Yes.
And,
How do?
yes. George, and what should a girl do after a gentleman brings her home from a cafe? Should she ask him in to meet her husband?
Well, should she?
Well, that's the Republicans' answer that.
Gracie, I'd like to ask you one thing. What does your surprise party stand for?
Well, because it would look silly lying down.
Well,
Plank number 3.
You know, I don't think Social Security is any problem at all. All you have to do is have trousers come with 2 pairs of suspenders.
Yeah, and that could hold up the budget at the same time.
Now, Gracie, in your platform, aren't you going to say anything about finances?
Finances, I certainly am. I think every girl should have one.
One, Frank Parker has 3.
I have 4.
4 sweethearts? Who are they?
Don Wilson.
Yeah, that male quartet with 6 delicious flavors.
And now for plank number 3, which is also based on a moral.
What's the idea of all these morals?
Well, they're mostly to fill the cracks between the planks.
So that it matches your head. Thought so, yes. Just a minute to take it. Hello.
Hello, you remember me, Charlie Henderson, the fellow who wrote the campaign song?
Oh, yes. Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Mr. Henderson.
You're Mr. Henderson, and what is it you want?
I want to talk to Charlie.
Look, I'm George Burns.
Oh, wait, I'll see if he's in.
Here, Gracie, you talk to him. I'm going nuts.
Oh, hello, Charlie.
Hello, Gracie. Well, look, I'll be a trifle late. On my way to meet you, I got on a one-way street, and it took me a little out of my way.
Well, where are you?
In Salt Lake City.
Well, don't worry. Instead of an 8:30 dinner, we'll make it 8:45. Goodbye.
Bye.
He came down to meet you here, and he's in Salt Lake City?
Well, you see, he washed his car this morning. He can't do a thing with it.
Well, he ought to trade it in for a rattle.
Plank number 3. Bigger figures for small businessmen.
Bigger figures for small businessmen. That's to keep their bustles out of the red, I guess.
Yes.
Yes.
Chicken in every pot is fine if you're not the chicken.
I say.
But what this country needs is a pretty girl on every lap.
Say, you've got something there.
Sure, idle knees are the root of all evil.
Idle knees.
Plank number 4.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Charlie.
Do you mean to say you came all the way from Salt Lake City in 2 minutes?
I would have been here sooner, only I had an accident.
An accident?
I went through the windshield.
Attaboy.
Please, don't pat me on the back. My head keeps falling off.
Well, I've had enough of this.
Plank number 4. Immortality.
And I've
not
had enough of
profit.
that, too. I've enough of these things.
Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. She's the best little skipper in the land. vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. Won't you please give this little girl a hand? Even big politicians don't know what to do. Gracie doesn't know either, but neither do you. So vote for Gracie to win the presidential race. 100 million strong. That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Keep voting all day long. Now, when I'm down in Washington, if there's anything that you want done, just tell me all about it now, and you'll get it done. And how? Clap hands, here comes Parker. Clap hands, here comes Parker.
When I watch mail go down the chute, I will need a vocal substitute. So tell whomever it concerns to hereby delegate to Georgie Burns.
Clap hands, here comes Noble. Clap hands, here comes Noble.
I've been thinking for some time that Congress ought to talk in rhyme. It seems quite silly, I suppose, but I get awfully bored with prose.
Clap hands, here comes Bubble. Clap hands, here comes Bubble. Now listen, and I'll state my case. The thing that I need most is space. Instead of good 5-cent cigars, I want wider Pullman cars. Clap hands, here comes Bradley. Clap hands, here comes Bradley.
Tell those folks down in Washington that washing dishes isn't fun. But still your hands can be a dream. Just use Heinz honey and almond cream.
Clap hands, here comes George. Clap hands, here comes George.
Now, I don't like to be a pest, but I have just one small request. If you should entertain a king, I want the king to hear me sing, oh, ain't misbehaving all by myself. Ain't misbehaving.
She's the best little best you've ever had. If you grow gray with Gracie, you'll be glad. Oh, and speaking of gray, have you heard that it's true? Gracie favors the red and the white and the blue.
So vote for Gracie to win the presidential race.
100 million strong. That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. See you at the White House. Keep voting all day long.
Send for your copy of Gracie's campaign song, Vote for Gracie, a song the whole country is humming. You get the sheet music, including the words of Vote for Gracie. The tune and the verses are grand for those evenings of fun around the piano. Just write your name and address on the back of a Heinz honey and almond cream carton, the 25, 50 cent, or dollar size, or send 2 10-cent Heinz cartons to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California. In a few days, you receive your copy of Gracie's campaign song, Vote for Gracie. There's a picture of Gracie on the cover, too, and let me tell you, she's a honey. Now, act quickly. This offer is for a short time only. Send your name and address tonight on a Heinz carton. Mail your envelope to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California, and use your Heinz honey and almond cream every day to help keep your hands soft and pretty in spite of housework. Heinz is extra creamy, extra softening, and contains 2 vitamins A and D. Every drop of this creamy emulsion goes right to work easing away that dry, rough, chapped look, helping your hands to stay soft, sweet, and kissable. You can get Heinz honey and almond cream at the nearest toilet goods counter. Treat your hands to the soothing comfort of Heinz tonight and send a Heinz carton for your copy of Gracie's campaign song now while the getting is good. Address your carton to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California.
Good night.
Good night.
Want a good hand cream? Try the new Heinz hand cream in jars. It's made by the makers of Heinz honey and almond cream. And like this famous creamy lotion, Heinz hand cream is quick softening for chapped, rough hands. In 2 sizes, 10 cents and 39 cents each at toilet goods counters. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Everyone, you are now listening to WLS, the voice of Prairie Farmer, America's oldest farm paper, Chicago.
The Johnson Wax Program.
of Johnson's Wax deliver a dippy divertisement of department store delirium and delightful ditties with Rico Martelli's orchestra, Kay Donna, Claire Baum, and that slightly cuckoo couple of confused customers, Fibber McGee and Molly. All right, right this way, folks, right this way. Elevators to all floors. Yes, Sonny, toys on the 14th. Back in the car, please. Don't push. All right, that's all, folks. Going up. Okay, boy.
All out here, folks, the 14th floor, Wistful Vista Department Store. Here's where you buy your Johnson Wax, your kitchenware and copper tack, your cigar department, Pure Havana, Marcelli's Orchestra, Kay Donna, Flowcoat, Christmas trees, and holly. Hello there, Fibber. Hi then, Molly.
Fountain pens, did I hear you say?
And what's Marshmallow going to play? Pens, madam, try the new Nick Lico while the band plays Liza. Take it, Rico.
Thanks to the makers of Johnson's Wax, you can now have beautiful polished floors and linoleum without any work of rubbing or buffing. Just try Johnson's Glow Coat, the remarkable liquid floor polish that shines as it dries. Your floors will take on new life and beauty, and your work will be much easier from the day you first use Johnson's Glow Coat. Join Fibber McGee and Molly on the 14th floor of the Wistful Vista Department Store. Don't crowd, please.
Where do we got to go first, Molly? On account of because I want to go downstairs and look at some golf clubs.
You'll see no golf clubs today, McGee. Where's the list?
What list?
The shopping list, isn't it? That I give you before we left the house.
Shucks, is that what that was?
Yes, that's what it was. And I sat up all night making it out, too. Where is it, McGee?
I folded it up and stuck it into the toe of my overshoes, Molly. They was too big. You see, I bought them 2 sizes too big when they had that there sale at the Bonton Bootery on account of because they was all out of my size. But shucks, I think the sale's a sale, I think.
McGee,
so I bought it.
Take off your overshoes and give me that shopping list.
I can't do it, Molly.
Why can't you?
I ain't got 'em on. It wasn't sloppy out, so that is...
Heavenly days, what a man.
That's what everybody says, Molly.
Oh, well, we'll just have to get along the best we can without the list. Now, let's see. I know we was going to get Teeny a doll.
Pardon me, can I get by?
Well, I'll say so, baby. Any place.
McGee, step aside, you're blocking the aisle.
Oh, okay. Excuse me, ma'am.
Don't mention it.
Oh, just a minute, ma'am. Can you tell us where the toy department is?
Certainly. 3 aisles over to your left. I'm going to buy the little boy a sled.
What little boy? Oh, yeah. Hey, come back here. I'll tell you what.
My, you're sure quick on the snappy comebacks, McGee. Oh, yes, is he? How do you ever think of him so quick now?
Oh, shucks, Molly.
What's that noise?
That's the rapping counter, Molly. You get it? I says that's...
Ah, it ain't funny, McGee.
Okay.
Come on now. The toy department, I guess.
Right over there, folks. For your free coupons. Get a Christmas tree delivered to your home free. Get a lucky number ticket, folks.
Okay, Bob, give me a coupon.
Right over there, sir. The man at the escalator will give you one.
Shucks, can't you give me one?
No, sir. They'll hand you one on the escalator.
Okay. Shucks, then let the fellow walk all the way. Hey, Molly, wait a minute.
Hurry up, McGee. Where have you been?
Hey, Molly, what's an osculator?
Osculator?
Yeah.
Why, osculator is a kisser.
Okay. Oh, so that's it, huh?
Here, where are you going, McGee?
I gotta see that smart guy that says he's gonna hand me one on the osculator.
Come back here. He meant the escalator, the moving stairway. Don't be silly.
Oh, the escalator. Oh, gee, here's the toy department, Molly. Get a load of them little trains. Ain't they cute?
Please don't play with the toys, sir.
Let him alone, McGee.
Oh, shucks. They seem to be real tender about their locomotives in here.
Have you any dolls, ma'am?
Oh, yes, madam. What kind of dolls? Japanese, Eskimo, Mae West, Republic, Shirley Temple, walking dolls?
Oh, no. Just ordinary dolls.
Well, we have some lovely Joe and Crawford dolls, madam.
No, I want just...
And the sweetest Ginger Rogers doll for only...
Hey, Molly, how do you like the drum? Pretty nifty, ain't it?
Don't bother me, McGee. Haven't you just a plain mama doll?
No, but we have the loveliest Claudette Colbert dolls
and no mama dolls. Well, can you beat it?
I'll say I can. Listen.
Please, sir, don't handle the toys.
Put it down, McGee.
But shucks, Molly, you asked me could I beat it, didn't you?
Yes, but I...
Huh?
No, I didn't. Oh, never mind. Listen, ma'am. Have you no plain, ordinary doll that says Mama?
I'm sorry, madam, but all the dolls this year are the Shirley Temple type, or Mae West, or the Princess, or...
Heavenly days, McGee, be quiet.
Yep. I was just trying to see if these here horns was through the pitch. I remember when I played first cornet in Sioux City Silver Saxophone Symphony, I was sitting there watching...
Oh, for goodness sakes, McGee. Will you go and sit down someplace like buy me a doll?
Okay. But remember, Molly, dolls don't say Mama anymore. Ain't modern. They say, how am I doing? Hey. Something like that. Ain't I right, ma'am?
No, sir.
Oh, well, gee, looky here.
You say, madam, you want to...
I got it. A real Indian bow and arrow. Shucks, I ain't shot one of these here bow and arrows since 40 years ago. Real stiff bend to it, too. Now, if that rocking horse over there was an antelope... Oh!
For heaven's sake, what happened, sir? What'd you do now, McGee?
I was just going to ask what'd you do. Did you drop one of them dogs through the counter or something? Say, how much are these here building blocks, ma'am?
Never you mind the blocks, McGee. Did you or did you not shoot that bow and arrow?
Listen, Molly, the floor walker's going to make an announcement.
Friends and customers of the Wistful Vista Department Store, Senor Marcelli and his toy department troubadours will entertain you with a selection entitled Red Sails in the Sunset. Miss Kay Donna from our sheet music department will sing. Miss Kay Donna.
Hey, sail away, Red.
Red sails in the sunset, way out on the carry my loved one home safely to me. He sailed at the dawning. All day I've been blue. Red sails in the sunset. I'm trusting in you. Swift wings you must borrow. Make straight for the shore. We marry tomorrow, and he goes sailing no more. Red sails in the sunset, way out on the sea. softly too.
Now listen, don't change the subject, McGee.
Huh?
Tell me, did you or did you not shoot the bow and arrow through the showcase?
No, sir. It's impossible.
All right, then what if I says I saw you shoot the arrow and drop the bow and quick pick up the building block?
Well, I say you was absolutely right, Molly.
Then why do you say it was impossible?
Why, shucks, Molly. You can't shoot a bow and arrow through a showcase. You can shoot an arrow, but you can't shoot a bow.
McGee, you march over and pay for that showcase glass.
Okay. I was going anyway. But hey, look, Molly. By golly. Did you ever see such a big jack-in-the-box as that guy?
Don't be always changing the subject, McGee.
I ain't, but just look at this here jack-in-the-box, Molly. Say, I'll bet Teeny'd be tickled pink to get one like this here.
Keep your hands off of it, McGee. Must you experiment with everything in the toy department?
Oh, shucks, I just want to see what the dad-rather thing looks like when it's open. How in front could they open that? There must be a catch to it. Oh, here it is. Hup.
Hello, friend.
Oh, I know there was a catch to it.
Well, I certainly am glad you opened the subject, Fibber, because I just wanted to tell you about Johnson's Glow Coat, the remarkable no-rubbing floor polish that makes your floors sparkle and gleam without any work of rubbing or buffing. Now is the time to brighten your floors and kitchen linoleum. They'll shine like new in a few minutes' time if you use Glow Coat. They'll be protected, too, from scuff marks and wear, and they'll stay clean and polished for weeks at a time. You have no idea how much better your floors will look and how much less floor cleaning you'll have to do until you use Johnson's Glow Coat. This fine, no-rubbing liquid floor polish is made by the makers of Johnson's Wax. Look for the attractive yellow can. And now, Fibber, I'd better get back in my box. Will you push this lid down on my head, please?
Sure, Harpo. With pleasure. Oh! Hey, Molly, let's get out of this dad-ratted crowd.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, McGee, we're not half through yet. You carry the doll.
You betcha. This one here?
Oh, let go of me! McGee, set that girl down. What's the idea?
Chuck, you told me to carry this doll, and I was going to...
Stop clowning. I meant this doll of Teeny.
Oh.
Excuse him, man. Come on, McGee.
Say, Molly, I got to stop at the cigar department and get some cigars for more toots.
But more toots don't smoke cigars, McGee.
I know, but I'll teach him. I know the ropes. Hey, sis, where's the cigar counter?
Just opposite the elevator, sir. Oh, have you tried our new shaving lotion, sir?
No, I never used
Oh,
it.
it's a delicious odor, mister.
Oh.
We call it Moonflower Madness for masculine males. And we also have a lovely bay rum for men. It's French fragrance for fatigued faces. And our top hat's talcum. Oh, you just
Have you
enjoy
tried Johnson's Glow Coat, Flora?
My name ain't Flora.
I was just going to tell you that Johnson's Glow Coat is the best beauty treatment for Flora. But if your name ain't Flora, we'll just let it go.
Oh, McGee. Quit your tapping and come on.
Okay. Just for a minute, I was scared she was going to squirt some of that there Fleur de Fatunia all over my face.
Well, come on now, hurry up. Excuse me, mister. I didn't see you coming.
Excuse me, ma'am. Say, where's the book department?
The book? Why, there...
Next floor down, bud. Next floor down. 4 rows back and 2 to the right.
Oh, say.
Don't mention it. Come on, Molly.
McGee, why, the books is on this floor. You sent the poor fella down to the necktie department.
I know it. You see, Molly, he had his shopping list in his hand, and all the names was checked off but his father. And when I seen his face, I knowed that anybody that had a son look like that wasn't smart enough to read a book if he did get one. But even the dumbest folks wears neckties. Pretty quick thinking, if I do say so myself, you shouldn't.
Well, here's the tobacco counter, McGee.
Where?
Right up there, isn't it?
Well, I don't see no tobacco department.
Oh, use your eyes, McGee. Don't you see the sign?
What sign?
Why, right there before your face, the one that says, accessories for the devotees of my lady nicotine.
Well, what in chunk has that got to do with smoking?
There's something in smoking accessories, sir.
You see, McGee?
Oh, shucks. You ought to put some chewing tobacco or a corncob pipe on the counter or something. How's a feller to know
You
that...
carry cigars, mister?
Yes, indeed, madam. Yes, indeed.
Okay, bud. Trot 'em out.
Yes, sir. Now, here's a very special import, exclusive with us, a clear Cuban cigar in the new Streamlined Panatella. Only $7.50 a box.
Say, them looks good. How many in a box, son? 200?
Oh, no, sir. 10 cigars.
10? 10 cigars for $7.50?
Yes.
What are they rolled out, a gold leaf?
How much did you wish to pay, sir?
Why, shucks, I was looking for twopers.
Twopers?
Sure, twopers. 2 for nickel.
Oh, I'm afraid, sir, we couldn't accommodate you with an inferior
Oh,
brand.
you better get him someplace else.
Hey, listen, bud. Don't tell me nothing about no inferior tobacco. You're talking to old tobacco man.
Quit chewing, tobacco man.
Now, wait a minute, Molly. Listen, bud. You know what they used to call me? Hampa McGee, they called me. Hampa McGee, the tip-top tornado of the tobacco trade. Why? I had me the finest tobacco plantation in the whole world, down in Costa Rica. Why, shucks. Never used to ship tobacco FOB like they do now.
No, sir?
No, sir. They shipped at AM.
In the morning?
No, ask McGee. I'll never forget the time I had me my tobacco farm right next to old Burpo Bauer's rubber plantation. You want to hear about it, bud?
I'm afraid not, sir. I have to...
Well, sir, this was way back in 1899. Or was it? No, it was 1902. Or 3. Let's see now. Come to think of it, it was 19...
Pretty tobacco pouch you have here, mister. The tan one.
Tan. That was it. 1910. Well, sir, I had me the finest, strongest, mellowest tobacco anyplace. And old Burpo Bowers, he had the adjoining plantation full of rubber trees. Well, sir, one day during Hurricane 1911, the fence blew down between the plantations, and some of his rubber plants got into my tobacco, and some of my tobacco got into his rubber plants. I thought my crop was ruined till I tried smoking some of it one day. And then when I see the smoke rings I blew bouncing and hopping across the field, I knowed I had something. I made $2 million in 3 weeks, blowing rubber smoke ring auto tires for the export trade.
Well, what did your tobacco do to Bauer's rubber crop?
Oh, it ruined his rubber crop into that part of the field. On account of because when they made teething rings out of his rubber, they had to give the kids spittoons to go with them.
department. I want to price the midget radios. Yoo-hoo! Are you busy, ma'am?
Not at all. Can I help you?
Hey, ain't you the gal that waited on us in the toy department?
Oh, yes, but they transferred me after you broke the glass in the showcase.
Oh, now you see what you done, McGee?
Boy, shucks, this I paid for it.
Oh, please, I'd gladly have paid for it myself to get away from those children. They were always getting into everything. You know how children are.
Oh, yes, indeed, I do. They're always fooling with things. McGee, quit turning them knobs.
Why? Shucks, I was just trying out this here shortwave set. I suppose you get shortwave better onto these here midget sets, ma'am, huh? Short set, shortwave, huh?
Oh, no. But here is a wonderful little shortwave set. The English stations come across beautifully.
The English? That's good. I thought them fellas never would come across.
Can you get London on that set, ma'am?
Oh, certainly, anytime. Shall I show you?
Yes.
Listen to this. I think London is, let me see it, number 120. No, 120. Just a minute now.
Cheerio, everyone. This is that jolly little wireless station, H2O. H2O across the water.
Ain't funny, Limey.
Nevertheless, we are back on the air again after having a spot of tea, you know. Now don't buzz off because we have an amazing bit of news for you. As they say in America, get a burden of this. We have here in the studio His Lordship Sir Cassian Walnut, who's kindly consented to come down from his dreadful estate, Scrumfooted and Park up a sitting of drum, to give us a bit of advice on the subject. My old Miss McCarthy. Interesting, no, Anne. What? Are you ready, Sir Cassian?
My, isn't it wonderful, McGee?
Listen, Molly, I don't want to miss none of it.
Speak right into the belly, little gadget, your lordship.
All right there, Algy. Thank you. Friends, I want to urge you to try this easy-to-use, no-rubbing floor polish before the holidays. Once your floors and linoleum are protected with a bright glow coat polish, you won't have to worry about dirt tracks and scuff marks. Soiled spots wipe right off. Why, here's how easy it is to apply Glow Coat. Just pour a little of this liquid polish onto the clean floor. Then spread it lightly over the surface with a soft cloth or the special Glow Coat applier. You don't have to rub it in or exert yourself in any way. Glow Coat dries in 20 minutes and shines as it dries, making your dull, dingy floors bright as new. By the way, it's very economical, you know, to order Glow Coat in the larger size can. You save as much as 1/3 by buying the larger sizes.
Sure. Harpo would be where I couldn't say nothing back at him. Cut it off and get something else, sis.
Oh, get some music, ma'am, whilst I sit down here and rest me feet.
All right, I'll see if I can get France. Or maybe Denmark.
Right there, sis. I think that's Russia.
And now, folks, a swell little number called You Are My Lucky Star. Marcelli and his men are playing it from the toy department of the Wistful Vista department store.
Russia, is it, McGee? You're coming from 150 foot away.
register. Made just like a real one. Shucks, what they don't think of these days.
Leave it alone, Mrs.
Oh, let me work it just once, Molly. Hey, Molly, look. Even the money in it looks real. Say, won't some kid get a kick out of
What are you doing in that cash register? Get out of there. Oh, Mr. Brown! Mr. Brown! Oh, Brown, police! Mr. Brown! What have you done,
Why, shucks, how'd I know it was a real cash? I didn't know it. I didn't do it.
There he is, Captain.
Who?
Taking him out.
Oh, we come on, boys. Hey.
And now, a special announcement about the Amateur Songwriters Contest now being conducted by Rico Marcelli. If you have an original melody which you think might be made into a popular song, send it to Rico Marcelli in care of the National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. It's not necessary to buy anything in order to enter this contest. Everyone is eligible excepting professional songwriters. A cash prize of $100 will be awarded by the sponsors of this program, S.C. Johnson & Son. And in addition, the winning song will be published by Irving Berlin Incorporated, who will pay the writer standard royalties. The winning song will also be featured on one of the Fibber McGee future broadcasts. This Amateur Songwriters Contest closes January 1st, 1936. For complete information about the contest rules, address Rico Marcelli in care of the National Broadcasting Company, Chicago, or see the current issue of Radio Guide, which gives full details of the contest on page 8. Don't forget to return to Wistful Vista with Fibber and Molly next week at this same hour. They'll take a bridge lesson, they tell us, so listen and see if 13 cards to a hand is really unlucky. Until then, this is the mayor of Chinatown, John Sing Wax, alias Harlow Wilcox. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Each week at this time from Hollywood, California, Kraft presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, times like these call for real thrift. Yes, we must save money to buy defense bonds, to help in any way we can. But we must be careful to economize wisely, especially when we economize on food, because the health and well-being that comes from nourishing food are vitally important, too. That's why delicious Parquet margarine, the modern margarine made by Kraft, is a good thing to know about these days. First, Parquet is so good tasting, your family will want to spread it thick on toast, hot rolls, and bread. And Parquet margarine is an economical source of food values important to a balanced diet. Parquet is a wholesome, nourishing food, one of the best sources of food energy there is. What's more, serving your family Parquet margarine is a dependable way to give them vitamin A, because every pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of this important vitamin. So why not start serving Parquet margarine tomorrow? It's perfectly delicious for table use and for baking and pan frying, too. Yes, you can economize wisely without sacrificing nourishment or flavor if you use Parquet, spelled P-A-R-K-A-Y. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who has, as you know, a nephew named Leroy, who has, as you probably don't know, 4 rabbits, named respectively Eeny, Meeny, Miny, and possibly Mo. Right now, they are preparing to go to Fairview, where Leroy is to represent his school at the Junior Rabbit Breeders' Show, and all 6 of them are quite hopped up about the trip.
Now, take it easy, Leroy. Just be calm, like me. No use getting all excited about this. Not at all. Where's my briefcase?
Under your arm, Unc.
What? Oh, yes. How did it ever get there? Now about my suitcase. Handkerchiefs, socks. Bertie?
Yes, Mr. Gilsleeve?
Never mind, I found them.
Found what, Mr. Gilsleeve?
His socks.
Well, what about them?
I found them.
Well, why shouldn't you? They're right there all the time.
Yes, I know.
He found them.
Then why call me?
Because I couldn't find them.
But I thought you said...
Oh, never mind. Yeah, my goodness, anybody'd think we'd never gone any place before.
Well, it's pretty exciting for me, Uncle Mort. Baby, 300 miles. Jeepers.
Leroy, you talk like you'd been chained up in the coal cellar all your life. Didn't you fly to California and back last year?
Well, sure, Unc.
Yes, son. We automoted all over the 47 states 2 years ago.
There are 48 states, Bertie.
Yes, I know that. But when we was in Florida, they never heard of California. And when we was in California, the vice was bursting.
Well, anyway, Leroy, you've done a great deal of traveling for a boy your age, and another 300 miles shouldn't mean any more than going down to the corner on Saturday morning for the Sunday morning papers.
But creepers, Uncle Mort, we're going on the train. I never been on a train.
Oh, my goodness, modern youth. Why, when I was just a baby, I can't seem to find my military brushes. Where are they, Bertie?
I put them in your Happy Rock bag, Mr. Gilsleeve.
In my what?
Bertie, could you perchance mean Gladstone bag?
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, Happy Rock. Well, I guess that's everything. Wait a minute. Leroy.
Yes, Unc?
Did you mail that letter I gave you last night?
Which letter? Oh, yes, of course I did.
Good. It was to Cousin Flora, telling her and her husband we're coming to stay with them while we're in Fairview. Won't they be surprised?
Why? Why, Uncle Mort?
Well, because it's an answer to a letter they sent fishing around for an invitation to visit us.
Good thing they ain't coming this week with Miss Marge out of town at that Red Cross training school.
Yes. Well, are you sure you've got everything you'll need, Leroy?
Positive.
Say, if you're going to be on that train when it leaves, you better get mobilized. Where's your rabbits, Leroy?
Out in the hall in that wooden box. The manual training class built it especially for them.
Well, they did a bum job, Leroy. That box is full of holes.
Yep. Holes? Well, that's so the little creatures won't get asphyxiated, Bertie.
Yes, it'll help them breathe, too. Shall I call up and get you a taxi?
Taxi? No, thank you, Bertie. We can pick up one at the drugstore. If we can't, it'll be the first thing I haven't been able to get at that drugstore. Come on, Leroy, let's get going.
Okay, Unc. So long, Bertie. Don't let any Japs get you.
Quit picking on us South Sea folks, Leroy.
Hey, come on, young man. I'll take the suitcases. You bring that crate of clover crunches. If Marjorie gets back to town before we do, Bertie, you tell her where we went.
Yes, sir. I'll tell her that you had to act as a convoy for a bunch of dumb bunnies. And then she'll say...
Never mind. I know what you say. Goodbye.
Bye, Bertie.
Bye, Miss Gilsey. Bye, Leroy.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything, Uncle Mort. Have you got the tickets?
Yeah, the tickets. Don't be ridiculous. Tickets. Oh, wait a minute. I better look to make sure. Yes, here's the envelope. Oh, great Caesar's ghost.
What's wrong, Uncle Mort?
Look, here's my letter to Cousin Flora. I must have sent her the railroad tickets. Oh, now she'll think I want her and that loud husband of hers to come here.
Oh, gee, now how are we going to get to Fairview? Does this mean we're not going?
Now, wait a minute. Don't rattle me, Leroy. Don't rattle me. No time to get reservations. The next train won't get us there in time. Oh, for what a thickhead I turned out to be.
Say, Unc, how about driving?
Yes, it's driving me. Wait a minute. Driving? Why, of course. Let's get the car. Come on. We can put the rabbits in the rear compartment, load up on gasoline, and beat the train to Fairview. That was a fine suggestion. You're a bright boy, Leroy.
Gee, I don't know about that, Unc. I just suggested myself out of my first ride on a railroad train.
How far is it to the next town, Leroy?
Well, according to the sign we passed 10 miles ago, it's 3 miles. While according to the map, it's 6. But according to all the houses around here, we're almost there.
Thank goodness. I hope the road gets better from here on. So far, it's been terrible. It's had more hairpins than a dime store. And what's more, it's full of Charlie holes.
Don't you mean chuck holes, Uncle Mort?
Yes, but this is a road I don't want to become familiar with, Leroy.
Yeah, we haven't hit a straight stretch for hours.
That's right. For every mile forward that we go, we travel 2 from side to side and 3 up and down. This isn't a road, it's a Laconga line. Why, when I think of... we almost went in the ditch that time.
Why don't you try driving in the ditch? It might be smoother.
Yes. Leroy, this is no time to horse around. Well, if there was a horse around, I'd trade it in for this car.
You know, I'm getting kind of hungry.
Hungry? Well, so am I. Strange how much exercise you can get just bouncing up and down, isn't it?
Let's stop and eat at the next stop and eat.
It's all right. That place up ahead doesn't look bad. However, we're so far behind schedule, let's just get some sandwiches to eat along the way. Huh?
Okay.
Come on, Leroy.
I'm right with you, Unc.
Oh, my. And to think if we hadn't mailed those tickets, we'd have been sitting in a comfortable train counting the telephone poles instead of dodging them. Let's sit here at the counter, eh?
Tired, Uncle Mort?
Just my eyes, Leroy. Funny, I'd swear I was seeing gravy spots in front of them.
That's easy, Unc. You're looking at the waiter's apron.
Yeah? Oh, of course, yeah, that's it. What'll you have, Leroy?
A ham sandwich?
Same thing for me, waiter, and we'll take them with us. Say, look, they've got cherry pie, Leroy. Would you care for a slice?
No, thanks, Unc. After that road we were on, I couldn't stand anything else with pits in it.
How long did it take you to drive from Fairview, Mr. Toby?
Oh, about 7 hours, McGuire. At this rate, I should be in Summerfield by 10 o'clock tonight.
Excuse me, gentlemen, but I couldn't help overhearing that last remark. Don't count on getting to Summerfield by 10 o'clock tonight, sir.
No? Why not?
Because these blasted roads are in a blasted condition.
Oh, you don't like our roads, huh?
And now, McGuire, take it easy. What's wrong with our roads?
What isn't? And you take it easy, too, mister. Don't get angry at me just because I warned you about that collection of bumpy ruts ahead of you.
I accept that as a personal insult.
Huh?
Gee whiz, is it your road?
Well, I'm the superintendent of road maintenance for this section, and this is State Highway Commissioner Toby.
Yeah? What am I supposed to do, get down on my hands and knees and bump my head on the floor?
What?
If you think I'm going to back up and crawl, Commissioner, you're mistaken. I've done all my backing up and crawling for the day on that blankety-blank road of yours this afternoon.
Say, I don't like your attitude.
And I don't like your highway. Looks like it was surveyed through the bottom of a beer bottle. Yes, and built by a hillbilly with the hiccups.
Now, look here. You're doing Mr. McGuire an injustice.
Yeah?
He and his men have been constructing that road for the past 6 years.
I know that. I saw the signs all along the way. Slow men at work.
Well, that's enough. I'm going to hand this guy a face full of fists. Let me at him, that warning.
Here's our sandwiches, Leroy. Mister, you're mighty lucky we're in a hurry. Come on, Leroy, let's stop tearing down the Commissioner's highway and start tearing down the Commissioner's highway.
Okay, I'm coming. Gee, you certainly told him off, didn't you?
Yeah, did you see the look on that guy McGuire's face?
Ain't you going to finish your stay, Commissioner?
No, the mood's gone. I might as well get started. Oh, waiter, the check.
No. Let me pay for it.
No.
Yes.
Well, all right.
Hey, waiter, keep the change. Now, Commissioner, don't let that big blimp get your goat. What does a mug like that know about the heartaches of building roads?
Yes, you're right, McGuire. Say, I thought I parked my car about here.
Are you sure?
Well, I think so. I remember it was near this truck.
Here it is, Commissioner.
That's strange. Could someone have moved it? Hey, hold on a minute, Mac. That isn't my car.
It ain't. It certainly looks like it.
Sure, it's same make, same model, same color, but those aren't my official license plates.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, now I wonder who could have been so chuckle-headed as to pull a trick like this.
Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
That's the name of the bird that owns this car. Here's his registration certificate.
Well, we've got to get that car of mine back, McGuire. We've got to send out a police warning over the radio to the Highway Patrol.
Sure, Commissioner. We'll get it back all right. You needn't worry or get excited.
You don't understand. There's been a rock slide on the road near Summerfield and an emergency, and I've got 100 pounds of explosives in the rear compartment of my car.
You notice how much more pep the car seems to have now, Leroy? I really get a bang out of driving a car with oomph.
Yeah, careful of that bump, Unc.
Huh? Yes. Oh, quite a bounce, wasn't it? I can't get over how much better the car runs. If it keeps up like this, it'll feel as if we had wings, Leroy. Hold on, here comes curve. Oh.
You better go easy on those tires, Unc.
Huh?
Remember, you can't get any new ones until the FBI investigates you and finds out you're an ambulance or something.
Yes. Well, these tires are good for thousands of miles yet, Leroy. Oh! Hey, these roads. I hope that didn't hurt any of our little cottontail cuties in the rear there. Well, I guess they're well padded.
Yeah, I can hear the box bouncing up and down.
You can?
Maybe I better get it and hold it in my lap.
No, don't do that. They'll be happier if they don't get a look at this road. Besides...
Look out for that red lantern.
What red lantern? Oh, that red lantern. Oh. No wonder I couldn't see it. A big pile of dirt behind it, Leroy. Well, here's the end of the detour. Now I'm really going to hit it up. And Leroy...
Yes, Uncle Mort?
I want you to keep a sharp lookout and back. If you see any highway patrol cars with red lights flashing and cops in them, you just nudge me. Understand?
Yes, Uncle Mort.
Yeah, good. Now, I don't expect to get it. Oh, Leroy, don't bump me.
That wasn't a bump, Unc. That was a nudge.
Nudge? Oh, my goodness. Yes, now I can see him. I better stop, eh? I can't imagine what in the world I've done.
Well, Uncle Mort, I have an idea.
Be quiet, young man. Oh, here they come. Good evening, boys.
Good evening, Chief.
Chief?
Shh, he thinks I'm an Indian. What can I do for you, boys?
Just stay where you are, sir. We'll have the fire out in a minute.
Yes, fire?
Just one of your rear brakes. Bring me that extinguisher, Mike.
Oh.
Here you are, Sid. Hey, button your coat. It's the commissioner. Thanks.
What's going on back there, boys?
Nothing to get excited about, Chief. One of the brakes must have locked.
Oh, my goodness. It's lucky you put it out before it got to that box of rabbits. I better look to see how they are, Uncle.
No, Leroy. They're probably sleeping. Let's let sleeping rabbits lie.
I don't think any harm was done. If you'll just watch your brakes for a ways, Chief.
Well, thank you very much, boys. Anytime I can do anything for you, I've got a card here someplace.
Oh, we know who you are.
Oh, you do? Well, I never knew I was that famous.
Sure, you're a big man in this state. Sid, he'd be a big man in any state.
Yeah. Well, I got to be getting along now. Goodbye, boys.
Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, sir. Now, there's a genuine guy, the commissioner. Yeah, don't act no different than you and me. You or I, Sid. He's a lot better looking than his pictures do him justice. Yeah. But don't you think he's a little fatter? No, not fatter, Sid. Heavier setter. You see, fatter isn't a respectful way to describe a state commissioner. Yeah, but on him it looks good. Well, let's get into the heap and start rolling again. Yeah.
Attention all highway patrols.
Hey, listen.
Be on lookout for large gray sedan, license 4X669.
That number's familiar.
A state car assigned to Highway Commissioner Toby.
Oh, the guy that was just here.
Taken from Junction Grill an hour ago by a stout man and a small boy with a black mustache.
A small boy with a black mustache. Hey, that's the guy who... Why, that fat rat.
Handle situation with care, boys. Rear end of car is loaded with explosives.
Come on, Mike. Let's go get him. Yeah. There they are. Right up ahead. Get closer. Hey, what are you doing? Shooting at the rear tires. Hey, wait a minute. That car's full of explosive. Oh, my gosh. Don't get too close, Mike. Okay, I'll drop back, but what do we do? Say, look at him go. Let's trail him till he slows up. If he slows up before he blows up...
Well, we've been making good time, my boy. I thought we better stop here in Millville and get some gasoline. Where is that attendant?
I think I'll get out and take a look at the rabbits, Uncle Mort.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That road was so rough, I bet those hairs stood on end. Oh, say, Leroy, the police chaps again.
All right, stick 'em up, you two.
Reach for the ceiling, I'll stick 'em up.
Oh, hello, boys. Practicing?
Get 'em up quick, fatso.
Fatso?
Say, what's the idea?
You two, get 'em up. Now, search 'em, Mike.
Yep, here. You needn't be so rough. You've broken a couple of my cigars.
Well, they haven't got any guns on them, Sid. Okay, you can put down your hands. But don't pull any funny business, you two.
What's the meaning of this unwarranted outrage?
Hey, get him.
Yes.
That's what we didn't we? You stole the highway commissioner's car and it's loaded with explosives.
What's this about the commissioner's car?
Take a peek at those official license plates.
Huh?
Well, gee, Unc, how did they get there?
They were framed. I mean, we were framed, Leroy. Well, at least there's nothing to this explosive nonsense. You officers can look in the rear compartment and see for yourselves.
Okay, take a look, Sid. Sure.
Won't he be surprised, Leroy?
Aha! You see, it's just rabbits, officer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Come here, Mike. Does this look like rabbits to you? Nah, to me it looks like a case of explosives.
Well, if you were a rabbit and went through what we've been through, you'd feel like exploding yourself.
Why don't you come back here and look for yourself?
Yes, come on. Let's show these stupid... Oh, my goodness, Leroy.
Uncle, what you trembling like that for?
Look at that box. A blasting powder. Whose car is this? Who slipped it to me? How did that dynamite get in there?
That's what we aim to find out, brother.
Good. Who'll we ask?
You.
Me?
Yes, come on.
Say, where are you taking us?
To the Millville police station. You're going to hold a little quiz, kid.
Yes, sir. There must be a reasonable explanation for all this. It can only take you for the last time, Captain. Will you telephone our home in Summerfield so that our maid can identify us?
Now, just keep your shirt on, Stuffy. I put in a call a few minutes ago. But that's it now.
Oh, thank goodness. Bertie will clear this right up, Leroy.
Hello.
Hello, who's this calling?
Long distance from Millville.
Oh, I know the answer to that one. It sure is.
This is the police department. We're holding a man with a stolen car loaded with explosives. He claims to be Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Mr. Gildersleeve ain't in Millville. He done took the train for Fairview today.
Oh, he took the train, huh?
The train? Ooh, I've got to tell her about that. Let me call.
Get away from this phone. This man claims he drove this car as far as Junction City.
Oh, that can't be. Mr. Gildersleeve's car's resting right here in the garage.
Ah. Well, in that case, I was right all along. Sorry I troubled you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Wait a minute. Why did you hang up?
Oh, look, you, I've had enough of this. Who do you think you are trying to run things and act so insolent and arrogant? The police?
Yeah.
Mike, put these two in separate cells till morning.
Here, what's going on here?
Oh, hello, Commissioner Toby. Well, I recovered your car for you, sir.
Yes, I know. Where's the man who took it?
Here I am. Hello, Commissioner.
Oh, so it was the little critic of the state highway system, the little road runner down there.
Oh.
Well, I'm only thankful nothing happened to my car with all that blasting powder in the back.
Yes. What do you mean by letting me carry dangerous explosives?
Oh, dry up, you big wet blanket.
Oh,
you ought to be thankful you're getting out of this mess without going to jail.
You mean you don't want him held, Commissioner?
No, this man just made an innocent mistake. It was stupid, but I don't think it was intentional. Come on outside, Gildersleeve, and we'll trade cars.
Yes, all right. Hey, good night, Captain. Thanks for the hospitality.
Yeah.
Something he ate, no doubt. After you, Commissioner. Come on, Leroy.
Say, I better make sure my rabbits are all right.
Oh, don't worry. They're safe, my boy.
Oh, did you have a look at them?
I'll say I did, and they jumped right out of the box and escaped.
Escaped?
And now, don't worry. We called out a road gang and rounded them all up again.
Oh.
Took the best part of 2 hours.
Gee, I hope nothing happened to them.
Now, they're all right. None the worse for the little romp. They're in fine condition, all 7 of them.
Yes. 7? But we only had 4 rabbits to begin with. Commissioner, you found too many.
Hello, operator. Quick, give me the police department. Police? This is 747 Parkside Avenue, and something's happened here. Didn't you phone me about a man who said he was Mr. Gildersleeve in a stolen car? Well, some policemen did. Well, anyhow, I went back to bed, and I tossed, and I turned, and I turned, and I... Okay, I'll get to the point. I got up, and I went out to the garage to see if it was there, and it wasn't. No, the garage was there all right, but nothing else was. What do you mean, be more specific? Oh, well, somebody sneaked in and stole all of Mr. Gildersleeve's 4 beautiful, brand new retreads. Hello, wait a minute, I ain't through yet. At the time these tires were stolen, they was attached to Mr. Gildersleeve's automobile.
Leroy, quit pinching me. What's the big idea?
I'm afraid you'll fall asleep.
Well, don't worry. If I want to sleep, I'll pull over to the side of the road.
Yeah, but the trouble is you'll pull over after you've fallen asleep.
Oh, yes. By George, it's 2 a.m. I'd stop right now. It would make us late for that rabbit. What's that noise?
Look, it looks like a cop, huh?
Another cop? The police have been on my neck tonight like a muffler. Well, this time they can't find anything wrong. I'm driving under 40. My lights are all right. It's my own car.
All right, pull over to the side of the road.
Oh, yes. Pull over, Leroy.
Jeepers, I wonder what it is now.
Probably some officer who hadn't heard that everything's been straightened out between Commissioner Toby and me.
You know, I'm beginning to be afraid of cops.
Oh, poppycock. You watch me handle this fellow. I'll get rid of him inside of 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, 2 minutes. You can time me, Leroy. you can't hold us any longer, officer. We've been here for 2 hours already.
2.5, Unc. I'm still timing you.
Yes. But look, officer, and you too, Captain. Here, Captain, wake up when I'm talking to you.
Huh? What? Oh, you here again? How many times?
No, I'm still here. It's just the second time. How soon are you going to set us free?
I can't do anything until we hear of this party in Somerville who turned in the stolen car report.
When they call, let me talk to them, please. I'd like to get my hands on anybody who says I stole my own automobile. Why, out? Oh, yes.
Hello, Millville Police Station. Captain Webster speaking.
Are you calling the Gilsleeve residence?
I don't know. Did you report a stolen car earlier in the night?
I most certainly did. You catch it?
Yes, but the driver claims he's the owner, Gildersleeve.
That's the second burglar that did that tonight, and this is getting monotonous.
Well, he claims that you can identify him. I'm going to put him on. Here you are.
Thank you. Now, see here, Birdie. What's the idea of having the police chase me clear across the state?
Mr. Gilsleeve, what you doing in the pokey?
Yes, huh? You ought to know you put me in this pokey. Leroy and I took the car instead of the train.
Oh, you took it. And I thought it was some of them rubber robbers.
Yes.
I wish you'd have told me.
Yes, so do I now. We'd have been in Fairview by now if you hadn't had us arrested for stealing our own automobile. Now, you tell the captain here that I'm all right. Here you are, Captain.
Yeah. Well, what about this man?
Yeah.
Oh, that's his car, all right. And he's my employer. At least he was as of our most recent conversation. I better hang up before he decides to change the status quo and make me a member of the alumni.
Well, Gildersleeve, that looks like a clean bill of health for you. I guess you can go now.
Oh, thank goodness. Come on, Leroy. It's time we got...
Yeah, take your hands off me. I tell you I didn't steal that car. It's mine. I'm State Highway Commissioner Francis X. Toby.
Oh, yeah? Well, we had another guy tonight who was also supposed to be the commissioner.
But that was... hello there, Captain. Tell this lunkhead who I am.
Well, hello, Commissioner. They got you, too, I see.
Yes, Gildersleeve, for stealing your car.
Well...
I told this balloon brain I was innocent, but he wouldn't believe me. Not even when we arrived here, and I showed him your car.
Huh?
Why, I parked right next to it, and I said, look...
I don't care. Orders is orders.
Mike, this man is the commissioner, all right?
Huh? Just my luck.
Well, now that everything's straightened out, we better be going. I'll have to drive 70 miles an hour if I'm... Oh, I forgot. The speed limit is 50, isn't it? Well, come on, Leroy. Let's go. Where's Leroy? Oh, I'd give a lot right now if I could say, move over, Leroy. Well, Leroy, this must be it. Let's see, yes. The Fairview Convention Hall, exhibitor's entrance.
Yeah, we just made it, too.
Your passes, please, sir.
Passes? Oh, yes, you have them, I believe, Leroy.
Yeah, that's right, Uncle Mort. Here you are, sir.
Just 1 second till I opens the envelope, please.
It's Porter, I guess.
I'm sorry, folks, but these here appears to be the wrong kind of tickets.
Let me see. Oh, suffering whales, Leroy. These are our railroad tickets.
What? Well, I've had them, and we could have come by train all the time.
Yeah.
Well, then what did we send to Cousin Flora?
The rabbit show passes, I guess. Well, at least we're here anyway.
Yeah, that's true. What do we do about getting in, though?
I'll arrange it. Hey, Porter, if you'll help us with this box of rabbits.
Yes, I'll be glad to.
Yeah, you bring the box in, that you'll find it in the rear compartment, and we'll go and find the manager.
Gladly, sir, yes.
Huh? What's the matter? Can't you budge him? Here, let me help you. Oh, my gosh, Leroy. Danger, explosives. It's the commissioner's car again.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, I'm sure most of you homemakers realize the importance of energy-producing foods to your whole family. We're all working hard and playing hard these days, and the energy we use up must be replaced by the foods we eat. So you should know that Parquet margarine, the delicious modern margarine made by Kraft, is one of the best energy foods you can serve. Yes, the wholesome, nourishing American vegetable oil that goes into Parquet margarine is one of the best sources of food energy there is. Now, that's particularly important in the wintertime. The food energy in Parquet helps give you body warmth, too, helps protect you from the cold. And equally important, every pound of Parquet margarine contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A, making it a dependable food source of this important vitamin the year round. So use plenty of Parquet margarine, at the table and for cooking, too. Yes, the delicate, appetizing flavor that makes Parquet so delicious for table use makes it a real flavor shortening for baking. Grand for pan frying, too. So tomorrow, sure, order delicious, economical Parquet margarine. Remember, it's Parquet. Parkay.
Think Cousin Flora would be home when relatives come to visit.
What do we do now, Uncle Mort?
Oh, we'll kill time till dinner, then come back and see if they're home yet. What would you like to do, Leroy?
Well, how about seeing a movie? We passed a swell one on the way out here.
The movie? Is that so? What's the title?
Look Who's Laughing.
Oh, that one, yeah. Well, it's playing all over these days, isn't it? All right, let's go. Sounds very amusing. Who's in it?
Oh, Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh, anybody else?
Yeah, Charlie McCarthy and Edgar Bergen.
Is that all?
Oh, no, there's Mrs. Uppington and Harlow Wilcox and Lucille Ball.
Well, yes. Go on, Leroy.
Oh, I almost forgot. And Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
That's right.
Look who's laughing.
Yeah, good night, folks.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening, everybody. You are now listening to WLS, the voice of Prairie Farmer, Chicago.
Good evening, everyone. The makers of Johnson's Wax let loose another lively load of laughter and lyrics with Rico Marcelli's orchestra, Kay Donner, Hugh Studebaker, and Marion and Jim as those sapient citizens, Fibber McGee and Molly. Marcelli and his men begin the broadcast with Fine and Dandy. Wrap it up, Rico. When you hear Marcelli's sparkling music, just remember that you can have sparkling floors and linoleum without any work of rubbing or buffing. Just try Johnson's Glow Coat, the easy-to-use liquid floor polish that shines as it dries. Once again, we wend our way to Wistful Vista via the wireless. And we find Fibber McGee and Molly talking to their more or less handyman, Silly Watson.
I guess we better get down to the basement and fix that furnace. You know anything about boilers, Sil?
What?
I says, you know anything about furnace boilers?
Yes, sir. What do y'all think is the matter with the furnace boiler?
What, silly?
I say, what's the matter with the old furnace boiler?
It won't heat.
Oh.
There you are. In words of one syllable, it won't heat. And I'm getting so cold, I'll soon be too numb to care.
Beautiful but numb.
What was that, McGee?
I says, you're beautiful, but come, silly. We better get on downstairs and get started. See you later, Molly.
Later, nothing. I'm going right along with you.
Oh, sure. You see, silly, this here job of furnace repairing is a job that calls for judgment and precision. Ain't no job for amateurs.
Yes, I think so.
I'll do the thinking, Sil.
You'll try anything once, won't you, McGee?
You bet. Oh, is that so? Now, listen here now, Sil. I'll explain this here boiler to you.
Yes.
Now, this here gadget down here toward the base of the boiler, silly, is a cinder roller. You take the big clinkers and you put them through them rollers and...
McGee,
Huh?
there's nothing of the kind. That's the wringer off me washing machine.
Oh. Well, some furnaces has got equipment onto them like that. Now, wait till I open the door. Now, take a look inside there, Sil. Right there's where you'll find the trouble.
Yes, I'm looking.
What do you see?
Nothing.
Nothing. Good. What did I tell you, Molly? There ain't nothing wrong on the inside of it. Except maybe the fire clay is cracked off, might as all.
The what?
The fire clay. All boilers, Molly, is coated inside with a special kind of plaster. Kind of a clay that resists heat. I used to be a kind of an expert on the fire clay myself. Fire Clay McGee, they called me in them days. Fire Clay McGee, the finest, fastest furnace fixer from Fresno to Florida. You want to hear about it, silly?
No, sir.
Well, sir, this here was away back in 1904.
Yes.
No.
No.
1905 it was.
Yes.
No.
No.
1903. Or was it 5?
Why?
Let's see. They had to shoot old Bruno for killing the neighbor's sheep in 1902.
Oh, the poor dog.
What you mean, dog? Old Bruno was my uncle.
Once removed.
Well, I guess it was 1905 at that. I was just mixing up a batch of my patented McGee non-cracked fireproof fire clay one day into a big barrel, getting it to the right consistency.
What?
I says I was getting it to the right consistency.
Oh, yes, sir, you got to do that.
Well, sir, this here fire clay was just about right, like a thin plaster. When all of a sudden a bunch of tough kids come along, when my back was turned, they started throwing gobs of this here fire clay plaster at me. Well, sir, I finally thought they'd had enough fun, so I started to chase them. But shucks, I couldn't move a foot. That there plaster had dried on me so fast and so hard, I was just powerless to move my feet and legs. And when they seen that, they just laughed fit to bust and kept on pelting me. Gob after gob of that there plaster hit me. Smack, splash, smack, dab, on the shoulders, the arms, the neck, on the face, till I was completely covered up with that fast-hardening clay.
How y'all get your breath, Mr. McGee?
Huh? Well, by breathing real quick and winking fast, I kept my nostrils nice and closing up, but my mouth was sealed shut.
Oh, and to think I wasn't there.
Well, sir, after they finally flung all my special plaster onto me, that pack of kids left.
The mud pack.
Yes. You listening to this, silly?
What?
I says you getting the benefit of this here talk?
Yes, if there is any benefit, I get it.
Good. Well, sir, there I stood, powerless to move a muscle. That there plaster getting harder and harder all the time. That was on a Tuesday. On Saturday morning, a feller come by with his gal, and he sees me. Hot dog, says he. Look, Bebby, he says. Whoever done that statue knew what they was doing. You betcha, says she, real enthusiastic. It's good, all right, but is it art? And he says, sure, it's art. You can't tell what it means, can you? And finally, a crowd grew, all complimenting the feller that had posed that there perfect figure of a man.
Oh, my.
Then the reporters come. And all over the world, newspapers come out saying, the finest sculpture ever sculpted, discovered in the backyard of a boiler plant. Mysterious statue, a work of unknown genius. All stuff like that. All I could do was stand there and watch. getting weaker and hungrier all the time. Cheated out of my meals and sleep.
Cheated? Statues ain't cheated, McGee.
Huh?
They're chiseled.
Well, sir, finally they hauled me away to an art museum and put me onto a pedestal, right next to the Venus de Milo.
Now, listen, don't tell us she put her arm around you.
And there I had to stand, day after day, millions of people staring at me.
Why didn't you all wink at somebody, boy?
What say?
I say, why didn't you all wink them little eyes of yours at somebody?
Oh, I did, twice. First time I caught a man's eye and winked, and he just says, "Ay, George, ain't that statue lifelike?" Second time I winked at a gal, and she slapped my face and broke 2 fingers on her right hand.
Oh, my.
Well, sir, one day, just as my strength was leaving me, I give one supreme effort, leaned forward and strained every muscle under the plaster, and crash onto the floor I fell, smashing that fireclay coating off into a million pieces. I was saved. 'Twas no time till they had me in the hospital, nursing me back to health.
Well, why didn't you all sue that museum, boy?
Sue? I did. They threw the case out of court.
On what grounds, McGee?
Shucks. They claimed my testimony wasn't reliable. Said I'd been plastered for 2 weeks. Come on there,
Well, now that Fibber has vacated his pedestal, we have a real work of art to offer you. Our melodious model, Miss Kay Donna, who sings, and sings like no other one. All right, Kay.
No other one, yes, no other one can ever do what you do when you do what you do, kissing me. Oh, no other one, yes, no other one can ever make me like you, like I'd like to constantly. Talk about caresses with an 18-karat thrill. I don't have to make 3 guesses when I'm thinking of someone who can fill the bill. There's no other one, yes, no other one can ever make me want to say, who do you love in a great big way? No other one. No other one, there isn't any other one can ever do what you do when you do what you do, kissing me. There's no other one, there's no other one can ever make me like you, like I'd like to constantly. Talk about those sweet caresses with an 18-karat bill. I don't have to make 3 guesses when I'm thinking of someone who can fill the bill. No other one, there's no other one can ever make me want to say, who do you love in a great big way? There'd better be no other one. There'd better be no other one.
Thank you. Friends, that was Kay Donna singing No Other One. And it might well be the theme song for Johnson's Glow Coat. For among floor polishes, there's no other one that can give you the lasting beauty and protection that Johnson's Glow Coat.
Hey, Harpo, I got a riddle for you. Why is that there stratosphere balloon like a coat of Johnson's Glow Coat? Give up? Well, sir, the wear and tear of 74,000 feet don't mean nothing.
Well, that's the height of something or other.
Okay.
Well, folks, you know how I like to talk about Johnson's Glow Coat, the marvelous no-rubbing floor polish made by the makers of Johnson's Wax. Well, it seems I've been challenged by a young woman who says she knows more about Glow Coat than I do, because she's been using it on her own kitchen linoleum for several years. She's here in the studio tonight. Won't you step over here, Mrs. Wright? You're at liberty to say anything you please about Glow Coat.
Well, I'm delighted to, Mr. Wilcox. You know, when I started housekeeping not so many years ago, I worked so hard trying to keep my kitchen linoleum clean Really, it was pathetic. No matter how often I scrubbed it, that floor was dirty-looking most of the time. And then one day when I was feeling particularly tired and discouraged, a neighbor of mine dropped in and told me about Johnson's Glow Coat. Well, I ordered some that very day, and I can't tell you what a difference it made in the looks of that linoleum. It took only a few minutes to do the whole floor, and it was so easy to apply. Why, it didn't seem like any work at all. And 20 minutes after I had put Glow Coat on the floor, it was perfectly dry, and the linoleum had a grand, bright polish. Now my floors stay clean and shining with practically no effort on my part. I have more time to rest and enjoy life. Believe me, I'm a real booster for Johnson's Glow Coat, and any woman who is tired of floor scrubbing should certainly try it. Oh, I guess I forgot to mention that you don't have to do any rubbing or buffing when you use Glow Coat.
Thank you, Mrs. Wright. Treasure Island, a grand number in 4 tempos. Marcelli plays it as a foxtrot, a Viennese waltz, a tango, a rumba. Take it, Rico.
I sailed away to Treasure Island, and my heart stood still when I landed on the silvery shore. I looked for gold on Treasure Island, and I found that gold when you gave your golden love to me.
If our engineer, Mr. Harold Stonewall Jackson, will switch us back to 79 Wistful Vista, we'll find Fibber McGee and Molly and Silly Watson all ready to go on with their furnace fixing down in the McGee basement.
Well, McGee, you won't accomplish anything by standing there looking at it.
Oh, now, Molly, I was just figuring out the right way to get at this here problem. No use rushing in and getting it all balled up. Let's see now. Say, you know what we better do?
Yes. Turn off some of your hot air and get some in the furnace.
What do we better do, boy? We better build a fire in here so we can see how she draws. That way we can tell better what's the matter.
Well, McGee, that's the first idea you've had today.
Well, you'll have to admit when I get 'em, they're hot. Don't you get it, Molly? Build a fire? A hot idea?
It ain't funny, McGee.
Okay.
Now get to work, both of you.
Yes. Shall we use these here papers?
Yep. Tear 'em up and crumple 'em, Silly, so we can get...
Here. You can't use those papers.
Huh?
Those are me dress patterns.
What's the matter with you, silly? You ought to have better sense than that.
Well, I didn't think there was no good, boss, on account of they all full of little holes.
Yeah, moths have been at 'em, probably. Use them newspapers there, boy.
Yes. What are we going to use for kindling the fire, boss?
What's that?
I say, what are we going to use for kindling the little old fire?
Oh, kindling.
Yeah.
Let's see now. Oh, yes. Take the hatchet and chop up them long sticks over there.
Yes.
I'll get the paper all set in the grate, too.
Your little old sticks is plumb full of nails, Mr. McGee.
Well, don't dull the hatchet on 'em, Sil.
No, sir.
Hey, wait a minute, Sil. McGee, what's he chopping up?
Huh? Oh, them long sticks with the nails in 'em?
Yes.
Oh, it's just some old lengths of molding that was left on the...
Oh, for heaven's sake, silly. You're chopping up me curtain stretchers.
Curtain stretchers?
Look at them. They're ruined.
Oh, no, ma'am, they ain't ruined much. I just chopped off a couple little pieces of them is all, ma'am.
Oh, is that so? Why don't you two come upstairs and chop up the piano and the dining room table?
Oh, we don't need that much kindling, Molly.
Oh, you don't? Well, now I'm real glad to hear that.
Is this here little old box good for the chop up, please, ma'am?
Let's see it.